fuel. Spark, the trinity of power. You need all three to bring your engine to life. Kenny and Norm knew that, which is why for over 50 years, the company that bears their name has been re-engineering what filtration can do. Engineered to protect against dirt and scientifically proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. K&N, 50 years of performance and innovation.
High performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go, jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
Nobody knows drag racing like Mickey Thompson Tires. The Pro Bracket Radial, low rolling resistance, makes them quicker and faster than their bias ply equivalents.
With the Pro Bracket Radials, we haven't had to change any suspension. We did 5 back-to-back runs, and we only saw 18 thousandths of a difference on the 60-foot. We've had tremendous success with the Pro Bracket Radials.
The Pro Bracket Radial. Be a part of the legend.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
Good morning. Oh my gosh, it is sunny and guess what? It's 42 degrees. I'm sorry. The little things that tickle you, especially when you're, been going on the long stretch, as we say. We are ready for the Silver State Maytag Million. It's the Fling 2020 Million. We have well over what we need for the 250. I'm not sure. I'm sure that at some point Peter will announce what our entry is, and then the number, and then what they will be paying. Oh goodness, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Okay, now we have had an action-packed week. It began with Caroline McCarty in the Wednesday 30K. Silver State, it was a Silver State Maytag 30K. And she went up against her, in her final, she was against Tom Dauber, who redlit. But she battled her way all the way to that point, and then he redlit, and you know what? As we say, winning ugly is still winning. Okay, then yesterday morning, we had our Young Guns and Has-Beens race. And I tell you what, I mean, they were neck and neck. They were 4 and 4, because there were, 8? Yeah, there were 16 cars, so there were 8 pair, and they were 4 for 4, and they had to go into what they called the death match. Okay, and each team selected their representative. The Has-Beens quickly chose Peter Biondo, and after some hashing and gnashing, the Young Guns put Gage Birch out there. And this was such a good match too. But all the racing here is tight. And Gage Birch took the young guns that extra little bit over to where they were, like, as Jed put it, they were walking around with their chests all punched out all day. So, and I'm sure that they will be for some time. So anyway, you know what? If the has-beens had won, they'd have been walking around like peacocks as well. So anyway, then we had, what do we have? Oh, we had the Thursday American Race Car 30K yesterday. In our final, we had J.R. Barclay versus Spencer Massey. That'll take you back, huh? Whenever you line up against one of those professionals, it's got to be in your head. But he gave him a good run, just not quite enough. Not quite enough. And Spencer Massey took that one last night. Then our final matchup of the night was for the American Race Car and Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. And we had a matchup of Cortland Carter and Robbie Domino. I don't think either one of them was on their either in their own race car or on their own ticket or something. It was all kind of like this person was in for that and that and that. And Robbie Domino of New Media took that one. And he said he'll load that one up even if he has to kick someone else's car out of his rig. So we shall see. And today we have a 50K, a Brodix 50K shootout. It's very intricate as far as, and I'm sure that Jed will explain it again before we get going with it today. But it is a time run. Time runs we do in picture-in-picture. We have a lot of special features in store for you today, just as we did yesterday. So, and even more. So, anyway, I'll quit my yapping and I'll let you guys chillax or do whatever you got to do. Let me see if they got, I think they have the music off, so I can go to there. Where? Yeah, okay. Bye.
Carl
the intern.
So Carl the intern? Yeah. What are we on, like a Howard Stern show? We got Carl the intern out here on a scooter. Dialed the scooter at 1370 and runs 1370 with an O. Put the scooter dead on zero while we're getting things warmed up here this morning. So Carl the intern is going to be headed back to the Diva desk and buy his entry for the million. Oh, that's freaking awesome. That is 1370 dead on zero. Oh, that's crazy. Well, it sounds like we just went live with Motor Mania TV, and you guys just barely missed something that was actually pretty funny. We've got our new entries that are rolling into the staging lanes. We're getting things underway, and again, just to give you a little heads up on the schedule this morning, our new entries are going to be what's going to kick it off. We're going to have a couple of those. We've got folks headed back to the Diva desk right now buying their entries for the million. And before we get things underway with our Brodix Run for the 50K. So basically, it's going to go new entries, then our Brodix Run for the 50K, and again, the Run for the 50K works like this. Essentially, it's kind of like a run for the money, kind of like a time run. The drivers are going to come up. They'll have dial-ins on the car. We've set it up as a bogey tree. That's what we were testing this morning, so just kind of keep that in mind. So we are testing the bogey tree. Basically, no difference in the tree. The tree will drop at exactly the same time, but the dial-ins will be on the board, and the idea is to put up your best package. The top 3 best packages are going to get some pretty fantastic prizes. The best overall package in this Brodix Run for the 50K. We'll get a set of those Brodix SR20 heads valued at $5,300. Second best package gets $2,000. Third best package gets a 2021 entry to the million, valued at also $2,000. So we got some really nice prizes up for grabs this morning, as well as should anybody put up a perfect run. Trip zip at this end of the racetrack, dead on zero at that end of the racetrack. You're going to get $50,000. If we have more than one person that does it, it'll come down to a runoff. But that's kind of the whole idea between the Brodix Run for the 50K. So as we're out here this morning testing on the racetrack to make sure that, the tree's right, everything's in there. We've got a John Deere side-by-side and the scooter. Carl, the intern on the scooter, is now like a legend. We're going to put his name up on the suites alongside of like Don Schumacher, Carl Moore, and then it'll say Carl the intern. But so he goes up there, dials in at 1370 and goes 1370. Just put a scooter dead on zero down the racetrack here at Bristol. That's pretty cool. So I guess now that is, if everybody's going by, if you see Carl the intern walk by, you just kind of put your hands up and do that little bow thing like, oh, the scooter god. But either way, we are getting close. So we've got our new entry sitting back in the staging lanes. We have got our Brodix Run for the 50K. I think we put our yellow stickered door cars on standby. So we want you to be ready for that. JJ's got his school books. He's going to get taken care of what he needs to get taken care of this morning as early and as fast as possible so that he can play with us on the microphone, right? Quickly. The schoolwork will be done, but it will be done accurately. Right? Accurately. You don't want it just done. You want it done accurately, but we'll get that done. So yeah, once again, racers, we're getting things underway. It is main event day here. The Diva Desk is open for business. If you want to get back there and get your entry for the million, again, guaranteed to be at minimum $250,000. We had a lot of folks that kind of tried to predict how many entries we would have. We had that contest that ended last night at midnight, or this morning at midnight, depending on how technical you want to get with it. Well, it ended at midnight. Not midnight coming up, midnight that just went by a few short hours ago. But that is what we got coming up. Hi, Big Jed. You got Big Red ready for the 50K? What? Why are you slacking? So we'll go with that. So we got just a couple more minutes, racers. Be ready, and while they are ready, or while they're getting ready, we'll go from there. We've got a couple of last-minute things to get taken care of here on the racetrack. And as soon as we get those handled, well, then we'll get right back after it. Again, it is a $1 Million Friday here at the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Starting things off with that Brodix run for the 50K. After we get through that run for the 50K, it'll be round number 1. But we're focusing first on new entries. Again, the Diva Desk is open. If you are still looking at trying to get entered into the race today, that's where you need to go. Get your tech card purchased and get your name in the game for big money here on a Friday at Bristol. I mean, Bristol's been kind of the scene of the crime twice now with what we've got going on last year with a 500K, this year moving the million here.
Jumbotron guys to get here.
right, so we are getting underway here with our new entry, and with yellow sticker door cars. Yellow sticker door cars for the Brodix Run for the 50K. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Yellow sticker door cars, Run for the 50K. Come on down. Really? Randy Biddle and Luke Bugacki are going to be our first two cars in our new entry time runs. And we start things off with a 006 red light for Luke, a 12 green for Randy Biddle, and down the racetrack, Biddle's going to go 6:09.9. Luke goes 6:54.7. And that's how we're going to get things underway. So once again, we've got our new entry time runs that are out here. Yellow sticker door cars, yellow sticker door cars. We've called you into the staging lanes for the Run for the 50K. Again, racers, remember, the Brodix Run for the 50K is open to anybody on property if you have been racing with us. You do not have to be entered into the million to play along in that Brodix Run for the 50K. What you do need to do is put a dial in on the car and bring $50 with you to the staging lanes when it is time. And it is time for yellow sticker door cars. There's John Laster, 005 and 714 down the racetrack. Travis Harvey is 13 green and 538.0. And as we are talking about the Run for the 50K, that 0 in the little number column is crucially important, as well as 3 zeros in the reaction time. Let's hear. I was talking with Seipel last night. He says he thinks there's about a 54% chance that we're going to give away 50K today.
I'll go with the over.
Peter's going with the over.
Because we're giving well above 250K away today.
Well, okay. I got it. So Peter's saying, I mean, come on, we're going to go with the over because we're guaranteed to be giving away at least, $250,000. It's going to be more than that based on who's up there. Mark Kelly is 17 red. Jesse Biddle is 5 red as Biddle goes 460 with a 3. Mark Kelly goes 486 with a 4 down the racetrack. Andy Dolan, winner last week at Galat, fires it off with a 001 red and then goes 6:05.8. As we now bring up Joe Goldie in his Malibu. Again, making our way through the new entry time runs. After that, yellow sticker door cars. You should be headed into the staging lanes, please, for the Run for the 50K. Paul Rich 005 red goes 467 at 145 miles an hour. As we continue to make our way through our new entry time runs. Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit. Is going to be coming in here now, and we should have, again, yellow sticker door cars headed this direction, please. Yellow sticker door cars. Again, the Brodix run for the $50,000. Open to everybody on property if you have been racing with us here this week at all. Do not have to be entered into the million. If you are not yet entered into the million and are looking to do so, you could make your way back over there to the Diva desk, get your tech card, get yourself entered in for your chance at what's going to be over $250,000. At this point in time, I do not know how many entries are in just yet. But of course, once we do get through that first round, we'll know exactly how many cars were out there. We should get a good idea of it just before we go ahead and run, because we should at that point know kind of how many tech cards have been sold. But it was busy. It was. As I was rolling in this morning, I kind of had to dodge around a few people. I aimed for a couple of them, but I had to dodge around a few others. They were just too quick. Why?
Tell him he's talking to you.
You know, I didn't want to turn the rental car in with too much damage on the front. And some of them boys are big. They'd hurt the front of that car. So, I had to make sure that we didn't. Yeah. One or two of them you can explain away at the rental car counter, but 4 or 5 big old dents in the hood, they're going to wonder how that came from. Yeah, 26 is not going to work out, but it was busy back there at the Diva desk. As folks are getting.
They were all lined up in a row, and I just didn't move.
Right? I could tell them at the rental car counter, man, it was a whole bunch of road cones. They were just like right there. Just right there before I could even like do anything with it. All right, so final run. It's way down the racetrack, which means that the next thing that we should see is going to be our Brodix run for the $50,000. So we have called yellow sticker door cars. We've called yellow sticker door cars. We're also going to go ahead and call purple sticker door cars. We'll take you into the staging lanes, please. Purple sticker door cars, yellow sticker door cars. Again, if you want to get into this Brodix run for the $50,000, it is a $50 entry. That is payable in the staging lanes. They'll get that taken care of back there. So again, bring your car. Going home with a guaranteed type of prize. The best overall package gets that Brodix 20 heads, valued at $5,300. Second best package gets $2,000. Third best overall package gets that 2021 million entry, also valued at $2,000. So you're talking at minimum $9,300 worth of prizes up for grabs as part of the Brodix.
I guess like 3 out of 6 people.
Run for the 50K. So, just so that everybody kind of understands the format, the way that this is run. In the Brodix run for the 50K, you will have a dial-in on the car. However, there will be no difference in the tree. Essentially, it's a bogey tree. The tree will drop at exactly the same time. So if somebody's rolled up here, dialed 450, somebody's rolled up here, dialed 550, there's not going to be that second difference between the two. It's basically the tree will drop at exactly the same time. The computer will calculate the run. It'll make sure everything's right. We've tested that already this morning, but it is a bogey-style tree, so there will be no difference in the tree as far as the dial-ins are concerned. Tree's going to drop the same on both sides of the racetrack. You turn it loose, let it go. So as we get our yellow sticker and purple sticker door cars rolling in here, again, just put the dial-in on the car. Pay attention to that top bowl because it's going to come on at the same time both sides of the tree regardless of what the dial-ins are on the cars. So as we continue to get ready to go, again, $50,000 is on the line. If we see a perfect run for the 50K, somebody's going to get $50,000. And this really is, every time we've done the million, this really is like my favorite part of the event. Almost my favorite part. And the reason that it's my favorite part, because I know for Kyle and Peter, it is a very stressful few hours. And of course, the best part, I really think one of these times, so we've got the big screen back there this time. I think it was, I don't know who first started doing it. It might have been like Budweiser or something like that. But you'd get out to an event, they'd have like this little platform, and they'd have these two great big lazy boys, and a couple of lucky fans would win the opportunity to sit in the lazy boys like right down courtside or something like that and watch the game from there. I think what we need to do is the next time that we do this Brodix run for the 50K, right over there by where the Jegs balloon is, we need to set up the platform. We need to put 2 chairs. They don't have to be lazy boys. I don't want these guys to be too comfortable. But we need to put 2 chairs right over there and just make Peter and Kyle sit in those chairs. And then every time we get like a perfect reaction time, just watch them flinch. Watch them pucker up and wait. Exactly. They'll be sitting there relaxed, watching it go, and you'll be up here and go, he is perfect on the tree, and both of them just, the pucker factor goes to like 10. It's just fun. And I don't want to say that I'm like relishing in their stress, but I am. It's enjoyable. Right. It's not to say that I'm not like totally thinking that it's completely. I wonder if my chat just like stopped. Pause for a moment.
Air, fuel, spark, the trinity of power. You need all 3 to bring your engine to life. Kenny and Norm knew that, which is why for over 50 years, the company that bears their name has been re-engineering what filtration can do. Engineered to protect against dirt and scientifically proven to provide up to 50% more airflow. K&N, 50 years of performance and innovation.
It's even a better idea. Not only that, we'll have like the, we could call it the pucker cam. We totally put them in the chairs and put,
Forget, like Marcus and I carry their camera down there and just zoom in on their faces.
Joanne's like, what are you talking about? I'm talking about, we've got a couple of, looks like, last-minute new entries that are dropping in here. What we are talking about is during this Brodix run for the 50K, Peter and Kyle, obviously, you know, they're dying to give $50,000 to some lucky who ends up putting up a perfect run. But at the same time, you know, that's a lot of money to hand out here. And so during this Brodix run for the 50K, for those of us that are in the tower, it's always a good time. They'll be working on something, and as soon as you see that perfect light go up and you start announcing it, they turn around, their eyes get really big, and you can tell that they get really worried about it. So rather than doing that and let us in the tower have all the fun, we want to put them down like on a couple of chairs right by the starting line, and just basically that way everybody can watch as they get a little nervous, wondering if they're going to be handing out $50,000. Gator came up with the idea that we might as well just put a camera on them. That way, not only those of us here on property could see it, but everybody down on the out there in the chat boards could see it as well. That would be fun. That would be fun. So we've also got more happening out here. We got folks that are back there buying up the tech cards for the million. We've got the Brodix run for the 50K that's going to be taking place here in just a moment. We've also got the Mosier Engineering Last Man Standing Calcutta. Yeah, that's right. It's JJ's first run for the 50K too. So the Mosier Engineering Last Man Standing $10,000 Calcutta. Those are now open if you would like to jump into that. It is open at the red tent, basically the t-shirt booth down there by the grandstand. So if you would like to get into the Mosier Engineering Last Man Standing Calcutta, $75 a pick, 5 picks max, and we're selling 150 tickets. So there is a limited quantity available. If you want to get into that Calcutta, thanks to Mosier Engineering, pick the Last Man Standing in the million. Whoever picks that and is the last racer standing, whoever goes the furthest in the Spring Fling Million, if you have that racer as your pick, well then in that case, you can get that 10 grand. So again, that Calcutta is now open if you'd like to buy your way into the Calcutta. What do you mean how? $75 a ticket. You buy the ticket over at the t-shirt booth, the red tent. That is, but for 10 grand. That's totally worth it. Totally worth it. So $75, 5 ticket max. The Calcutta's open if you want to buy your way into that. That is over at the t-shirt tent. Sponsored by Mosier Engineering. Yeah, so JJ, we were actually talking yesterday about the fact that because we normally run the million over on the other half of the country, yeah, we run it over there on that side of the world. This is the first time you've ever been here for a million. Fling style. Again, that Brodix run for the 50K, you're going to find out that it is a whole lot of fun. You just kind of every time, and this is I'll give you the key to this. Every time that you see a perfect reaction time go up on the board, you just look for Peter and Kyle and watch their faces, see what happens, because it's fun to watch that play out.
Racing Edge magazine, giving you an edge on the competition. Written to bring all the excitement and color of the fastest accelerating sport in the world to the printed page. Save over 45% and subscribe for only $24.95. Drag Racing Edge magazine. To subscribe, visit us online at dragracingedge.com or call 570-658-3515.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
When the trash talk stops. When it's time to put up or shut up. When your money is in his pocket. When there are no more grudges to settle. Bragging rights earned. Daddy Dave depends on Mickey Thompson tires for his truck, too. Every run, every mile. Mickey Thompson tires.
Well, racers, looks like we got a good portion of our yellow and purple sticker door cars headed down here into the staging lanes, getting ready to go with this Brodix run for the 50K. Just wanting to make sure that everything is absolutely correct. So they are taking a look at a couple of things out there, just wanting to make sure that it's going to work perfectly before we go ahead and stage up some race cars out here. So we do appreciate your patience here for just a moment. Again, if you are back in the pit area kind of debating whether or not to jump in the million, we are talking about life-changing money that is going to be handed out here today. Absolutely, guaranteed $250,000. What'd you find there? What's that cookie got in it? Ooh, that looks pretty good. Chocolate and...
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented fourth fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it.
Peter and Kyle. For 10 years, the two of you have amazed the racing community. From that very first fling in Bristol, a decade ago, to this richest payday in bracket racing history today, these events have become the gold standard in our sport, and we all owe you both a huge debt of gratitude.
It has the makings of an instant drag racing classic. Race it, experience it, bring some of the best in the business together, offer a huge purse, and let them.
You probably had no idea just exactly what you had on those 10 sheets of paper. We hope you still have them because they probably belong in a Hall of Fame somewhere. The first event didn't go exactly as you had planned. Both of you worked your guts out, lost money, and wondered if you would ever attempt this again. You stuck with it though. Spent a few more years in Bristol, building up the brand. Then, you ventured west, added the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the left coasters, and after a few years, you doubled down and you two upped the ante.
It's like I can't even think about it. It's like I don't even know what to think. It's amazing. It's right now. I don't even believe it. I mean, it's a long race. It's the best in the world, and I want it. So I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense in a way with these guys that race for a living, and I build countertops and cabinets, you know. So
$1 million race. For the last 4 years, that event has made headlines in the bracket racing community and made household names of guys like Jeff Verdi, Luke Bogacki, Randall Reed, and Peeps Pennington. Not to be outdone on the East Coast, you took your brand to a new place, the state-of-the-art Galat Motorsports Park.
There, you sold out the pre-entries in record time and showcased a world-class facility. Let's don't forget about the event that was the birthplace for the Spring Fling experience, Bristol. Which brings us back to this moment in time, a special moment, the Fall Fling 500K, a race that will no doubt live up to the 10th anniversary of an event dreamt up by two best friends. Over the last decade, there have been hundreds of thousands of dollars awarded, thousands of passes down the track, more products given away than one can count, and most importantly, countless memories made from these events. You two always say thank you to the racers, the staff, and the sponsors who've helped to make the Flings, the events, and brand they've become. Now it's our turn to say thank you. On behalf of every member of every staff, at every track, for every sponsor, and for every racer who's ever walked through your gates, thank you for daring to dream big, for sticking with it through those first few years, for believing in the brand. And above all, thank you for your commitment to bringing the best bracket races in the world to all of us. You have left an incredible mark on the sport. For anyone who dares to follow in your footsteps, you've set the bar high. Here's to 10 more years of the Fling. We can't wait to see where you take it from here.
Peter and Kyle, 10 years going. I'm proud of you. You guys are doing really well. Keep it up.
It's Seipel here. Just taking this opportunity to wish Kyle and Peter congratulations on their 10th anniversary of their Spring Fling product. And thanks going, guys.
Thank you so much for your patience here. Looks like we've got one last time run to get taken care of. Randy Biddle's up here in the dragster, and then it is time to get into that Brodix run for the 50K. Randy Biddle, 001 red, and 4607 will finish up time runs this morning. So Marshall Daniels and Tommy Rice are going to start things off in our Brodix run for the $50,000. We've got a couple of dial-ins up on the board, 826 and a 553. What's up, Pete?
Let me tell you the first pair down a track in Vegas, first time we did this. I'll handle it. First pair down in Vegas. When we did this, Nate, the boss, Kevin Camper, came into the room to talk to me, meet me for the first time, and he said, "What makes your race successful?" And we just started talking. I said, "Hold on, the first pair's going down. If they hit a perfect run, it's 50 grand." And first pair, both were 000. While I was talking to Kevin.
I remember that. It was pretty awesome. Unfortunately, this time not going to be perfect. Tommy Rice missed the tree by 0.07 of a second, goes 551 on a 553. Marshall Daniels was 039 red, and then goes 827 on an 826. Going to bring up the next two, Bo Sutton and Amy Tate. So with Bo Sutton dialed in at 540, Amy Tate dialed in at 609. So Bo Sutton at 34 Roadster. Over on the left side, he's red by 0.04 of a second. Amy Tate was 24 green and then goes 608 on a 609. So again, we are looking for the best top three overall packages. It is the Brodix run for the $50,000. Should somebody be perfect at both ends of the racetrack, we will give away $50,000. If not, well, we've still got three amazing prizes that are going out the door. We've got those Brodix SR20 heads. We've got $2,000 for second best package. We've got a $2,000 valued 2021 million entry for the third best package. And I do want to say good morning to all the Motor Maniacs that are joining us live on Motor Mania TV. Thanks to Jags, thanks to Mickey Thompson, keeping that Motor Mania live TV streaming. We appreciate that. Brent Nowitzki, 16 green. Jeff Grote, 13 green. And a 577 on a 572 for Brent Nowitzki. Jeff Grote, 13 green, and 610 on a 615. And I'm not, don't want to say anything like in a bad way, but let's just say that so far in our Brodix run for the 50K, haven't really had to write anything down yet. We're just getting warmed up. We had a lot of red lights. We had a lot of breakouts. We've had all of that stuff, but soon we're going to be writing. All right, how about this? John Talmadge. 002 going 584 on a 587. Dang it. He was 002 this end of the racetrack, goes 584. Chuck Sanders missed to the tree 0.04 of a second, goes 629 on a 629. Morning, Gator. JJ's in here going, look. He was 4 red and dead on 4. Those two negate each other. That equals 0. It doesn't quite work like that. But I appreciate the optimism. JJ is an optimistic guy. He finds like the best of everything. Michelle Martell and Odell Davidson. Martell 005 and 604 on a 607. Odell Davidson was 16 green, goes 594 on the 598. And again, racers, if you've got a yellow sticker or purple sticker on your door car, you have been called to the staging lanes, please. In addition to that, really? So it's not enough to hand out $50,000, possibly. It's not enough to give away Brodix SR20 heads and $2,000 and a Spring Fling Million entry. Instead, Howard Westbury, 001 green, left side of the racetrack. And dang it. And fudge. He ends up 721. But they are looking at that as Howard Westbury set it down hard. Roy Sams, 18 green and 637 on a 640. So kind of getting back to it, it is not enough for the potential of the $50,000. Not enough for the Brodix heads, the $2,000 runner-up. The Spring Fling Million entry for the third best package. We have also got some bonus prizes. The first perfect reaction time in the door cars. First of all, I will say thank you because it gives me an opportunity to watch Pete and Kyle sweat. But the first perfect reaction time in the door cars is going to get an Champ Charger helmet gift certificate from our friends at Impact. Impact joining in that treasure chest. So we've got that for the door cars. We've got that for the dragsters. So just kind of think about that. Everybody's set up to be perfect anyway. So if you're going to get that first perfect reaction time, Impact's giving away a gift certificate for a helmet, which is pretty cool. Chuck Roycraft, 3 thou red, looking for 610 over on the left side of the racetrack. Not quite going to be there. Lewis Trentham was, nope. 126 on the red side, and it goes 534. There's now Justin, Logan, and Buddy Ballou. Logan in the Monza. And I'm going to butcher this one. I know we went through it the other day, but I was like dead tired, and I think Michael Beard and everybody helped me out with this. I think it was like Gallipolis. I don't remember. The name of the town. Some ferry western. That's what I said, but apparently it's actually pronounced differently. 555-0 on a 555 Buddy Ballou. Buddy was 007 on the tree, and that 7-pack will go up as the leader in the clubhouse right now. So Buddy, 007 and dead on 0. Justin Logan was 007 and 635.8 under 2,000 is now Mike Whitaker and Tim West. West, the Monte Carlo, who made it like deep into the rounds last night. He was the last door car standing. He's 23 on the tree. And he goes 4903 on the 491 with 7 thou under the dial. Mike Whitaker, 41 on the tree, and then 680 with a 9 on the 688. Alexis Whitaker and Noah Lewis. Lewis is red by 12 thou. Goes 6:05.4. Alexis 18 green and then 6:09 on a 6:06. So Buddy Ballou still leading the way. He was 7 total. 007 dead on 0. As now Dean Williams and Kelly Smith are going to give it a shot. Kelly Smith, the roadster on the right side of the racetrack. I think on Wednesday, was it? Kelly Smith was hanging out in like the latter rounds. I want to say he got down to 4, didn't he? I'm going to go back and check the records. Yep, he got down to 4 until he met up with the Red Rocket there in the semifinals, and Tom Dauber took care of business. Kelly Smith was dialed 510, was 052 on the tree. Dean Williams dialed 595, was 011 red. Smith goes 5094. Dean Williams goes 593. As now Wes Weaver and Chuck Miner. Miner in the 57 Chevrolet. On the right side of the racetrack, 567. Wes Weaver goes 544. At least that's what he says he's going to do. At 81 Camaro. Miner 27 green. And then goes 568 on the 567. Wes Weaver 11 green and 544 on a 544. So Weaver puts up an 18 pack there, and I think that, as for now, it's not going to hold. I mean, it's not going to be anything that's going to get him thing to deal with. Jesse Ray was 46 on the tree and goes 643 on the 632. Quander Spain, 12 red, goes 639 as Rob Leipziger, 539. William Daniels dialed in at 982. Leipziger in the Corvette over on the left side. But again, I think I started this a little while ago and then I kind of got distracted and all the stuff that was going on. But I do want to say hello to all the Motor Maniacs out there that are listening in on live TV feed. Rob Leipziger, 24 on the tree, and then goes 541 on a 539. William Daniels ends up 977 on the 982. Swung a little bit behind the fastball at this end of the racetrack. I think that one was one where he heard the ball hit the mitt and then swung. A little late. As now Mitchell McKinney and Paul Warwick. Yeah, instead of hearing the whoosh whack, it was a thump. Oh, I should swing now. Paul Warwick, 594. Mitchell McKinney, 672. As McKinney's got that yellow Camaro out of Newland, North Carolina. Paul Warwick, the Lumberton, North Carolina-based car here on the right side. Blue Nova versus Yellow Camaro. We are in the Brodix run for the $50,000. $20 on the tree for Warwick and $619 on the 594. I've got to admit, I am surprised that we are kind of all over the place this morning. I know the weather's a bit cooler, obviously throwing a bit of a curveball at a lot of the racers. Mitchell McKinney was 17 green and 671 on a 672. JJ, what's that? Got it. Bruce Works, 559. Mark Cathell, 629. We are actually kind of in the mountain. Go do some cave racing. Bruce Works, 20 on the tree. 561 on a 559, so 22 above. For Bruce Works, Mark Cathell is 47 green and goes 626. On the 629. Yeah, well, you know. All right, so Dan Northrup and Zach Helton. Helton 556, Northrup dialed in 684. Again, we are officially underway here. On a $1 Million Friday. At the K&N Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. All right, so we got that dial-in corrected. 584 for Dan Northrup. Zach Helton, 556. And again, door cars, you have been called to the staging lanes for your Brodix run for the 50K. Dan Northrup is 001. And 584 on a 584. Northrup, 7 total. So Buddy Ballou, 007, dead 0 to be 7 total. Dan Northrup, 001, dead on 6 to be 7 total. Ooh. You know what? It'd be like Vegas. Somebody give me a third 7 and we got a jackpot. Yeah, 777, lucky numbers in Vegas. We got 2 7s. 2 7-packs, 778. Your lucky number is 025? All right. Kevin Glenn, he was 1 total yesterday. He's 10 on the tree this time. Mike Barber is 004 green, looking for a 613. Barber goes 612 with a 1. 4th thou at this end of the racetrack, under 9th thou at that end of the racetrack. Kevin Glenn, 10 bulb, and goes 529 on a 531. What? Really? Breaking news. JJ says if we do not get a perfect run this session, you're going to retire? Crazy. Crazy, crazy. There we go. Jeff Krasinski. 008 and 596 on a 593. Joel Hubbard was 18 green and 5 flat. 500 on the 503. All right, so we talked about the fact that we are underway with the Brodix run for the $50,000. We have also got that Mosier Engineering Last Man Standing Calcutta. Again, they're going to be selling 150 tickets, $75 a ticket, max of 5 tickets. And whoever's driver goes the deepest into the competition, whoever is the last man standing, the person holding that ticket is going to get 10 G's. 10 G's. I got you. Glenn Lakins, 603 on the 599 after he was 008. Jordan Arnold was 28 red and then goes 685 on a 690 dial. As Dylan Davis and Ron Horwath. Horwath, 68 Camaro on the right side out of Bunker Hill, Virginia. Dylan Davis. How about this? Dylan Davis, 003. Ron Horwath, 002. Oh. Horwith 1 under, 599 on a 600 dial was 002. Dylan Davis 003 and goes 649 on a 652. So still looking at what I've seen so far. Buddy Ballou sitting on a 7-pack. Dan Northrup sitting on a 7-pack is Colby Fuller and Steve Cisco. Would it be cool if Cisco did it? No, I mean, he's probably running low on funds. You know, I mean, it's been a few days. It's been a few days since he's been to the winner's circle and picked up, $1 million. So, right. So like I said, the account's probably running a little low, needs a refill. You must return the rental car full of fuel, and he's probably needing to top it off a little bit. Colby Fuller's dialed in at 517. Peter is predicting. Peter's prediction. 002. 002. No, 007. Cisco. The kid. 635 on a 638. A little bit too quick. Colby Fuller was 14 green. And 515 on a 517. JJ still pulling that, hey, one positive, one negative, and it comes together, you can equal 0. Try to claim it. What? Or 2 negatives. I never did understand that. That's just stupid math. Yeah. I mean, seriously. No. Ooh, Kevin Pollard's 009. Noah Carpenter's 003. And, yep, one bigger negative. Look, then the next time, you know what? I'm going to use that argument at the bank next time. I'm going to use that argument at the bank. Noah Carpenter was 003, 589 on a 591. Kevin Pollard was 009, goes 549 on a 548. My argument at the bank is going to be this. Be like, listen. The first check bounced, which put me in the negative. The second check bounced, which put me in the negative. So now I should be back in a positive. A negative and a negative equal a positive. So no, it's like you said, 2 negatives equal a positive. Be like, dude, I was overdrawn $50. I overdrawn $50 more. Now I should have $100 in the bank. Isn't that how? That's what you're telling me. I'm just hearing that. Okay. However it works out to put me back in the positive, we're good with that. Felix Hutchinson, 582. Wayne DeSantis, 591. DeSantis is 24 green and goes 5902. Felix Hutchinson was 10 red and runs 595 on the 582. So we've got just a brief little hold here as we continue on with our Brodix run for the 50K. Again, that Mosier Engineering, Last Man Standing Calcutta, those tickets are now for sale. Over underneath the red tent, the same place where you buy your Spring Fling gear. Your T-shirts, your sweatshirts, your all that good stuff. Door cars with yellow and purple stickers have all been called into the staging lanes. Yes. Stupid. Right. So I'm just saying. All right, so as we make our way through the Brodix run for the 50K. Hey, Felix Hutchinson, you just won the Drive It Like You Stole It award. Noah Carpenter kind of helped inspire that down there in Gallant, but Felix Hutchinson, for that you got a $100 you got a $100 Altronics gift certificate. So Felix Hutchinson, you can come on back to the Diva desk. We've got a $100 Altronics gift certificate. Driving it like you stole it. Didn't lift, run that thing all the way down the racetrack, and pretty much drifted it into the parking lot at 7-Eleven, parked it, got out of it, and ran away. Glenn Smith, 596 is the dial left side. 597 is the run. John Scott was 14 red. Morning, ZXR. I do wish that you were either here or Bakersfield as well. Why can't, hey, Kirk, what? Man, you're not that far from Bakersfield. Get in the car, road trip, make it happen. Make it happen. JJ is still not understanding this whole thing. The basic rule is 2 negatives equal a positive. So again, I'm going to go make 2 withdrawals from my bank account and expect to see a higher balance. Tyler Bohannon and Barbara Markaglu. Bohannon 33 green. Barbara Markaglu was 12 red. Then there goes 571-0 and a 572 dial in. Tyler Bohannon 687 on a 650. All right, everybody. Take a deep breath. Settle in. And then hit the tree. We're still looking at a couple of 7-packs. Been the best that we've seen so far. Oh, Brandon Jarrell is 002 green. Jeff Verdi's 002 green. Come on, baby. 617-1 on a 617. Jeff Verdi puts up a 3-pack. Nice. So Jeff Verdi takes the GTO down the racetrack. So pretty much as of right now we start the bumping thing. Brandon Jarrell was 002 and 685 on a 683. So we've got Jeff Verdi, top spot right now with a 3-pack. Dan Northrup with a 7-pack. He was 001 dead 6. Buddy Ballou with a 7-pack. He was 007 dead 0. Richard Alford is 008 on the tree. Justin Mosier's 009 on the tree. And now it's one of those things where, you know, even when the scoreboard shows the reaction time, we know if we got a chance. It's like watching the tree as you leave the starting line. Do we have a race? Is it a race? 008, 009, close but not quite a race. Alford goes 625 on a 621. Justin Mosier was 543. So is Joe Gary and Gabe Taylor. And again, for those of you that are joining us on the Motor Mania TV feed, here's the deal. This is the Brodix run for the 50K. For those that are entered in the Spring Fling Million, they can use it as a time shot. For those that aren't entered in the Spring Fling Million, they can use it as a time shot. It's basically just an opportunity to make a trip down the racetrack. The fun part about it is it's like a best package deal. Gabe Taylor was 12 on the tree and 5800 on a 582. Joe Geary was 008 in reaction time, dead on 4, puts up 12 total. What we are looking for is the top 3 packages. They get prizes. Best overall package is going to get the Brodix SR20 head. Second best package gets $2,000. Third best package gets a 2021 Spring Fling Million entry. Now, the kicker is this. You get a perfect run, it's $50,000. If more than one person gets a perfect run, they'll run it off for the $50,000. Here's what Peter and Kyle did this year that is a little bit different. If nobody gets a perfect run, ain't nobody getting no perfect run here in this go round, they're going to take 20 grand and carry it over throughout the day. for somebody to try and hit that perfect run. We'll see. Tracy Sons, 001 red, 511 on a 510. JJ still trying to give him credit for the red light. Ray Holmes, 21 green, and goes 574 on a 575. Somebody's looking at it like, all right, well, I know I'm going to be over at that end of the racetrack, so I better go red. I'll put a little in the bank. That's crazy. We do not know yet, Karen, how many cars are in for the 50K. Pretty much should, probably be everybody in the property. Clifford Davidson, 537 on a 537. He was 008 red. Rob Mosier was 011 red. And speaking of Mosier Engineering, last man standing Calcutta. Those tickets are on sale. Rob goes 572 on a 557. And again, the 50K, it's one run. One shot down the racetrack. Whoever does it best. And then when everything's all said and done, we're going to get Big Jed to sing him that song about, nobody does it better. Because they would be the best. What if Jade, and then he can go in the bathroom, look in the mirror, and sing it to himself. Marco Abruzzi, whoa! We got parts and pieces bouncing off the wall over there. Marco Abruzzi. Looked like he may have left a pipe down here at this end of the racetrack. 008 on the tree and dead on one. 639 on a 639 Marco Abruzzi. 9 total. Our 3 best packages so far are 3-pack and 2 7-packs. Yeah, that looks hot. Larry Murray was 004 red, goes 574 on a 573. Chris Northup out of Boise, Idaho. Sean Carpenter, Elm City, North Carolina home base for Carpenter's Camaro. 596 the dial for Sean Carpenter. Northup is 660. And we are keeping them lanes plenty-o full. Chris Northup, 007. Sean Carpenter, 002 red. 6605 for Funny Car. It was 007, dead 5. Nice, but not enough to crack into the top 3. Sean Carpenter was 002 red. And 598 down the racetrack. Is Big Red visible? Is in the lanes, way back in the back? Yeah, it's appropriate. You get to the back. Barry Teachy's dialed in at 623. Garrett Griffith dialed in at 617. $16 green for Garrett Griffith. Barry Teachy's 20 red, and the Falcon, as the Falcon's going to go 620 on a 623. Garrett Griffith 616. On a 617. So now Brian Folk and Brad Hollingsworth. Hollingsworth in the Roadster. 579 is the dial on the right side. Brian Folk out of Durand, Illinois. 001 and 002. They're both playable. 505 on a 503 for Brian Folk. Not quite there. Brad Hollingsworth was 002 and then goes 576 on the 579. We'll bring out Jerry Lone in the Big Chief car. And David Casper in the pickup truck. Casper's down 646. Jerry Lone's down 586. And I got to hear quite the story behind the Big Chief ride when we were down there in Galat. Jerry Lone telling me that this year will be 53 years that he's been drag racing. 53 years. David Casper is 007 green, Jerry Lone 009 red. Lone goes 585.9. David Casper 649 on a 646. Let's just remember in geometry, the quickest way from this point to that point is a straight line. So Jonathan Edwards and Gene Davis. Davis out of Sparta, Tennessee. 670's the dial. Jonathan Edwards. So, okay, we got a playable one. 001 for Jonathan Edwards. And 654 on a 654. He's dead on 9 to be 10 total. That's probably what Jonathan was saying as he crossed the finish line. JJ just said, oh, man, this game sucks. He gets down there, he's like, yeah, 001, all right, I got to oh, dead 9, man. Oh, this is bogus. It's a dumb game. Oh, nope, Edwards was 001, dead on 9. Still got Verdi, Northup, and Ballou. Three best so far. Turtle, Brandon, Josh Harper. Turtle's 27 on the tree. Josh is 002 red. Again, if you were going to get your name onto the list for that $10,000 Calcutta, again, thank you to Mosier Engineering. If you're going to do that, now's the time to do it. Those tickets are for sale under the red tent. Harper ends up 522 on a 523. Turtle Brandon 449 on a 449. Here's Marty Williams and Benny Ulmer. Ulmer, 587 is the dial for the wagon on the right side. Benny's 9 green. Marty Williams over on the left side is 10 green. Williams goes 457.0. Benny Ulmer. Oh. 587 was the dial. 587.0 was the run. Benny was 009 green. Peter thinks somebody's going to get it. Wow.
He doesn't even know yet. I was just gonna...
Kyle doesn't even know that's in the contract? I guess he should have read the fine print then. Apparently, Kyle, as everybody's really excited for somebody to hit the 50K, I was just informed that in the partnership contract between you and Peter, everything is 50-50, with one exception. Should somebody hit the 50K that comes out of your 50? Whoa, Greg Walker, trip, zip on the tree. Come on, come on. Oh! 551.5. He's under 5 thousandths of a second. Close.
I guarantee you he didn't make the final.
Oh. Jeez. Datus on the other side was 001. What? We're sitting here talking about just making sure that Kyle fully understood that the 50 grand comes out of his pocket, and somebody comes up here and goes trip zip perfect, and then missed it by 5 thousandths of a second. Oh, that's one of those. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Greg Walker is one of those guys that's walking back right now going, I hate this game. Oh. Michael Needham is 17 green. Logan Diggs is 2 thou red. Diggs dialed in at 624. Goes 625 on the 624 dial. Michael Needham 666 on a 670. Tanya Street and Aaron Vale. All right, so Aaron in the red Firebird over on the right side. Tanya Street has got the gray S10 over on the left side, 644. Is the dial for Tanya. 672 is the dial for Aaron. Hey. So Aaron's in and set. Tanya's there. Come on. Not quite. Aaron Vale missed it 5 thou. Tanya Street was a little bit late. And then goes 655 on the 644. Aaron Vale 005 red, 671 on a 672. So again, door cars. You are the ones that currently have control of the racetrack. So if you've got a yellow sticker or purple sticker on your car, and if you were going to play along in the run for the 50K, let's make sure that you're up here in the staging lanes. Randall Reed and Kurt Harrington. Randall, speaking of former Fling winners, he was a big Fling winner down there in Vegas when he was the last man standing in the million. Not in the door car, but in the dragster, but still 6 flat the dial for Randall, 620 the dial in for the Chevette. 005 on the tree. Kurt Harrington's numbers playable. He could crack into the top 3. Not quite. Woo! Kurt Harrington, 617 on a 620. He is under. Randall Reed was 19 red, and on a 600 dial-in run 6,000. I mean, he put it right on with the 0. Interesting. George Hoff and Brad Pierce. Pierce coming all the way in out of Riverside, California. And I got to tell you, that's kind of one of those interesting things. I don't know that Brad does a lot of the bracket racing back home, but not far away from his place today is the ET Finals there in Vegas. Oh, George Hoff is 001. 001 chasing down 713. He goes 713.8. Puts up 9 total and doesn't make the cut. The bump spot's 007. Brad Pierce was 23 green, goes 612 on a 614. And now we'll bring up Scotty Richardson and Ricky Pennington. Pennington out of Gardendale, Alabama. Now, did we determine you guys are related? He's your cousin? I'm a cousin. Ricky was not where he wanted to be in reaction time. Scotty Richardson missed the tree by 3 thou. Goes 599 on a 603. Ricky Pennington, 572.9. Make it 672.9 on a 673. It's now Jordan Wyke and Justin Lamb. A lot of potential here. Yeah. Justin's the only guy here off the bottom? Yeah. So 2 guys here off the bottom. Justin Lamb happens to be one of them, the 5-time world champion. I think it was one of the only times in like my life I've ever heard Justin say he wanted to be older because he was dying to be on the has-beens team. Jordan Wyke missed it by 0.02 of a second. Justin Lamb was 20 on the tree. Justin goes 557 on a 557. Jordan Wyke, 596 on a 598. As we bring up Jason Lynch and Tucker Creech. Creech dialed 587. Lynch dialed 540.
Couple of red lights. Jason Lynch, 001 red. Tucker Creech, 008 red. Couple more people going, this game is dumb. Tucker, 586 on a 587. Jason Lynch, 538 on a 540. Yes, Patricia Hip. To answer that question, if nobody gets a perfect package, is there still a payout? There are 3 awesome prizes that are up for grabs here. I know you're asking for a friend. But set of SR20 heads, the Brodix SR20 heads for the best overall package, which right now happens to be Jeff Furdy with a 3-pack. Then we've got $2,000 to the runner-up. We've got a 2021 Spring Fling Million entry valued at $2,000 to the 3rd best package. And if nobody hits that perfect run, they're going to take $20,000, which is something that has never been done before here to Fling. Oh, hold on. Mia Tedesco, 005. Can she get into the top 3? 577 on a 580. Not quite. John Siegel was 11 green and goes 620 on a 624. So again, top 3 prizes are those Brodix SR20 heads for the best overall package, $2,000 for the 2nd best package, and then a Spring Fling Million entry for 2021 for the 3rd best. And if nobody hits it, $20,000 rolls over. And if we get a perfect run at some point during the day, they'll get that $20,000. Here's Chris Estep and Loose Change. Change over to the left side in the Vega, dialed in at 670. Estep dialed 646. Loose missed at 4th thou. Estep missed at 11th thou. Estep ends up with a 646 on a 646. He's dead on 3. Loose Change goes 667 on the 660. As Stace Schroeder and Rocky Vinotti. Stace in the Lumina dialed 508. Rocky dialed 597. Rocky, first one to find the pre-stage bulbs. So I know, as Peter had said, the Diva desk was hopping this morning. Had a whole lot of folks out there buying their tech cards for today's $1 million main event. Racer 4560, I mean, yes, if it weren't for the fact that there was everything else that was going on right now, I would make Peter and Kyle be out there on the starting line. Just to watch them. Rocky Vinotti 003, 592 on a 597. I guess it's kind of like golf, right? You sit there, you take your swing, where it lands, you be like, all right, the reaction time, that's playable. Right now, you got to be better than 007 in the reaction time to really be playable. Other than that, you might as well just be in the bunker. But we'll see what we got now with Rusty Blackford Jr. Coming on up, and a driver not on file. .006 the reaction time right side of the racetrack, and 583.0. Only concern about that was the dial was 587. So Rusty Blackford, 003 red. And then 606 on the 607 is Brian Martell and Billy Lieber. Oh, and by the way, So Brian on a 590 dial. Billy Lieber on the 624 dial. Both drivers leave red. Billy Lieber 006. Brian Martell was 17 green. Or 17 red, excuse me. Goes 589. Billy Lieber 624. So Lieber finishes off his run 624 on a 624 after he was 6th out red. Here now, Kelly Smith and Gage Birch. Gage Birch, 638 is the dial. Ooh, he missed the tree of thou. Kelly Smith is in the game, 002. 672, yes or no? 673. 002, one above. For Kelly Smith, Gage Birch was 001 red and then goes 637. On the 638. Gage Birch, who, oh, by the way, is like the Terminated the Terminator in the death match when it came down to it yesterday in those has-beens versus the Young Guns. How about Travis Harvey and Kenneth Street? Kenneth Street, 001 green, and 520 on a 524. Travis Harvey is 19 green, goes 535 on a 537. And hey, so by the way, we had mentioned we got some bonus prizes for those first perfect reaction times. Greg Walker had that first perfect bulb in the door cars. And so for your efforts, Greg, you get a gift certificate for an Impact Champ or Charger helmet. You'll be able to come on down here to the Diva desk and pick that up. Greg Walker, you got yourself an Impact gift certificate for a Champ or Charger helmet. Congratulations, man, for that first perfect reaction time. Matt Cook, 001 red and 590 or 509, 609 on the 611. Let me get that straight. Travis Colangelo was 560 on the 560, but was 11 red at this end of the racetrack, and that is going to bring up Dan Northrup, who's already in the top 3 in his other car, and Jared Pennington. Big Jed. We're talking, are we going to make it like a 590, 589, 588? Where are we going? He went 587 on the dial. Dan Northrup, 572. I still think he should have stayed with 589. We'll see. He's 11 on the tree. Dan Northrup's 23 green. Nope, he knows what he's doing. 587 on a 587. He was 11 green at this end of the racetrack. Dan Northrup, 571 on a 572. But Big Jed making the right call on the dial. Thank you, Jake. Hopefully your khakis are comfortable. I appreciate that. Van Note has now Wes Gossett and Howard Westbury are going to be going down the racetrack. Westbury's got a 533 dial. Wes Gossett's dialed in at 555. As we go ahead and get him staged up. Again, the name of the game is make a perfect run for $50,000. If that doesn't happen, we still got some great prizes for the top 3, and we've got that Mosier Engineering Calcutta underway. All right, Howard Westbury, 002. All right. 532 on a 533. Westbury was 002 at this end of the racetrack, and then missed the ET by 9 thousandths of a second down at that end. little bit too quick. Wes Gossett obviously was having some issues here. Took him a little while to get it staged up. Car left, didn't do what he wanted it to do, so he was nice and easy, making his way down the racetrack the rest of the way. So as we get Wes Gossett clear of the top end of the racetrack, Austin Olinger and TG Pascal are going to be the next two. TG in the copper Chevy 2. Austin Olinger, the 67 Barracuda. Ooh, Barracuda. 674 the dial for Austin, 561 the dial for TG. TG is 008. Austin Olinger missed at the perfect reaction time by one lousy little foul and then goes 670 on a 674. TG 558 on a 561. Seth Street and Danny Bastianelli. Bastianelli out of Delaware, 555 is the dial. For Seth Street, 577 the number for the Camaro. And Floyd, no, we have not had any perfect runs yet this weekend. You're absolutely right. We saw a couple of them down there in Galat. Those two ended up being like the representatives in door car and dragster for that Brodix run for the heads. Danny Bastianelli's 005. 553 on a 555. Seth Street, 14 green, and 575 on a 577. Here this weekend, instead of doing that like Brodix shootout for the heads, it is the Brodix run for the $50,000. So really everybody gets a shot at those SR20s. Right now, should nothing change, and I really don't see that that will happen. I mean, something's certainly going to change here because, I mean, a three-pack is tight. Three-pack is tight. Jeff Verdi is sitting in a good spot. But Dan Northrup, Buddy Ballou, that 7-pack, I do see those as being in danger. Dan Fletcher and Todd Barton. The Todd Barton design, like best appearing car guy and crew shirts and T-shirts and pretty much all the gear that we're wearing is put together by that guy over there who is 003 red. Dan Fletcher in the long one, the roofed wagon. 658 on a 658 Fletcher, 16 green, dead on 4 is 20 total. Todd Barton, 003 red, and 601. So I'm going to ask Peter. So Peter, best package so far, Jeff Verdi, 3 total. Does it hold? Or do you think somebody gets inside the 3? No? Somebody's going to get in there. All right. You still think somebody's going to throw up that perfect run? All right. Okay. So he says he doesn't think the 3 is going to hold no matter what. I mean, we do have a lot of cars here on property. Whole bunch of folks have got an opportunity at doing it. 3 should, I would say 3 is definitely going to stay in the top 3. I think 3 is going to stay in the top 3. Blaine Parrish, 70 on the tree. And then 592 on a 595. Nick Folk was 005 red, 571 on a 571. Hey, racers. Final call. Door cars. Last chance. Door cars, if you're going to get up here for the run for the 50K. That you are here. So again, final call for the door cars need you into the staging lanes. As Andy Dolan and Glenn Dilday both leave red. Dolan missed at 4th foul. Dilday missed at 3 foul. Glenn goes 5:52 and 6:04 on a 6:05. So door cars last chance and drags. I think we're going to go, what, yellow sticker even? So dragsters, yellow sticker even. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down for your shot at the 50K. Or remember, Greg Walker, that first perfect reaction time in the dragsters, you will get that gift certificate for the Impact Champ or Charger helmet. So getting up here a little bit early gets you a better shot at that. You want a brand new helmet, that'd be a good little bonus. Scott Tate, 21 green and 536 on a 538. Tim Johnson, 26 green. And then 518 on a 520. So dragsters, yellow, even number. So come on down. So dragsters, yellow sticker, even numbered cars. Come on down. Chris Martin and Mick Rice. Mick over on the right side. 504 is the dial. Chris Martin over to the left. In the Monza. Team Bad Guys. Chris is 10 on the tree. Mick missed it, 3 foul. And Chris Martin goes 579 on a 580. So what makes y'all Team Bad Guys? They just came up with Team Bad Guys, huh? Be like, we're going to be really mischievous and we're going to go like knock over people's lawn chairs in the middle of the night. Just going to cause all kinds of destruction and mayhem. I'm going to go knock his red Solo cup off his table and tell him it was the wind. And Edmund... Scotty was also... Where he's... And then goes 598 on the 596. Alan Bird and John LaBouse. LaBouse, who pretty much like ruled this place for the longest time when the flings began. 511 is the dial for John. 611 is the dial for Alan. Alan Bird, who got that hook. Good choice. 006 red, LaBouse 16 green. Alan Bird, after missing the tree, 6th thou, goes 611-0 on a 611. John LaBouse was 16 green and goes 509. Has now Mark Kidd and Scotty Johnson. Johnson in the Opal dialed in 627. Kidd in the Chevy dialed in 603. You got to be 007 or better to be playable. Neither one was, unfortunately. Scotty was 9 red. Mark Kidd 12 green as Kidd goes 603 on a 603. He's dead too. Scotty Johnson was 626 on a 627. So dragsters yellow even numbered will take you to the staging lanes. And yellow sticker dragsters odd number will take you to the staging lanes as well, please. Dragsters yellow sticker odd number and even number. So if you got a yellow sticker on your dragster, we'll take you both. Adam Quisenberry, 002 red. Kevin Pollard, 004 red. As Pollard goes 558 on the 555. Quisenberry missed it 2 thou at this end of the racetrack and goes dead on 6. Joe Goldie and John Corbin. Corbin over to the right side. 68 Firebird, dialed 594. Joe Goldie dialed in with a 712 and the Malibu on the left side of the racetrack. .003 for John Corbin. And 592.0 on a 594. He was 2 hun too quick. After he was 003 on the tree, Joe Goldie was 008 and then goes 711. On the 712 is now Chris Lindsay and Nasty Nick Hastings. Lindsay in that Mustang 2 over on the left side of the racetrack. He's got the 606 number. Nick Hastings, he's 002. Can Nasty Nick get it? 608 on a 612. He was 4 hun too quick. Chris Lindsay ends up 604 on the 606 after he was 24 on the green side. As now Randy Biddle and Austin St. Dennis. St. Dennis in the Thunderbird dialed 617. He's got the left lane. Randy Biddle's 610 dial is showing up on the right side scoreboard. .001 for Austin Dennis. Randy Biddle's 009. Dennis goes 618 on a 617. He's 6180. Potential was there. And got oh so close. But couldn't quite seal it up. Couldn't seal it. Luke Bogak in the Vega. And Cameron Manuel. Seaman in the pickup truck, dialed in at 630. Luke in the Vega, dialed in at 655. Cameron Manuel 001 and 626 on a 630. Let's see. 4 hun under, 3 hun under, 2 hun under, 3 hun under. We've been seeing all kinds of like 3 and 4 under. Luke was 18 green, goes 653. I mean, even Big Jed dialed it down 3. Yeah. All right, so Trevor Denton and Jeff Verdi. Verdi already has 1 spot in the top 3, and it happens to be the best package so far with a 3-pack. He's 10 on the tree this time. Will not be able to get a second name on the list for now. He goes 594.0. Wow. Trevor Denton was 12 green and goes 6406. But man, Verdi 10 green, dead on 0. As Steve Sisko rolls out in the Nova against Tommy, styled 551. Sisko dialed in 627. Once again, Dragster's yellow sticker. Even you have been called Dragster's yellow sticker. Both odd and been called. The Diva desk is open behind. Want to grab your million entry. And the Mosier Engineering Calcutta is taking entries over underneath the red tent. Tommy Platts 002 gets dealt a playable hand and 549 on a 551. Steve Cisco, 31 green, and then 628. On a 627. Now, is that Dapinder or Depinder? Either way, and you're right. Birdie took two cars down the racetrack, and between the two cars was 13 total. Between two cars. 3 in one car, 10 in the other car. It could be. Is there a mercy rule that comes into play here? If you're just like absolutely destroying everybody, can everybody else go, okay, hold on. Timeout. Howie Adams, 531. Matt Dattis down 657. Howie's 006. He's got a shot to crack into the top three. He's just got to be dead on zero. He's 532 on a 531. Matt Dattis goes 659. 657. After he was 003 red. As now Jack Foster and William Daniels. Going to give it a go. Daniels 697 dial. Jack Foster 548 dial. William Daniels is 28 green. Jack Foster missed the tree by 0.003 of a second. Foster goes 546 on the 548. Daniels 696 on a 697. And Mr. Zapp, I do appreciate kind of the thought there. Thank you very much for the text. I am actually feeling just fine. I think I got, out in the desert, we don't have to deal with a lot of this like pollen and all of that kind of stuff. And I think with the wind blowing around the way that it was yesterday and the way that it is kind of today, I think something's just getting at me that way. Jason Rich is 008. Cody Wiggins, 18 thou on the red side. And then goes 629 on the 629. Jason Rich was 008, 567 on a 568. Scott Richardson and Kenny Underwood. Skinny Kenny. And Scott Richardson, one of the has-beens. You got your Team Has-Been shirt on today? That's good. That's good. JJ is like representing. So Richardson with a 601 dial. Kenny Underwood with a 610 dial. Here we go. Kenny's 002. Dead on 9. Makes him 11 total. Scotty was 11 on the tree and dead on 0. How about like 310 thou total? That thing was just crazy good. Crazy, man. Crazy. It's crazy. Right? Leighton Jones and Aaron Vail. Aaron in the Pontiac, 675 is the dial. Leighton in the Camaro, 575 is the dial. Both drivers leave a little bit too early. 009 red for Aaron Vail, 002 red for Leighton Jones. Heaps Pennington lines it up. He goes 10 green. Pickup truck over on the left side was 23 red, goes 662 on a 662. Pennington 472 on a 471. We'll now bring up Eddie Sirik and Michael Pennington. Pennington with a 499 dial. Sirik with a 516 number. As we continue through the Brodix run for the 50K. $50,000. 50 G's. Potential. Peter thinks it's going to get hit today. Kyle gave it about a 54% chance of getting hit, which puts him kind of on the positive side. He believes it's... Now, don't start that again. We've already been through the whole negative, positive thing. Michael Pennington, 005. 499.4. He's 9 total. 2 thou out of the ball game. Again, our 3 best packages leading it so far. Unofficially. I gotcha. Unofficially, according to what we've got tracked up here in the tower, Jeff Verdi is 3 total. Dan Northrup and Buddy Ballou is 7 total. Eddie Sirik was 007 red, and then dead on 8. Michael Pennington was 005 green, dead 4 as Butcher, and Jeff Serra. The reason I'm saying that is because somebody did at one point. I'm just saying. I had somebody that was spelled the exact same way and told me it wasn't pronounced that way. 002 on the red side for Jeff Serra. Chris is 13 red as Butcher goes 638 on a 636. Butker. Yeah. And then there was somebody else that made it very crazy just because my dyslexic tendencies. Their last name was actually B-U-C-K-T-E-R or C-H-T-E-R, so it was Buchter. And I'm like, So I just started calling him, Dave. Dustin Long and Carolyn McCarty. Miss Carolyn, Wednesday night's winner with a wheels-up charge out of the Rambler wagon was 17 green. Dustin Long missed to the tree by 16 thou. And then Dustin Long was 524 on the 521. Carolyn 613 on a 614. As now Jeremy York and Brian Kennedy. Morning, Gene. Glad to have you checking in from Fallon. That's one little racetrack I've never gotten the opportunity to get to. One of these days I will. It'll be fun. Fallon, Nevada. Yep. It's a little place up in northern Nevada. A little ways outside of Reno. The whole race. Boy, would I be like wore out. Jeremy York, 006 green. 540 on a 539. He had a thou to try and get in there. Brian Kennedy, 461 on a 460. And it looks like we're getting ready to come down to the end of the door cars. It's not the end of the world as we know it, but it might be the end of the door cars. Whoa. What is this? Somebody was saying first and middle initial and last name. Oh, that's the D.A. Pinder. I see. If that's what I'm reading there. Hawesville. Brittany. is in Hawesville, Kentucky. Noah Lewis, 31 green. 496 on a 496. Dead on 3 for Noah. Roman Cosner, 36 red, and goes 567 on a 570. So we are rolling through our Brodick cylinder heads. One run opportunity for $50,000. It could have been. But we are going to have our top 3 best overall packages all walking out of here with prizes. Of course, if somebody should happen to, which we're feeling pretty optimistic, if somebody should happen to put up a perfect lap, we will give away $50,000. Again, just all we need is one trip, zip, dead on 0. We'll take 2 of them. Then we'll have a shootout and all of that kind of fun stuff. But we just need one trip, zip, dead on 0, and we will be handing out $50,000 thanks to the good folks at Brodick Cylinder Heads. If we do not give away the $50,000, then what will happen is $20,000 will roll over into the program, and throughout the day, that 20 grand will be sitting there over on the table. Should somebody put up a perfect run, if we don't give away the 50 grand here this morning, a perfect run, the first person to put up a perfect run during the event today would get $20,000. No matter what, we're giving away cylinder heads, we're giving away $2,000 to the second best package, and we're giving away a 2021 Spring Fling Million entry to the third best package. So those Brodix SR20 heads are going to the best overall package, plus another like $4 grand worth of prizes. I agree. We need a perfect run. I dress up in all black, sometimes dark gray. In the 60s, I went through this weird light gray thing with blue, but other than that, I'm good. It's time. All right. It's time. Let's run for $50,000. The Dragsters. 525 is the dial on the right side for Jerry Hollingsworth. Over in the left lane, one of our newer entries. Dialed in at 438. Again, Dragsters, yellow sticker, both even and odd numbers. You have been called. Dragsters, yellow sticker, both even and odd numbers. You have been called into the staging lanes, please. Put a dial in on the car if you are going to play along in the Brodix run for the 50K. Bring your $50 with you to the lanes, and let's go racing. Yes, I'm Batman. And I'm here to save the world from whatever problems it may be running into. The only thing I can't save it from is pandemics and roaches. 007 and a 008. The 007's got a shot, goes 442 on a 438. Not quite there. Jerry Hollingsworth was 523 on a 525. And maybe bad donuts. Kobe Hodges and Mike Nelson. Nelson out of Newland, North Carolina. Kobe, 492 here on the right side of the racetrack. We got a couple of red lights. Mike Nelson, 22 thou on the red side. Kobe Hodges, 007 red. Come on. 492 and a 492 for Kobe. Mike Nelson, 482 on a 486. So we are pretty much through the door cars. Oh, look at this. Brand new set of Sticky Mickeys. Over in the left lane, pulling up in a water box. I'm going to tell you this. That car right there. He got out here, but here we go. Justin Cooper, 005 and 485.5 on a 485. No, Rod, unfortunately, that's not the case. Mikey Bloomfield Jr., how about this? That car is a contender for that Todd Barton best appearing. That thing's beautiful. Jack Ostrowski's 008 on the tree, 440 on a 439.
He's right, DA. Batman doesn't get high. I get even.
Mikey Bloomfield was 006 red, goes 481 down the racetrack. Here's Wes Gossett and Scott Gibson Jr. So we are still looking for that first perfect reaction time. We're going to get that Impact gift certificate for a Champ or Charger helmet. So that first perfect bulb that goes up there, number one, not only are they like in the mix for that 50K, they're also going to get that gift certificate for the Impact helmet. Scott Gibson is 007 on the tree. Wes Gossett is 009. Gossett goes 475.9 on a 476. Missed it by just a thou at the big end of the racetrack. Scott Gibson, 007, and then goes 448 on a 451. And again, our top three right now. Jeff Birdie is 3 total. Dan Northup and Buddy Ballou are both 7 total. KJ Dessa and Robbie Hamilton. Hamilton over on the left side of the racetrack out of Millersville, Maryland, 482. KJ coming out of Las Vegas, Nevada. KJ was 5 thou red and 473.9 on a 474. Woo! Robbie Hamilton was 4.820 on a 482. I think Peter and Kyle are right. We are giving away 50 grand today. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. I'm not talking in the main event. I'm talking in the shootout. 50 grand. We're doing it. Hey, you know, you can go now. Oh, Robbie Hamilton, 40 dead 0. KJ Dessa was 005 red and 1 thou under. Has now Kendall Little and Marco Paravalaris. Marco, 456 is the dial on the right side. Kendall Little, 634 over on the left side. And Kendall Little missed it 1 thou. Oh. And then goes 635 down on the racetrack. Marco Paravalaris, 452 on a 456. He was 23 green. As Shane Molinari and Ken Nelson. Now, I think what's going to be funny, Molinari, who's got the quickest car on property, I mean, he's dialed in at 4 flat the last few times. Not this one, his other car. This one's dialed in at 449. Ken Nelson dialed in at 474, but he dialed in at like 4 flat last night, ran 398.9. I think it would be, yeah, in Bristol. JJ is just like impressed that he ran that on the mountain. So Shane Molinari is 29 red, goes 448. Ken Nelson is 104 on the tree and goes 508 on a 474. But I'm just thinking, when Shane Molinari rolls up here in his other car, I think it would be crazy. I mean, first of all, I seriously want to see somebody hit for the 50K. But if Molinari can do it in the 4.0 car, that would be awesome. All right, Tom Clark and Hunter Patton. Patton, who has certainly spent his fair share of time in the winner's circles over the last several months, including some time in the winner's circle here at Bristol. Patton's dialed in at 461. Tom Clark dialed in at 446. .001 for Tom Clark. He's in the game for now. 448 on a 446. Close, but not quite where he wanted it to be. Hunter Patton, 007 green, and then 4600. For Hunter Patton on a 461 dial. Here's Paul Skinger and Robert Benson. Benson with a 514 dial. Paul Skinger with a 473 dial. $27 on the tree for Benson, 22 on the tree for Paul. Paul's going to go 472.7 on a 473. Benson ends up putting a 512. Up on the scoreboard for the 514 dial is now Thomas Bell and Glenn Gordon backing up from the burnout. Glenn Gordon, 37 green and 488 on the 480. Thomas Bell was 16 green. And then goes 586 on the 588. That's going to bring up Tim Markaglu and Gary Ingold. Ingold on the right side, dialed 481. Markaglu dialed in at 447 over to the left. 20 on the tree for Gary Ingold. Markaglu missed the bowl by just 0.02 of a second. Goes 448 on the 447 dial. Now Aaron Johnson and Tyler Bohannon. Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky, 474. Going to be the dial-in for the dragster on the right side of the racetrack. For Aaron Johnson, he has got a 488. Showing up on the scoreboard as the run for the 50K continues. Again, dragsters, yellow dragsters. Both even and odd numbers you have been called. Dragsters, yellow sticker. Both even and odd numbers you have been called into the staging lanes. Again, it is open to anyone on the grounds who has been racing with us. Don't have to be entered in the million. To take a trip down the racetrack in the 50K, just bring your $50 to the staging lanes, put a dial in on the car, and let's go. Both Aaron and Tyler are potentials, but they're both going to break out. Aaron Johnson, 001 green, 486 on a 488. He ends up under 18 thou. Tyler Bohannon is under just 9 thou, 473 on a 474. Was 003 on the tree. As we bring up Chris Colley and Mike Laws. Colley in the Vega out of Bluntville, Tennessee. Mike Laws, the worthy chassis ride, dialed in at 492. Over on the right side. So again, our top three packages right now all belong in the door cars. Jeff Birdie with a 3-pack leading the way. Dan Northrup and Buddy Ballou with 7 packs right behind him. Chris Colley, 009 on the tree, 591.9 on a 592. Colley was close. Mike Laws, 15 green. And then ends up getting out of the throttle. Before he crosses the finish line, he goes 7:27. Down the track is now Carl Jones and Patrick Bowman. Bowman's got a 543 dial. Carl Jones has got a 471 dial. Carl's 16 green, Patrick's 006 red. He goes 542 on a 542. Carl puts up 17 total. With 16 green and 471. On a 471. That's going to bring up Tommy Cable. The Maryland-based car dialed in at 4.60 seconds, and Ashley Smith over on the right side. Dialed in at 4:41. We got one parked down there. The top end of the racetrack that we are going to get retrieved, get him out of the way. And then we'll continue through. Once again, remember that if you want to jump into that Mosier Engineering Calcutta, the last man standing Calcutta here on property, all you got to do is wander your way over to that T-shirt tent, the red tent over there by the concession stand at the bottom of the grandstands. $75 a ticket, 5 tickets max. And whoever's holding the winning ticket for the last remaining racer, the racer that goes farthest into the program, is going to get that 10 G's. Again, thanks to the folks at Mosier Engineering for coming on board and being a part of that. Of course, we've got the concession stand is open there as well. Got some fantastic smoothies and frozen lemonades and nachos and smoked bologna sandwiches and whatever it is that you might be hungry for, they can get you hooked up with that. Especially since we are kind of rapidly approaching that noon hour. Everybody's feeling a little hungry. You can just jump in over there and grab yourself something to eat. Again, there is still time to get your entry for the million. That is back there at the Diva Desk. And this week, the Diva Desk is located behind the tower. If you are coming up out of the staging lanes, rather than making that turn and trying to go into the tower, just keep walking over to the other side. The desk is back there. They've got it all set up. They'll be good to go. Know what I mean? Then, of course, we do have to say thank you again to Jegs and to Mickey Thompson for making sure that our live feed stays live. Of course, with Mark and Joanne, they're pulling kind of that, well, you guys are on like a triple header type deal. You were in Galat for a week. You're here for a week. Then you're going to be headed to Memphis for a week. Hopefully you guys get a couple of hours off before you have to go to your next race. Oh, and then Montgomery. So you guys are doing 4 in a row? Goodness gracious. Oh, you get one weekend off between Memphis and Montgomery to wash some clothes and put them back in the motorhome and head out again. Wow. Oh, plenty of work. But that's the price you pay for being the best. No rest for the wicked, as they say. But you guys are definitely the best. So we appreciate you being out here. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, thanks to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for making sure that they can stay on the road. For those of us that, like me, I get to do the Galat and Bristol deal. After that, I got to go home and, work the real job. So that's where I am certainly appreciative of Mark and Joanne for them being out at the rest of the races so I can watch what's happening. There's Tommy Cable and Ashley Smith. Smith on the right side, 441 is the dial. Cable on the left side. Dialed in at 460. Tommy's 22 green, Ashley's 11 green. Smith's going to run 439 on a 441. Tommy Cable 461. On the 460 dial, and that's going to bring up Dustin Wirtz. And I wonder, is it Shane in the car today? Because I see Jason and Greg standing out there, so I'm wondering if it's Shane Thompson in the car today. We'll see. We'll see. 457, the dial on the right side for the car out of Las Vegas in an 018 red light. Dustin Wirtz is 009 and goes 464. On the 462. As now Troy Akers and Dakota Wells. Going to be the next couple of cars. Troy with a 530 dial. Dakota dialed in at 460. David, I wish you could. I wish you could. Don't quite have those available online. But they are certainly available for those that are here. So if you want to get into the Calcutta, make your way over to the red tent. They'll get you squared away. Troy Akers, 008. And on a 530 dial, he runs 526, 128 miles an hour. Dakota Wells was 460 on the tree. And then goes 459 with an 8. He was 39 on the tree, excuse me, on a 460 dial. Goes 459. Down at the far end of the racetrack is now Chris Beauchamp and T.G. Pascal. Pascal's dialed 451. Beauchamp's dialed 454. As the tree drops. 13 on the tree for Beauchamp. TG was 15 green. I don't know, Peter. We're about halfway through. You might need to, but we're about halfway there. I haven't even weighed in the dragsters. I haven't even weighed the helmet yet. I mean, you'd think that with the way things are going, or the way things have been going, that we would have had like 4 or 5 perfect reaction times by now. We haven't even got that yet in the dragsters. Still all 3 of the top spots held by the door cars. I know the dragsters can, they'll step up. Dale West over on the left side, 466 is the dial. Bailey Ferraro on the right side, dialed in at 468. Dale West is 15th thou on the red side and runs 467 on the 466. Bailey Ferraro was 20 green and then goes 467 on the 468. Okay. Michael Johnson and Carson Brown. And again, as we do continue through this Brodix run for the 50K, first perfect reaction time in the dragsters. Going to get that gift certificate for the Impact Champ or Charger helmet. We gave that one away to Greg Walker in the door cars. He was the first and only, if I'm remembering right, perfect reaction time in the door cars. I think we're going to step up a little bit here. Well, 006 on the tree for Carson Brown. He's got a shot at getting into the top 3. He goes 493.5 on the 494. 006 and 5 thou under. For Michael Johnson, he was 007 red and 2 hun under, 483 on the 485. As backing up from the burnout is going to be Wade White, Poplarville, Mississippi, home base for the Oysterman, and for Chris Gulitti out of Tomball, Texas. 445 the dial, Gulitti on the right side. Chris Gulitti, 6th thou on the green. And 446 on the 445. Wade White was 12 red and goes 465 on the 467. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if somebody needs to go down there and like give the dragsters a pep talk, or you gonna go out there and give them a pep talk?
I just gave Corey Gulitti a pep talk.
All right, you gave Corey Gulitti a pep talk. He went 006.
No, Corey Gulitti.
Oh, got it. You talked to Corey. All right, so we'll see if that worked. Chris, no pep talk, went 006. So now if Corey's, we'll see what happens with your pep talk.
1 red is gonna be right there.
You think he's going to be right there? We'll see. We'll see. Corey's dialed 443. Doug Marsters dialed in at 490. Does Peter's pep talk help? We'll see. He was 011 on the tree. Marsters was 002. And 489.5. Corey Gulitti, 442.9. He was right there. right there was 11 on the tree. So again, dragsters, yellow run stickers, both odd and even, you have been called. So Josh Ludke and Larry Roberts. Ludke, 004 red. Roberts is 002 and 452 on a 452. He's 10 total. Not enough to break into the top 3. So Big Jed has made his way back here, obviously making the right choice as far as the dial. We were out there flipping, 89, 88, whatever. You went 87, and boom, that's what you went. So here's our top 3 right now, unofficially, from what I got. Jeff Verdi is 3 total. He was 002 dead on 1. Dan Northrup 7 total, was 001 dead 6. Buddy Ballou is 007 dead 0. So those are the top 3 that we got right now as far as our Brodix run for the 50K. Peter's out giving everybody kind of like a little bit of a pep talk right now because I got to tell you, the door cars were really on it. The dragsters, they're kind of all over the place right now. So we need to kind of reel them in, get them to breathe a little bit, get them to focus on the game, get them to set them up right. You're the guy to give them the pep talk. You are the man in the locker room. Coach. All right, Coach? So Darren Lotz, McKenna Brown, this is going to be my final pair. Big Jed's going to take over from there. And if somebody hits the 50K after I walk away from the mic, I'm going to be mad. I'll be happy, but I'm going to be mad. Neither one of these two are quite going to be in the ball game. Darren Lotz was 14 green, goes 44 on the 43. McKenna Brown, 467 on a 464 after she was 058 on the tree. And I'm going to go take a little break. Big Jed's going to take over. Hope you get to call somebody hitting a $50,000 run.
That makes 2 of us, Nate. That would be really cool. We're going to see somebody win hundreds of thousands of dollars later, but starting us out with a $50,000 payday in the time shot would be even more gooder. So you got to be 007 or better to even have a chance for me even to put you on the radar. And one of these has done it, Tracy Sons. Let's see what Tracy can do. Oh, missed it by a couple of 2 hundredths under after a 001 bulb. Hills 009 and 3 above. So you got to be 007 on the tree or better to get on the radar. Let's see who's going to get that done. What you know, good Gator? Watching this Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed. Great to have everybody in the chat bleachers this morning. Both of these are eligible. Taylor's 001, Freer's 003, and both under the dial. Brandon Taylor, 001 and 6 thou under. Lauren Freer, 003 and 22 thou under. Good morning, Brittany. Good morning, Dave. Thank you, Daniel Blackwell. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Good morning to all of you. We appreciate y'all tuning in. Certainly a special thanks out to Jegs and Mickey Thompson for bringing this action to you. Look to those companies if you're out there with hot rods. Thank them for what they're doing for us. Houston and Biondo. Biondo dead 4, but a little tardy at the start. Houston 11 and 11th thou under. Average perfect, but I don't think averaging perfect is going to get you the $50,000 payday. I don't think Peter and Kyle's going to fall for it. All right, so next up, Dustin Shore and Todd Barton. Yeah, going bracket racing, I thought that was really cool last night when Spencer won the race and said this is the new big stage, and you know, certainly something that we're very proud of. You take someone that's done it at the highest level that can be done in our sport, and definitely didn't throw any shade on Top Fuel Racing, but he did, you know, discuss the fact that doing something like this is cooler, or, you know, as cool. That was something I thought was really awesome to hear from Spencer, a guy that's won on the biggest stages in racing. You know what most people dream of doing. I wouldn't get out of the electric chair to get in a Top Fuel car, okay? I mean, I just tell you, pull the switch, because I feel like either of them's trying to do damage to me. But for somebody that has done it and has done it very well, to say what he said in the winner's circle last night was pretty darn cool. Scruggs and Campanella ineligible. 11 for Scruggs and 12 red for Campanella. Scruggs does light it up dead 7. Good morning, George Shabarek. Hope you're doing well, sir. What's going on, Jake Hodge? Good to have you tuning in. I wish we had had this microphone set up Labor Day weekend. It's a lot more gooder. Next up, trying to get to 50Ks, Brandon James in the left, Randy Biddle in the right. Biddle's 008, James 57, neither will be eligible. Man, the last thing you want to do if you're 008 is light it up dead 0. I mean, I know everybody wants to be dead 0, but if you're 008 right now and dead 0, that puts you 1 out of the top 3 and 8 away from 50 grand. You don't want to do that. If I light it up, if somebody lights it up 008, I would just kill a couple, because you're not eligible to win anything. Had to be 7 or better. So I would just go down there and kill some. Yeah, or if you, JJ had a good point. If you light it up 008, just hit the nitrous. Spray it all the way through. Go 13 under. What's up, Larry Zebra? Crew chief of the year. 007 for Gary Williams. Goes 19 thou under. See, Gary thought he was racing in the race right there. He forgot to dial it what it should run rather than what he wanted to put on the dial board. Gary was still holding 2 in the run for the 50K. Mr. Boo Boo, what's up? Mr. Boo Boo tagged me something on Facebook. I couldn't even look at it. It was like he was cooking something, hog jaws and pickled pig's feet. I don't know, chitlins. I don't know exactly what all he was cooking. Mr. Boo Boo, that was some nasty stuff. I mean, have you ever cooked like a hamburger or maybe some chicken fingers or something without some Cajun booyah in it? Mike Illig and Jake Levitino coming up. Illig is eligible. 005. Lights it up 2 above 0. No good there for Mike Illig. Levitino way late and a couple thou under. Yes, Jake Howard, very good idea. If you're 008 or red, just lift at the cone so you don't hurt your feelings. Because you, man, you do. If you're 001 red, for every reason in the world, I mean, I could think of so many reasons, but for the main reason, just give up. Don't go dead on with a 0 if you're 001 red. .007 reds in both lanes. My old buddy Mike Eames tuning in. Mike handled the co-announcer duties with Nate last week at Galat and did a darn fine job, I might add. Appreciate all you did for us back there, Mike, at Galat, and wish you could have been here this weekend. I could have used some more time off, but whatever. Kind of selfish of you to not come back, but whatever, bro. I'm kidding. Mike Eames is a selfless individual. It's a good man. Robert Domino won that dragster last night from American Race Cars. He's 006. He's got a shot to get on the board. 12 thou under. 008 red and dead 3 for Lane Dickin. Serious, Mike? I just said all those good things about you. You're going to dog me out because I love the best college football team in the history of the sport? I mean, my goodness. How could everybody not be an Alabama fan? I love you, bro. Nate's back here behind me, said it makes one of us that loves Mike Eames. Big Van Domino and Lil Smoke. Okay. Something didn't go right there. Lil Smoke lights it up 27 and 33 thou under. Mike said it's really easy. Look, what I can tell you is nobody hates the University of Kansas football team. So if everybody hates your team, must be doing something right. Big Van Domino, 12 on the tree, no chance to get on the board. Dead 6. Nice lap, 18 total. Gator, we know who your team is. Jeff Smith says, you love the Buckeyes, Jed? First of all, nobody knows what a Buckeye is but people from Ohio. Second, love is not the word I would use, Jeff. Jeff Taylor and Gabe Taylor. Gabe Taylor's got a shot to take it over. 001 and 15 thou under. Hey guys, if you're still out there, here's one of my public service announcements. PSA coming your way. If you are in Bristol, your car is probably going to make its fastest run of the week. Just letting you know. Jake Howard said he'd hate Kansas if they embarrass his team this week. I mean, even, Mike says if you're a Kansas State fan, you hate Kansas. I don't even think they hate Kansas. I don't even think Kansas is good enough to be hated. Oh, boy, we done stirred the bear. Sorry, Gator, for what I'm about to say, but Brendan George goes typical Florida fan on us. Manuel was 009, Bertozzi was 11 red, no chance for either. Better not sleep on my Gators this year. Bro, Ole Miss scored 35 on them. I mean, come on, man. If y'all face a team that the quarterback throws with the correct hand, I mean, this could get ugly.
Y'all gonna be in trouble.
I mean, all right, here you go. Y'all got me. Y'all fixing to start offending people, so I'm going to shut down the college football talk. Michael Mathis says this is the Vols year. Look out, Bama. I mean, when's the last time that happened? I don't even think JJ was born. He's 14. JJ's never seen Tennessee beat Alabama. But I said I'm going to shut it down. That's it. That's the last thing I'm going to say about college football. Y'all about to get me all stirred up, and I don't need to do that. Spencer Massey, last night's $30,000 American Race Cars champion. Lights it up 2 under. Guys, it's fast. If you can hear me in the pits, tension in the pits. It's fast. Somebody dial them down and get this 50K. I mean, you do have to go perfect on the tree. So you need to set up about 002 or 003 because your car is fast. It's going to move a little bit quicker. It's going to move about 2 to 3 thou quicker on the start. So set up 2 to 3 and dial her down a couple. And somebody get this $50,000 payday. Kyle's back there giving me the shh sign. Like, dude, shut up.
Just so you know, it is Tennessee's year. They only beat South Carolina by 4.
We know the Gators are good.
Yeah, so good that Ole Miss hung 35.
Jake Howard said Alabama's quarterback I have to throw with both hands for Tennessee to beat him. Oh, that's good. Timothy Thomas has got a shot. He's 002. And 17 thou under. Can't believe he broke it out. Yeah, I see what you started, Mike Eames. So Franklin D. Bartolomeo, he's like, nope, I'm 3 red. If I go dead 0, I'll burn this thing to the ground. So he just let out. Great call, Frankie D. Great call. If you light it up 1, 2, 3 red, don't go dead 0.
It looked like the car didn't even leak.
The umbrella man set up out there. We see that. All right, guys, if you are back here in the staging lanes, go ahead and unstrap and relax for a little bit. Looks like we got some oil on the racetrack. Going to have to clean that up. That's going to take us at least 30 minutes. So go ahead and get out of the vehicle and relax back there. Give us just a little bit here and the great staff with the great equipment they have here at Bristol Dragway. They're going to get it did. Get it cleaned up as quickly and safely as possible. Morning, Mike Pendergrass. Yes, JJ is right here by my side. Y'all done started college football talk, and it's just Friday. Y'all gonna get me all stirred up, getting ready for Bama to play tomorrow. And I know we're in the state of Tennessee, and y'all don't talk a lot of football here. Boy, did you see how many people looked at the tower? I ain't gonna be able to come out for a while. I'm gonna stay in here for a little while. So right now, we've got Jeff Verdi sitting in the driver's seat. 002 dead one for a 3-pack to get those Brodix SR20s. Dan Northrup in the second spot. Right now sitting on that $2,000 payday. 001 dead 6 for 7 total.
Despite a delay from a global pandemic, the annual K&N Air Filter Spring Fling Galot, presented by Optima Batteries, was held at the state-of-the-art Galot Motorsports Park in North Carolina, June 9th through the 13th. Co-promoters Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel, along with the staff at Galot, worked through a litany of COVID-19 related obstacles to bring bracket racing's biggest brand back for a 4th consecutive year. The event opened to much fanfare on Tuesday, June 9th, with the Rob's Automotive and Collision Test and Tune session and the ever-popular American Race Cars Racetech Dragster Shootout. In the event, the winner lays claim to his or her choice of a brand new dragster from either company, while the runner-up also heads home with a new vehicle. 32 cars entered, and the survivors to the quarterfinal round included Mike Nahill, Fall Fling 500K winner Hunter Patton, Andy Lloyd, Bryson Scruggs, Tony Brewer, Gary Williams, Ken Batchelor, and Corey Galitti. In the first semi, it was Patton and Galitti.
Now separate advantage, Galitti, win light, Patton, 11, dead 1. Corey's 007, dead 9, no good.
Then it was Scruggs and Nahill.
Galitti and Hunter already knew they were taking one home. Absolutely crushed it. Snap in control. Win light Mike Nahill 007, 31 above as Bryson lets go 042.
For the final and the rights to their choice of a new ride, it was Patton and Nahill.
Magnolia, Texas, native of Honey Wayne dialed in 454. Talking about guys that have been on fire this year when Matt Dattis came up. This guy has been absolutely on fire. 50s, some 20s, some 10s. As Fitchin would say, he's won more races this year than smallpox has killed people. Mike Nahill, left side, snap down in 6:54. A 2-second head start his way in the snap 10. Out of Atco, New Jersey. Both of these guys going home with a dragster chassis of their choice. Winner gets choice if they've not already determined who wants what. Wayne flickers it on. Separate him, advantage. Hunter, win light. Hunter, 24, dead 9, take 9 thou. Nahill lays down 40 total, putting it dead on 6, no good. And Hunter Patton is your winner of the American Race Cars Race Tech Dragster Shootout right here at the K&N Spring Fling, presented by Optima Batteries.
The Race Tech American Dragster Shootout winner, it's Hunter Patton, in case you live under a rock. This guy has been one of the hottest drag racers, if not the hottest drag racer of 2020. Hunter, you have to tell, everybody wants to know, is it something you eat for breakfast? What changed this year that got you just where you are at? Because you are absolutely killing it.
Honestly, I can't even answer that because I'm doing the same thing I've done always. I've had a lot of luck rounds today. It takes that for sure to get to a win. Me and Corey had a really good lap, but other than that, I was 20.
Well, you were 20 and he was 30, so we'll just say you had him by 100th. And at that point, you already had won a dragster. Tell me about how did it happen? You weren't originally entered, and Mr. Galitti at the last minute says, I'm going to throw you in. How did that all happen? And I'm pretty sure his wife at first, I heard through the grapevine, that wasn't too happy about it, but I'm pretty sure she's watching at home and pretty happy now. How did that happen?
He told me this morning he got another entry, and he's like, I may put you in. Let me think about it. I was like, okay. And he come up to me, he's like, how you feel? And I was like, I feel good enough. I said, like, you feel good? I was like, yeah. He's like, all right, I'm gonna put you in. I was like, okay. And it would come out to this, and here we are. We got a dragster.
Yeah, when Hunter Patton in 2020 says he's feeling pretty good, I think that's good. That's he passes all the check marks there. So congratulations, he's been killing it. You beat Corey in the semis, you beat Snap in the final, won yourself a dragster. It's the beginning of the Spring Fling event week. You have a lot of momentum, and I'm pretty sure you're going to look forward to carrying this through. Congratulations. Thank you.
Wednesday's action was sponsored by Fuel Systems Technology, or FST for short, and featured a $15,000 big check from Sean Clark, Fling Prize Vault Consigliere. Drivers included in the quarterfinal round included some heavyweights in the form of Nia Tedesco, Tommy Cable, Kyle Cotrera, T.G. Pascal, and Jamie Holston. Holston held the bye while Tedesco and Cable squared off.
Shootout windows closed. Daniel Blackwell gets the last one. A little over 2 second head start going to Miss Mia Tedesco in the right lane. Nice lead for Miss Mia, but Tommy's going to be hard to handle right here. Tommy Cable 9 takes 16 to be 16 now above.
Next, it was Pascal and Cotrera.
Kyle Cotrera in the left lane. 462 is his dial. Right lane is T.G. Pascal. Pascal dial 455, giving up 700 head start to Cotrera. This is how it looks. Holston sitting on the bye. He won't be eligible in round next. Pascal has had a bye run. If he turns on the win light, it'll be automatic for Tommy Cable going to the final. If Kyle Cotrera turns on the win light, he's got to be 009 or better to get a bye run to the final. Still a little bit at stake here in FST Wednesday's 15 grander. They're staging them up. Cotrera leaves 7 Hun in front. Pascal gets it done, 15 dead 7, taking 6 foul at the strike. 22 dead 6 for Cotrera, 28 total leaves him 6 foul short.
In the semis, Cable received a bye into the final while Holston and Pascal lined up. For the $15,000 payday, it was Cable and Holston.
Have found their way down onto the racetrack, and it happens to be Tommy Cable and Jamie Holston. Holston backing up for the burnout on the right side. Dialed in at 453. Tommy Cable dialed in at 461, and I think somebody called the shot earlier today. Might have been loose change as he was sitting up in the announcer booth. Said, hey, you know what? At any given Spring Fling event, you can count on Tommy Cable finding his way into the winner's circle at least one day. Well, Tommy Cable has come as close as anybody's going to get right now, as he's got one win light separating him from fulfilling that promise that was earned today. Jamie Holston wants to stop that right now. Holston got the race out of Whiteville, Virginia. And Tommy Cable coming in out of Maryland. 3 begins the drop, and away we go. 3 fouls separate him in reaction time. Jamie Holston with the 11 lights, gonna get the win light. 453 on a 453. Holston goes dead on 2, getting there second. Tommy Cable was 008, takes 7 foul at the stripe.
We're here with today's FST Wednesday $15,000 champion, the foot breaker, as I've been calling him. How about that shirt right there? I love it. Jamie Holston, big $15,000 win today. Jamie, you won a lot of stuff. You don't get a chance to do this as often as you swap feet. I feel pretty good to come out here and do what you've done today.
Feels pretty good. First and foremost, glory to God. Thank you. Absolutely. Without him, I'd do nothing. Without this man right here, I'm not driving this thing right here, so I got to give him all credit. This is my dude.
You done the driving.
You do the two. We just tuned on it a little.
Both of y'all got good partners in this deal.
Yeah.
Now, this started out you just kind of driving this thing some a little bit, and now it's got your name on the sides. I mean, this is kind of your gig.
This is year 3.
This is year 3.
I've got
year
some
2, I thought he needed to have it on there.
Yeah. I got seat time now. I've got a little better at letting go of a button. Today's been really good. But, you know how it is. You string them together and just get in the zone, just keep going.
You let go really good today. Obviously, this thing is stupid nasty.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It looked like we could have
And
welded
he's not
it down
touching
in.
it. Right? No touching. It's leave it alone.
If y'all want me to dial it the rest of the weekend, I can. I think everybody here can dial it.
It should be pretty easy. Pretty easy. How about them Hoosier tires on this dragster?
That's right.
Nobody says it'll work.
There you go. 50 just as good as anything.
153 about every class today. I do believe. I love it. Yeah.
I love it. Very
Where's
good
the Hoosier guys at? I'm looking for a sponsorship.
Shout out to Farron, he's watching.
Yeah, shout out to Farron and them Hoosiers right there, brother.
Heck yeah. Shout out to Hoosier always.
That's right.
So, big crowd, lots of talent out there. You come out here and get it done. 15,000. There's a 50 grander and a 100 grander left. You got to be ultra confident right now with what you had going on today.
This car is the best it's ever been. If I can just keep my act together and not let the car down, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We got a good shot at all of it.
Something tells me both sides will do their part well.
That's right.
Rest of the weekend. Congratulations, Jamie. Great way to start your weekend. Super proud of you. Hope to stand here with you again sometime the rest of the weekend. Jamie Holt,
Fling promoters Biondo and Seipel, after consulting various weather forecasts, made the difficult decision to combine Jegs Thursday and Wiseco Saturday into one $50,000 to win event. Bright and early on Jegs and Wiseco Thursday, 388 machines made the call for round one for the run for $50,000. The day was plagued on and off by rain as Mother Nature caused a ruckus that lasted for 5 hours at one point. Action made its way through the Biondo round 2 before a curfew forced the event to be finished the following day. On Friday morning, the ever-popular Fling Reaction Time Challenge provided some lucky racers with the shot to earn $100 cash from Biondo and Seipel. Drivers that walked away with a fresh Benjamin Franklin included Carl Drake, Clayton Roberts, Jason Hoff, Colby Fuller, Pete D'Agnolo, and Corey Galletti. Hunter Patton, Wes Weaver, Mark Siegel, and Jeff Taylor advanced to the quarterfinals with Josh Ludicky holding the bye. Patton and Taylor faced off.
Could end up with that bye to the final. Jeff Taylor dialed in at 477. Hunter Patton dialed in at 469. 3, now 4 bulbs lit on the top part of the tree.
Experience and some hard-working people out there on the racetrack. Got that handled real quick. Got Mike Frizzy and John LaBousse going to take their shot at it. Again, you have to line it up 007 or better on the board to have a shot. Frizzy has a chance. 006 goes 38 thou above. Eight thou under for Caboose and 9 thou red. Austin St. Dennis next up in the left. 473 is what he's looking for. Like to light that up dead egg. 456 for Randall Reed. Randall, former Spring Fling $1 Million winner at the Strip at Las Vegas. He was our 3rd Spring Fling $1 Million winner. Got 4 of those and all of them are on the grounds. Reed's 001. He's got a shot. Goes 15 thou under. I know that you just can't trust it. You can't let yourself believe that your car is that fast. But I promise it is. It's that fast at Bristol. Dial it down, folks. Take a shot. Dalton Rolls and Aaron G. Takes a 007 or better to get on the board. Have a shot. Both of them have a shot. Rolls 007, 14 thou over. G 006, and 8 thou under. Cortland Carter got him a runner-up in last night's American Race Cars Dragster Shootout. He'll be in the left lane, Isaac Harris in the right. Oh, there's a perfect lie for Isaac Harris. Can he do it? Oh my goodness. Woo! Kyle needs baby wipes. Perfect reaction for Isaac Harris. Dead on with a 3. He also wins the Impact Champ Charger helmet for having the first perfect reaction in the dragster category. So Isaac Harris puts himself solidly on the board. Perfect reaction, dead on with a 3-3-pack. He wins the Impact helmet for being the first perfect reaction in dragsters, and he is solidly on the board. Got to do a little figuring out how the tiebreaker works here. Got a couple of 3-packs. Then we'll know who's in the first spot and who's in the second. Man, when you light it up perfect, I mean, you're just thinking all the way down the track. Be dead egg. Just be there, baby. He lights it up dead 3. Rick Harbaugh on the left, Bobby Inslee on the right. Inslee does go dead 5, but lit it up 35 on the let go. Okay, so the tiebreakers are settled via random draw. How cool is that? So right now, Isaac Harris and Jeff Birdie are random draw for spots 1 and 2. And Dan Northrop holds the 3 spot right now. Oh yeah, that's correct. Seven pack. So Buddy Ballou and Dan Northrop will be on random draw for spot number 3. Wow, that's good stuff. So 2 3-packs and 2 7-packs. Right now, Jeff Birdie and Isaac Harris would random draw for the heads, with the winner getting those, and whoever doesn't win would obviously get the $2,000. And then Dan Northrop and Buddy Ballou would do random draw for the Spring Fling Million 2021 version entry. So it still takes 007 or better to get on the board. Better than a 7-pack will get you in position to be guaranteed a prize. A 7-pack dead on it would get you in a random draw. Both are eligible, DiGiaco and Turner. Oh, DiGiaco 004 dead 5 9-pack has him a couple of thou out of contention. Turner 007 23 thou under. Dominic Balducci in the left lane, 496. There's our boy. Presidential runoff candidate, Chet Dragon. 642 is the dial. I should have told Chet in the staging lanes, you're going 638, bro. Yep, hit left harder. 002 for Balducci. He's got a shot. Balducci, 5 under the dial. Chet Dragon, 39.3 on that 42 after he's 3 thou red. I had him on a 38. There is a headwind. I'm sure that Roadster caught a little bit of it.
Maybe. Pushing plywood.
Here's Marco Abruzzi and Matt Cook. Brian Folk and Gary Ingold. 7 or better is what it takes to get on the board. Folk has a shot. 005 8 thou under. Had he been dialed 58, he would have had a 7-pack, and he would have gotten the random draw for 3rd place. Thus far, anyway. Had her dialed on the 9, goes 8 thou under, dead 2 for Ingo. Oh, Gary Ingo. Goes dead 2, and he's 3 thou red. Oh. I'm just glad it wasn't dead 0, just for Gary's sake. Edmund Richardson and John Siegel. Neither eligible, 008 and 20. Edmund lights it up 2 thou under. Siegel lights it up his standard 29 thou under. Ken Neal in the left, Cody Johnson in the right. The Red Rocket and Slade Cummings taking their shot. I think the Rocket's got it dialed right. I think he's been hanging around that 70. I think he's set up dead on. Can he let go on time? He let go on time. He's 005. The Rocket could have a shot. Oh! 69-0. Oh. Dauber just missed it. Or just missed getting on the board anyway. Slate 13 and 26 thou under. So you can tell the guys that typically holding plenty, they just don't even know where honest is. They just can't get there. Chris Reynolds and Chris Whitfield. Littleton, Colorado in the right, Bear, Delaware in the left. Pretty good ride from Bear, Delaware to Littleton, Colorado. .001 for Whitfield. Can he light it up dead on? Oh, 4 thou under. Whitfield 001 and 4 thou under. $13 red for Reynolds and 7 thou under the dial. Will Holloman. Left lane, Travis Laster in the right. There is producer Mark. Mark Romeo produces the Sportsman Drag Racing podcast. Tuning in. So it is a 3-pack, as Going Bracket Racing mentioned. We got 2 of those. 2 3-packs are leading, Mark, and the winner will be done by random draw if it stays that way with 2 3-packs in the lead. Winner gets the SR20 heads from Brodix. Runner-up gets $2 grand. Travis Laster, can he go 412 on a 412? Oh, 413 at 171. My goodness. 001, 14 thou above. Yeah, 170. On the mountain, too. If I had to guess, I'd say that's probably a 408 to 407 where he normally races. Gary Dunn, 448 in the left. Shane Thompson, 461 in the right. Shane Thompson, the man behind Maytag Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday here. He is the sponsor of today's action, as he was for Wednesday's action. So we want to thank the great folks at Silver State for all they do for us. And certainly Shane been a great supporter of ours. He's from Henderson, Nevada, which is right there by the strip. Yeah, Nate made a good point. This guy's in the air conditioning business as well, and it's very important in Las Vegas. When you get 110, 115 degree temps, your air conditioner works really hard. So probably one of the reasons Shane's business is so good.
Takes really good care of mine.
I imagine that if your air conditioner's out for more than 3 or 4 minutes out there, you know it quickly. And you're calling Silver State, come out and get you fixed up. Nate said they take care of his. So obviously, being all the way out here on the East Coast, they don't have a presence in business out here, so Shane's just doing it out of the goodness of his heart, just trying to help every way he can, support the event, and we appreciate it so much. He's got a lot of cars out there, too. Maybe he'll get some of his investment back with a big win out here today. Mark Kelly in the left, Michael Shoup in the right. Both of these have a shot. It's perfect in the left lane. Oh, 12 thou under. Kelly leaves perfect on the tree, goes 12 thou under. Shoup leaves 002 and goes 13 thou above for a 15 pack. Donnie Quisenberry in the left, Wesley Boo Washington in the right. Boo leaves 001. Can he light it up low dead on? No, 26 thou above. That's another case Boo holds so much he don't even know what he can go. Couple under the dial for Quisenberry. Kevin Pruitt, left lane. Bailey Ferraro in the right. That headwind's picking up just a little bit. I don't know what it does to dragsters. I imagine there's some kind of effect. But I think it's not as fast as it was. I think you can count on about 4 or 5 thou slower, maybe 6. Pruitt has a shot. He's 003. 10 thou over. Right there, he looked at that 87.0 and went, dadgummit, I told him I should have been on 87. 20 on the tree for Ferraro, 9 thou under. Steve McGuire and Richard Alford Jr. 21 for McGuire, 8 red for Alford. Two above for Richard, 4 thou under for McGuire. Seaman, Cameron Manuel in the left lane. Funny car, Christopher Northrop in the right. Northrop all the way out from Boise, Idaho. He does have Larry Bird's shorts from 1979. And he's got Larry Bird's mullet. Both of them have a shot. 007 in the left, 005 in the right. Ooh, dead 4 in the left lane. Very nice lap for Seaman. Doesn't get him on the board. Really good lap. Northrop, 99.7 on that 98 with a 005 bulb.
So as Charles has just hooked up Jared with a nice little plate of fish, some corn, some coleslaw, even brought him the white bread. That's one thing I'm learning down here on this end of the world is how important it is to have that slice of white bread with the food. Gotta have it, gotta have it. So Joey Harrison and Travis Laster. Again, 007 or better on the tree to have a shot at getting into the top 3. Travis Laster is 007 on the tree. Gotta be dead zero. He goes 438.4. Ends up 6 thou under. Joey Harrison 625 on the 624. And again, as we have been kind of making our way through here, Travis Colangelo, Jay Ralston. So Colangelo with a 469 dial as we are holding up here just for a minute. Send the scooter down to take a look. Jay Ralston, 462. Haven't seen as many breakouts in the last few pair. I think maybe that headwind that kicked up for a minute, but now the flags have gone quiet again, and we'll see exactly what they're looking for at the top end. We are still in the middle of the Brodix run for the 50K, the Brodix cylinder heads. Still looking at 2 3-packs and 2 7-packs. And again, that tiebreaker going to be the random draw, so that is what we are paying attention to. But, Landon Thompson, the answer to your question is yes, you missed a lot of good. We've given away a couple of gift certificates for those Impact helmets, that Champ or Charger helmet. Greg Walker got one for being the first perfect reaction time in the door cars. Isaac Harris got one for being the first perfect reaction time in the dragsters. We've had a couple other perfect reaction times since then on the dragster side. We've had a few folks that have been dead on zero. We just haven't had anybody yet that has been able to put the two together, and that's what we're looking for to win the $50,000. Now, again, cool thing that they're doing different this year, if nobody hits the 50 grand, they're going to roll 20 grand over, and should somebody go perfect at some point during the remainder of the day, they're going to be able to pick up 20 grand along with, you know, I mean, obviously if you're perfect, ain't no reason you're not getting that round win, so it'd be a nice little bonus to that. 469 to a 462, 700 the split between them. As far as the dials are concerned, again, remember in this Brodix run for the 50K, we are running on the bogey tree. There is no handicap on the tree. Drops at exactly the same time, just like that, and away we go. Travis Colangelo, 009. Jay Ralston was 18 green. Travis, 009, dead 7.
Puts up a nice 16 pack. Jay Ralston, 18 green, 458 on the 462. As TJ Harris and Brad Clark going to be the next two. Clark out of Brandon, Mississippi. TG, Guthrie, Kentucky, home base. 498 the dial on the right side with TG. And Brad Clark, 467 over to the left. Both drivers took a swing at the tree and missed slightly. Brad Clark, 008 red. TG, 12 red. Harris is going to end up 5 on the 498 dial. Brad Clark, 466.9 on the 467. Under 8 thou at the start, under 1 thou at the finish. That's Kevin Brannon and Jeff Krasinski. Krasinski, 479. KB, Mr. Rabbit, 433. I guess Kevin bringing out the big guns. Got the quick car out. Looking at what? I've seen like a 412 dial, 4 flat dial. I know we got a couple of 420 dials out there. We did see Shane Molinari put a 398 up on the scoreboard. And as JJ would say, on the mountain. In them Nar Hills. All right, KB is in the game. 003 on the tree this end of the racetrack. 2 above down at that end. 435 on a 433. Krasinski, 16 green, goes 480 on the 479. Again, rolling through here. Dragsters getting things ready for what will be coming up a little bit later on. Round number 1 of the Maytag Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday here at Bristol Dragway. Still selling those tech cards behind the tower from all that I understand. How about Denver Maltba and Luke Bogacki? Luke, right side. 470 is the dial for Cool Hand. 456 the dial for Denver. We got a player, Denver Malt, but 004 on the green side. 459. Going to be the run on that 456 dial. Luke was 003 red and 472 on the 470. So leaving the line, Denver had a shot, ends up 3 above the dial as Bradley Snowball and Jeff Lilly. Snowball's dial, 453. Lilly in the Camaro dialed in at 550. And yes, Mr. Going Bracket Racing, as Jed said just a moment ago, we got 4 of these millions that we've already run, and all 4 previous winners are on property. Verdi's here, Bogacki's here, Reed is here. Of course, Pennington's here.
Yes, I am.
And Jed's here. Jed's hoping to be number 5. Bradley was 20 on the tree, 454 on a 453. Lilly.
Oh, I thought it was coming.
Lilly, 51 on the tree, 51 with the dial on a 50. You gonna spend $1 million?
I've spent $1 million racing. I never went back.
Be like, I'm gonna win that $1 million, even if I gotta spend $2 million to do it. Whatever it takes. I will win it. Be like, what did that trophy cost you? $1,002,002. Jesse Biddle, 458. Don Hansen, 485. Hansen's got an opportunity. 484.5. 5 thou behind the green light at this end of the racetrack, and 5 thou too quick at that end for Don Hansen. Biddle, 18 on the red side. 460 on the 458. As now Ivy Brannon and Severn Johnson. Miss Ivy, good friend of us here at the Flings, who provides our national anthem each and every morning At 457 dial on the left side, Severn Johnson, 473 is the number that he's looking at. I still got to tell you, man, 2 3-packs, 2 7-packs, and a whole bunch of like 9, 10, 11, and 12 packs. I think somebody's got to just slide up into that mix, give us a perfect run. And in return, we'll give you $50,000. Well, I won't do it.
I'll be standing there when they do, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Severn Johnson, 003. Can he break up that little 3-pack party at the top, or at least join it? Nope. 472. On a 473. He's under 0.05 of a second. Ivy was 20 at this end and goes 456 on a 457. As Parker, Dotson, and Tony Pontillo. Maybe it's just Pontillo. If we're out my side of the world, those 2 L's at the end, it'd be a Tio. Like Tomatillo. Or Mo Trujillo. Or tortilla. Yeah. You want a tortilla with some ground beef in it?
I'd take one.
You want ground beef? You want some beef? So, Jed, you looking for a little taco or burrito or something? I'm sure somebody's going to hook you up with that.
I'm like a chain taco guy. I like Taco Bell tacos. I'm not so much on homemade because everybody's got their version of that.
I see. You're more into like get me the authentic Mexican food. You want Taco Bell?
Yes, my favorite Mexican restaurant is Taco Bell.
So Parker Dotson was 33 and goes 464 on a 466. Hey, racers, listen up. If you can hear me out there, if you're standing like over here in the area where we've normally got the big tent set up just in front of the grandstands, we have got a tractor on the other side of the fence that we've got to get moved. We've got some golf carts and some scooters and stuff that's parked in front of that. I'm hoping that folks can hear us. I know it's loud out there. I know we got the PA going, but if we can get those scooters and scooters and golf cart moved out of the way, we have got to get that green tractor that's on the other side of the fence out. Chris McGuire, 002, Axford, 007. McGuire missed it, 8th thou, 477 on the 478. Axford was 448 on a 450. And I don't know if they can hear us out there, but hopefully if somebody can. We got to get the golf carts and the scooters moved out of the way. We got to move that green tractor. I'm sure the tractor will move the golf cart, but we'd much rather have the golf cart move first. I agree with you, Barry. Trip Zip, Dead on Zero is coming. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Big Jed had some lunch. Some of that good stuff that Charles cooked up. He's set, man.
Oh, yeah.
So now physically you have been taken care of on the food side. Mentally, you're set, you're focused, you're ready to go.
You bought me a lemonade. Charles fixed me lunch. All I need is my first round of opponent to give me a win light, and everything will be just great.
And then after your first round opponent gives you win light, somebody can tuck you in backstairs. You can go nighty-night for a little while.
That wouldn't be too bad.
Blanket.
A nap would not be a bad thing at all.
No, it would not.
So I got Leighton Sumter and Corey Gallitti. 007 or better is what they got to light up on the scoreboard upon leaving the starting line to have a shot. If they light it up 000 like Isaac Hayes, they got a shot to win 50 grand. 006 for Gallitti can get on the board, but he's 4th thou under. 004 red for Sumter and 8th thou under the dial. Michael Carpenter coming up in the left lane. Kenny Underwood in the right. This kind of deal right here is so skinny Kenny. mean, he is very likely to light this up low, double O to perfect and get himself on the board. Double 06 for Skinny. He's got a chance. Oh, 83-0 on the 82. He was probably bouncing back and forth between a couple of numbers, went with the faster one. It ran the slower one. Would have had him in the game. 11 and 11th thou under for Carpenter. Again, that average is perfect. This bad boy don't pay on average. Jason Rich next up in the left, Troy Williams Jr. in the right. T-Rock knows where perfect is, and he can set up perfect. However, I have no idea where perfect is. Just like I told you, 1 thou red. Don't go dead zero, Troy, please. Dear Lord. 13 thou above. Way red and under for Rich.
A lot of people are going
I do know where perfect is. It's 11 thou better than I let go in my run. Tommy Plott in the left, Jake Levatino in the right. One thou red for Levatino, let out, Jake. Oh. 76-0 on a 77. If that had lit up dead on with a 0, he would have made a quarter-mile run.
Be so dehydrated.
Now, I just missed, I don't even know, JJ probably knows what year it was. I was in the reaction time challenge here, and I did light it up perfect in my shot. Won $1,000. Got to come back. I'm just throwing all kind of stuff down here in the canyon. Got to come back to do it again for a shot at 10,000. I lit it 1 thou red. Now I know what it's like to miss 10 G's by a thou like that. To miss 50 by a thou. Be rough. Yeah, but I missed winning the run for the 100K at the Spring Fling Million in Vegas a few years ago.
That was the same.
By 3 thou, I was 3 dead 0. But when I lit it up 3 when I left, you know, all hope is gone. So you're not on the edge anticipating that dead on 0 run because you're not perfect on the tree. There's a difference there. It's just when you leave and you light it up perfect, you know there's a chance. Dan Fletcher in the left, David Wiseman in the right. $5 thou red for Wiseman. Fletcher leaves 008. 4 thou under for Fletcher. 13 thou under for Wiseman.
That was many moons ago. 2016.
2016, I see Landon posted that online. 2016 was the reaction time challenge?
No, both of them.
Oh, that was both of them in the same year. Wow, I forgot that. Yes, it was both in the same year. Oh my goodness.
Missed $111,000 by 4.
Yeah. I come up $110,000 short by 4 thou. Whew. I'd still be racing on that money, bud. Who am I kidding? I would have bought something. Josh Duggins and J.R. Barclay. $13 and a $16, no chance there. Brandon Bailey said, how was the trip all the way down Bristol and back to the pits after missing 10K by 001? It was I mean, it's already long enough. You know, 2.5 miles of racetrack and somehow a 3-mile return road, but it was pretty sickening. Carson Brown and Lester Adkins. $14 and a $16 for those guys, neither go dead on. Shane Maddox 002 dead on with a 3-5 pack. Shane Maddox lays down a 5-pack to get him on the board. That pushes out Buddy Ballou and Dan Northrup.
Both of them.
So right now, Shane solidly in position number 3. So it's going to take 005 or better on the board to give you a shot. Corey Manuel and Timothy Thomas. Manuel 10 dead 2, really nice lap. But it won't work out for him in the run for the 50K. Taylor Holland and Jamie Holston. I'm pulling for Jamie to do this. Light it up perfect, Holston. 002. He's got a shot. 49.6 on that 51. Mia Tedesco in the left, Gary Mentor in the right. Got to be 005 or better to have an opportunity to get on the board. Richard sees something out there he don't like. .002 for Mia. She's got a shot. Oh, there it is. 002 dead to a 4-pack. Pushes out Shane Maddox. Mia, 4 total. Gets herself in the 3rd position. All right, drivers in staging lanes, or staging lane 10, need you to your car, please. Drivers in staging lane 10, need you to your car, please. Drivers to your cars in the staging lanes, please. Terrell Sinkler in the left, Justin Moser in the right. .003 for Sinkler. It'll take dead 0 to get on the board. And Sinkler does it. 003 dead on with a 0. Terrell Sinkler. So Maddox was in with a 5-pack, got pushed out very quickly by Mia. And now Terrell Sinkler has pushed Mia out with a 3-pack. So now we got a 3-way tie at the top of the board. All 3-packs, all 3 racers. Jeff Birdie, Isaac Harris, and Terrell Sinkler with 3-packs. I don't even think Mia was back to the trailer yet before she got pushed out. So now it will take 003 or better on the board to give you a shot. Sidney Wiggins in the left, Scotty Bodmer in the right. Bodmer with a chance. 002 on the tree, but goes 16 thou above. Sidney is a thou under and 008 on the tree. Three-way tie at the top. Be random draw for prizes 1, 2, and 3 if it stays like it is. Alan Bird in the left. Tim Chapman in the right. You'll need to see a 003 or better on the board when they leave for them to have an opportunity to get in the prize vault. Neither driver will have a shot. 006 and 1 above, and 24 and dead on for Chapman. I'll tell you what's impressive to me. Not that it's not impressive for these racers to come out and do what they're doing in the dragsters, but Jeff Birdie did his 3-pack a long time ago. So when everybody's still trying to feel things out and figure out what to dial and seeing the breakouts and all those things, Birdie lit it up 2 dead 1 seemingly hours ago. That's having confidence in your stuff right there. Old door cars was out here in the early air. Both of them have a shot, Jason Lynch and Nick Folk. Oh, Lynch goes 15 thou under with a 003 bulb. Folk lights it up 001 and then goes 10 thou above. Rob Leipziger in the left, Cassie Pennington in the right. Got to light it up 003 or better to get on the board or have a shot at it anyway. Neither driver has a shot here, 22 and 29. Matthew Edwards, 498. John Angel, dial 471 in the right. It's the Brodicks, run for the 50K. A perfect run will get someone $50,000. If 2 people do it, there will be a runoff for that 50K. Right now, we just settle for 1. Perfect reaction for Matthew Edwards. Dead on with a 4. Doesn't even get on the board with that. Perfect dead 4 for Matthew Edwards. Puts him out of the running for the Brodicks SR20 heads. .004 and 14 thou over for Angel. Brandon Bachmeyer, 485. Chuck O'Neill in the right, 459. Gotta be 003 or better to get on the board. And if you're 003, you gotta go dead 0. Got a little wiggle room if you get closer to perfect. Both of them good, but not good enough. 009 and 15. There's Rick Harbaugh in the left, Peeps Pennington in the right. Peep Show, former Spring Fling $1 Million winner. Won the Vegas event last year. What a celebration that was. .003 for Harbaugh, got to go dead 0. 13 thou, bub. Peeps doing a little practicing down there, a little finish line practicing since he was 005 red. Did not want to light that up dead zero. Well done, Peeps. Takes a thou. Or really, I don't guess he was doing that because it's not handicapped. Hold him up. Fire and Rescue came out on the track there to check something, but I guess everything's okay and they're turning them loose. We'll go back with Paul Rich in the left and Allison Eads in the right. .003 for Scott Lemon goes 16 thou under. Had enough reaction time to get him on the board, but a little too quick. 005 for Tyler Bohannon, 21 thou under. Shane Molinari looking for 4 flat on the board. Ken Batchelor in the right. Molinari 399.8 on that 4 flat. 181 miles per hour for Shane Molinari with a 1 flat 60 foot. My goodness. Batchelor 7 dead 6. Really nice lap there. Doesn't get him on the board. Jake. Yeah, Jake, they might have been looking for the highway. I'm not sure. I'm trying to forget that. Please let me. Garrett Griffith and Tim Thomas, 11 and 12 on the tree. Josh Owens next up in the left, Mark Kelly in the right. .001 for Owens, he's got a shot. Now light it up dead 2 or better, goes 21 thou above. 008 on the tree for Kelly, 3 thou under. Lane Dickin left lane, Brandon Taylor in the right. BT let it up 001 in his other car. 008 here, no chance. 004 red for Dickin. I think he was red in his other car as well. Dead 4 for Dickin, dead 8 for Taylor. Okay, they're starting to figure out the dial ends now.
So everybody's going red.
Seeing some dead ons.
Oh, one at a time. They're figuring out what dial.
Johnny Ezel, Shannon Roberts being held up here for just a second. And now Aaron's got him turned loose. .001 red and .002 red. Please don't go dead 0. Ooh, close in both lanes. Ezel's 1 red and 2 thou under. He just missed 50 grand by 3 thou. Roberts is 002 red and 4 thou under. Now they're starting to get it figured out. Josh Ludke, left lane, J.R. Hodges in the right. Hodges went deep in the 30 grander yesterday.
And in the 30 grander on Wednesday.
Oh, and Nate says he went deep in Wednesday's 30 grander as well. So a couple of good days so far for J.R. Hodges. I'm sure he would give up winning either one of those days for finishing the deal today. Red for Ludke, 7 red for Hodges. Ludke's dead 7, Hodges is 26 thou under. Timmy Million coming up in the left lane. Slate Cummings in the right. Two red for Millier. Oh, Timmy Miller, 2 thou red and 1 thou under. Man, he missed 50 grand by 3 little ones. Slate is 10 and 2 under the dial. Timmy Miller. Just missed it. Corey Mong, 425 is the dial. Jeff Serra in the right, looking for 462.0 on his board. thou red for Mon. 19 thou above. Sarah's 14 and under the dial. Trevor Denton next up in the left. Sean Sarah in the right. Again, you got to light it up 003 or better to have a shot. All cars have been called for the Brodix run for the 50K. .009 and 017 for these two. Dead 5 for Denton. Sarah, 38 thou above. Steve Williams in the left. Like he's going to take a solo run here. $17 red for Williams. $7 above the dial. Howie Adams next up in the left. Shane Carr in the right. Sugar part of team has-beens. Come up short here yesterday to the young guns. Gage Birch got by Peter Biondo by a thou to collect that $8,000 payday for the guns. I mean, you could take like young guns and turn into young'uns. Whatever you call them, they got it done. They got the bragging rights. Rob Moser in the left, Dickie Kiersey in the right. A really good burnout for Dickie. Really good. 584 is the dial. For Kiersey. 17 dead 9 for Moser. Kiersey 5 and 16 thou under. Hugh Meeks 463 in the left. Greg Hicks 468 in the right. Left lane is from Pike Road, Alabama. Right lane is from North Las Vegas, Nevada. Couple of different cultures there. 9 red for Hicks. Hughes 20 on the tree. Dead 5 for Hugh, dead 4 for Hicks.
He's got a weird look on his I love that.
Tyler Sizemore in the left, Jake Woodring in the right. .007 red for Woodring, 004 good on the good side for Sizemore. Goes 10 thou under. Woodring 8 thou under. Dalton Rolls in the left, Dennis Long in the right. Landon Thompson, it was about 10 seconds and 10 feet longer than it should have been. I don't know how long it was, but I know it was a little longer in time and distance than it needed to be. 7 on the tree for Rolls, 11 red for Long, both under the dial. Jeremy Hancock left lane, Steve Witherow in the right. Perfect reaction for Witherow. Can he light it up? Dead 0. Oh, there it is. Holy cow. Steve Witherow has just made a perfect run. 000, dead 0 for Steve Witherow. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what to do right now, Nate. That could be a $50,000 run. Steve Witherow has got to be feeling unbelievable right now. Wow, 000, dead 0 for Steve Witherow. It can be done, and it was done. Now, will he be the only one? That's the question. Wow, unbelievable. Valaris 001, 21 thou above. Now you still can do it, folks. If you can still run a perfect run or still make a perfect run, you will have the opportunity to run off with Witherow for the $50,000 payday. So don't give up, racers. Wow. And I'm speechless right now. Steve Witherow just made an incredible run and has put himself in position to be handed $50,000. Peter has just verified there was a mouse in the finish line beam. Said they're going to have to rerun that, rerun Witherow. All he's got to do is go do it again. He said it's in the fine print. You got to prove it factor.
You gotta prove it.
Yeah, if it's setting a record,
Yeah, like you got to back up a national record. You got to back up that perfect run. Got to be 3,000 or better. Wow. Unbelievable from Steve Witherow. Now somebody else do it. That's already out of the way. It's been done. Somebody else do it and let's have a runoff for that 50K. Balducci and McDaniel 11 and 31. Man, it's almost like all the excitement's gone, but someone else can still do it and have a runoff with Witherow for the 50,000. But Steve's got to be feeling really good right now. Really good.
Hey, Jared, we need Steve Witherow bring his car, come down here the return road, park that thing in front of the Jegs balloon there by the grandstand. Steve Witherow needs you to bring your car down here, park it in front of the Jegs balloon for a moment. As long as you are the only one who puts up that perfect run, we're going to go ahead and take care of some business with you. If somebody else ends up doing it, then we'll kind of have you here and we'll do our runoff deal. But Steve Witherow needs you to bring your car and park it in front of the Jegs inflatable in front of the grandstands, please.
Will Holloman and Carla Pontillo. Reds in both lanes. Mike Bloomfield in the left, Brian Canday in the right. .008 and 38. Still a 3-pack. Gets you in the drawing for spots 2 and 3. And a 1 or 2 pack gets you in second place, guaranteed. Of course, if you can make a perfect run, you got a shot to run off for 50 grand with Steve Witherow. Matt Lee right side and Ernie Elam left side. Lee 005, 1 above 0. His not good enough. Elam 49 and 34 thou under in Matt Lee. 15 total, not a bad lap, but is not enough to crack the top 3. Left side, Lauren Freer, 465 is the dial. Don Butkowitz in the right. He's dialed in 479. $12 thou, the difference in reaction time. Neither one of these drivers had a shot. 11 dead 8 for Freer, not a bad lap. 19 total, but not good enough for the top 3. Butkowitz 23 and 8 thou under. So that'll bring up Thomas Bell and Kyoki Desai. KJ right side, dialed in 453. Bell left side, dialed 446.
Jack, go get the car.
Remember what we did? Well, we're going to do it tonight anyways on the top end. When we bring that up, pull it down. That's about the only way we're going to do it.
002 and 005, not good enough
Back into this.
for the perfect run anyways. Left side, Thomas Bell had a shot, but he runs 1 above. Desai, 5 dead 5, a 10-pack, not good enough to crack the top 3.
Yeah, that's coming in from the show. Okay, but
As left side, Bell, 002 and 1 above.
there's 2 ways to go.
Desai, not a bad lap, but again, not good enough to crack the top 3. Gary Dunn, left side, and Ken Nelson, right side. Nelson, dialed 445. Dunn, dialed 473. Oh, Nelson is 1 thou red and dead 4. Dunn 25 dead 5.
Remember last year was feeding back on us.
Nelson a foul red dead on 4, doesn't get him in the top 3. Daryl Wirtz left hand side 473 is it out. Kyle Cotrera on the right down 463. As again, if somebody else can lay down a perfect run, as it looks like our dragsters are winding down, if anybody else can lay down a perfect run, they will have a runoff with Jeff Serra, or no, Steve Witherow. Don't know why I thought of Serra. Steve Witherow with the perfect run. If anybody can lay down a perfect run, they will have a runoff with Witherow.
Yeah, it's not an echo or anything.
For the 50G. Cotrera's got a shot. Oh, Cotrera. Wirtz is 25 dead 4. Cotrera is 000 and breaks it out 15 thou. Kyle Cotrera had a shot to tie things up with another perfect run, and he would have had a runoff with Witherow for the 50 grand, but breaks it out by 1.5. Franklin DeBartolomeo left side 462 is the dial. Mark Kidd on the right dial 453. Kidd has a shot at the top 3, but not at the perfect, but breaks it out. 003 and 8 thou under. DeBartolomeo is 12 dead 8, 20 total. Not good enough for the top 3. Kidd breaks it out, had a shot at the top 3. Alan Elliott left hand side. 449 is the dial. Marlon Goetz in the right. Goetz dialed 481. Neither one of these drivers is Elliott 3 thou red and 1 over. Goetz 22 and 4 thou under. Jeremy York left side 447 is the dial. Jake Ball on the right. Ball dialed 705. Again, we're have one perfect run. Steve Witherow right now on top of the 50K. If somebody else can lay down a perfect run, if somebody else can lay down a perfect run, neither one of these drivers is Ball 28. York had a shot at the top 3, but broke it out 12 thou. 003 and 12 thou under. Ball 28 and 13 hun over. But
I think I didn't really give Steve the full credit that he's going to deserve for this, but there's also a $5,300 set of Brodix SR20s that he'll collect with that $50,000 payday. Unbelievable. $55,000 in cash and prizes for making a great time shot. Incredible. He's sitting out there waiting to see if anyone else can do it. Once we wrap this time shot up, we'll go out and celebrate with Steve. Hand him a big old check.
Race Kid 008 and a couple of thousand. I for car. Okay, so the heads are still available. My apologies, I misspoke there. Peter come in, corrected that. The heads are still available. Still to 50 grand. But those verdicts go to the next in line, and right now there's a tie for that. A three-way tie with three packs. My apologies, misspoke there. Steve won't be mad at me because he's going to get handed 50 grand. And the other three that's still in line, they'll random draw for that set of Brodix SR20s, which is an amazing prize in itself. And they'll disperse the $1 prize and the 2021 Spring Fling Million entry. .008 for Fuller, 19,000. My batteries about to begin. We need you, please. G-Dub. Somebody pick Steve Witherow off the floor. G-Dub lights it up 000. Goes 9,000. Lanes. Two, three red. It's not on a battery, Tim. This is it's plugged in mic, it's corded mic. So try this one, see how that one works. Maybe the other one just needs to be turned up or something. 30 red for Big Brew. Got some singles on the left lane here, so we'll have a few singles coming up, and this should wrap us up in the Brodix Run for the 50K, where Steve Witherow is sitting out there at the Jegs Inflatable, feeling real good right now. Sorry about that, Tim. I was on Nate's mic, and he's got a much more powerful voice, so he's probably got it turned down just a little bit. 14 for Pavicic, dead 6, not a bad lap there, 20 total. Jesse York here, 479, looking what he's looking for. 12 on the tree, no chance there. 480 with a 4 on that 79. Here's the shoe, Stephen Hughes. .007 dead 0 for Seth Street. Not a bad lap at all right there.
All right, so the last car down the track in the Brodix run for the 50K, Steve Witherow has a gang over there. And if you just woke up, it's because he won. Well, he didn't win it yet. He's going to be watching this run very closely. Roman Kasner has a shot at it, but right now, Steve Witherow, if Roman Kasner does not put up a perfect pack, sorry, it's Jake Paul. Thank you, Big Jed. Steve Witherow will collect $50,000 from that one lap. And there are, just got a note, there are 18 spots left in the Last Man Standing Calcutta, bought at Mosier/Spring Fling pop-up tent. The Witherow is watching intently. And there it is, 008 Witherow wins it. What do you think, Big Jed?
Pretty amazing, Pete. I mean, $50,000 payday for a great time run. Probably never been done before. I think Steve Witherow not only just collected a huge payday, but I believe he made history as well. We're going to go out here shortly to Nate, let him take care of the interview and talk to Steve about what he just accomplished.
Thank you very much, Jared. We are down here standing in front of the Jegs Inflatable with Steve Witherow. Steve, 5 years we have been doing this Brodix runoff. A couple of years it was 100 grand. Last couple of years it's been 50 grand. And for you, sir, today you have made history. A perfect run, and you have just been handed a check for $50,000. What is going through your mind right now?
I can't even hardly tell you. I can't even think, can't talk well, but just happy as hell.
All right, so obviously two parts to this whole thing. You got to be perfect at this end of the racetrack. You got to be dead on zero at that end of the racetrack. So sitting back in the staging lanes, did you second guess? Did you think about it on the box, on the setup? What were you doing there to make sure you were right at this end?
I set it up perfect. I thought the card goes 66, and I didn't think it goes 66-0, so I dialed the 67, drug the brake, got lucky.
So you drug the brake to be dead on zero. You were making your way down the racetrack, had to make that call. At about what point on the track did you decide that it was time to hit the binders a little bit?
I drug it from right at the mile-per-hour cone, held it down, and drug the brake.
Well, when the board lit up with a 467.0, did you see it right off the bat?
Yeah? About came out of the car. Go back and watch the video. And then I was thinking, are you sure you dialed 67? Was that right? You know, I couldn't believe what I saw.
Well, we couldn't believe it either in the tower. Everybody up there went nuts. We were so excited to be able to give away the $50,000. Again, huge thanks to Brodix that's out here. But for you, sir, you got a whole group of folks that are out here helping you. Made this happen. $50,000 in your hand. Who do you got to help? Who do you have to thank to helping you get here?
Troy Williams loaned me a great car. Mickey Thompson tires, FTI converters, Nesbitt engines. Who am I missing? Jeff? I said Mickey Thompson.
So a whole lot of folks helped to get here. It is the big day, the $1 million day. You have started it off on a foot that nobody else has ever done. You've got the momentum rolling. You ready for this?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right, sir.
Doesn't get a whole lot better, unless I see you here in a little bit.
Well, hopefully we do get to see you back here in a little bit. Steve Witherow just collected $50,000. And I believe it is the first time in like a non-elimination deal, like in a time run, that somebody has won that kind of money. Steve Witherow, you're going down in the history books here at the Fling. Congratulations, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Motor Maniacs. We got more coming. It is $1 Million Friday, thanks to Maytag and Silver State Refrigeration. Be ready. Round number 1 is coming up here very soon.
Jags.
Once again, yellow run sticker door car. You have been called for round number 1. FTI round number 1 about to get rolling. Yellow run sticker door car. We need you, please.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
Got that racetrack, contract, eliminator, be too late, with the 84 down, by elimination, right out of the
wanted to come to Vegas and race, and heard the Spring Fling was nothing but the best races, the best treatment, great facility, so we decided to come out and give it a shot.
I think it's awesome how they're giving away so many things. It gives everybody a chance to win something.
This place is amazing, and Kyle and Peter do a really good job of putting things together.
Greatest event ever, man. These guys put on such a good show, lots of good competition, and pleasure to be here, honored.
All right, once again, yellow sticker and purple sticker door cars. You have been called to the staging lanes for round number 1, please. Sticker and purple sticker door cars. You have been called to the staging lanes for round number 1. We are just a couple of moments away. So racers, go ahead and meet us down here in the staging lanes. If you've got a door car and you are entered in the million, yellow and purple sticker door cars, come on down, please. All right, driver of car number 129M, driver of car number 129M, we need you to the lanes, please.
Sorry about that. To the tower, car number 129M. Driver of car number 129M, we need you to the tower. Driver of car number 129M, we need you to the tower, please. Once again, yellow and purple sticker door cars, need you to the lanes, please. Racers, once again, good afternoon and welcome to Bristol Dragway as we are getting underway with the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is main event Friday, a Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Day, and we have got a lot of money on the line. Racers have come from all over the country to participate in what will be one of the greatest fling races that has ever been held. Today, we are racing once again for life-changing money here at the Fling. Last year, on the 10th anniversary of the Fling, we put up a very special event. This year, with 2020 being the way that it was, there was some shuffling around. And the main event, the $1 million race that was normally held in Las Vegas, is now being held at Bristol, which is the scene of the crime, the place that started it all. And Peter Biondo has joined us up here in the tower. Peter, after now the 11th year, this event is huge, it's big. The racers have showed up to support you guys once again, and it has just been phenomenal racing so far. We're in for another treat today.
Absolutely, Nate. When 2020 hit, everybody was thrown for a curveball, and wouldn't you know it, here we are at the place it first began, at the Bristol Dragway facility, which is one of the nicest facilities in the country. And I'll tell you what, Nate, I talk about this, Kyle and I talk about this all the time. There was a lot of rocky roads getting to this point. From the first year where we had a 90% chance of rain, and it didn't, Chaplain remembers that? It never rained a drop the whole week, to the third year where it blew up to 500 cars. But here we are 10 years later, 11 years later actually. You guys continue to show up. We couldn't do it without you. It's harder and harder to make ends meet out there with the pandemic that went on. You guys continue to spend your hard-earned money and your time with us, and I don't know how to say thank you anymore, but thank you.
Peter, thank you very much. And I know that on behalf of all of the racers who get the opportunity to come out here and enjoy these Fling events, I know that each and every one of them would say thank you, to Kyle, to Emily, to everybody that makes this happen. These are by far the best bracket races in the country. You guys run an excellent program, and the racers wouldn't show up in the numbers that they do unless you guys put on that caliber of a product. And we thank you for what you guys do, the countless hours in preparation for these events. We thank all of the sponsors who help make this happen. Again, these events would not happen without those names that are on the flyer, and we appreciate each and every one of you for being a part of this. We've got over $60,000 in product alone that we're giving away, and you start adding up the numbers on this sheet as far as the payout is concerned, it's mind-boggling. It really is. So, Peter, on behalf of all of the racers, to you, Kyle, Emily, once again, thank you very much for allowing us to be here and be part of this. We appreciate it, sir.
Well, thank you, Nate. And, talk about ups and downs. I know you guys are getting buckled in and ready to get it on for a huge payday. But I want to say one more thing. When we stood here last year for the Fall Fling 500, Kyle was, my partner Kyle Seipel was, everybody knows this, was battling cancer and it was hitting him pretty hard right then and there. And I had no idea we'd be standing here 1 year later. He's doing better, and we are as strong as we've ever been as far as partnership and brand goes. And like I always say, the Fling's not all about the top line number. The Fling's not all about when you pull into the gate, but it's about everything in between. And something really cool just happened. We handed out $50,000 to a perfect run, and that's the in-between stuff that we love.
Well, Peter, that's why just like it says on the back of all of the shirts that everybody's wearing. We all get to race it, we all get to experience it, and it makes it awesome. So thank you very much. Racers, the time has come. We are ready for round number 1. We have got our door cars in the staging lanes, and of course, we cannot start off this event without first giving thanks to the Lord above, who has given us the opportunity to be here. So joining us here in the tower is Chaplain Scott Trent from Racers for Christ for our invocation. If you have not yet done so, please rise and remove your caps.
Let's have just a moment's word of prayer. Father God, we thank you so much, and we come to you with an extremely humble heart and what you've done for us. Father, we could never do enough to repay what you've given us, sending your Son to this earth to die for us. Father, I ask your blessings over this place, over each and every person within the sound of my voice. Be with the people that make trips down this track, the safety workers. Thank you so much for the event. Thank you so much for the facility. Father, we love you. We give you praise and glory for all eternity. And all of God's people said, amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we do get ready to go with today, we would again like to ask that you focus on what makes this nation great. Let's focus on what brings us together. Let's focus on what makes us all family here at the racetrack. Let's set aside the things that have made this year so challenging and so troubling, and let's remember that we are all here to enjoy one thing, and that is the sport that we love. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will honor our country with our national anthem. And live in the tower, once again, it's Miss Ivy Brannon.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. It's $1 Million Day. The cars have fired. We're pulling them into the water box. God bless America, and let's go racing. $1 Million Friday. It is a Maytag Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday. Thank you, Shane Thompson, the Maytag and Silver State companies, for being out here once again supporting an event like this, even all the way across the country. Far from home, but out here showing your support for the sport of drag racing. This is pretty darn amazing. We're going to start things off with a Schroeder and Verdi matchup. And I think it's kind of appropriate that the guy who won the first one is going to be in the first pair as we get after it this year on the opposite side of the country. They are warming up the cars and getting things ready to go, and this is awesome. This is awesome. Once again, thank you to Jegs. Thank you to Mickey Thompson for sponsoring the live feed. for making sure that those around the country who could not join us here on the property get the chance to follow along as the Fling brand of races is ready to go one more time here in Bristol. Again, 11 years ago. What started with a dream and a couple of pieces of paper from one of the two greats in the sport of drag racing has come to fruition once more. And somebody at the end of this race is going to be holding a check for an amazing amount of money. We've already given away $50,000 on the day. Steve Witherow getting that done in the Brodix run for the 50K. He claimed the 50K. And now Stace Schroeder and Jeff Verdi are going to get things started here in round number one. Stace is dialed 509 on the left side of the racetrack. The racer out of Pennsylvania, Jeff Verdi, in the GTO, is dialed 618 on the right side. The 66 Pontiac going up against the 94 Chevrolet as the pre-stage bulbs are, as the pre-stage bulbs are going to be lit here in a moment. Stace is rolling forward. Jeff Verdi is there. Ready, set, go. Down comes the tree, and the first pair ends on a red light. Stace Schroeder, red by 0.02 of a second, goes 5:10 on the 509. Jeff Verdi gets the first win light of the day, 0.57 on the tree, and 6:17 on a 6:17 for Jeff Verdi. So Verdi lights up the scoreboard. Stace Schroeder was 002 red, and we go from Stace Schroeder to a guy who just made his absolute year. A little over a month ago, Steve Sisko. Sisko on the left side, winning in back-to-back days. And the other great big old million race, he's dialed in at 638. Buddy Ballou came up here during that Brodix run for the 50K and was able to put up 7 total. By the time we got all done, that was essentially and eventually kind of taken out of the mix, but he had a good lap. Steve Sisko was 004 at this end of the racetrack. Buddy Ballou was 18. But we had a little issue. Away we go with Dan Northup and Noah Lewis. Lewis was 048 on the tree. Dan Northup 001 and goes 589 on the 587 to get the win light. And talking about that matchup a little minute ago with Sisko, we will end up having a rerun on that second pair, as unfortunately something was in the beams at the 8th mile mark. So our second pair will end up being a rerun. That race will be rerun. But it's Noah Lewis bowing out this time, 605 on a 606, was 48 on the tree, really had nowhere to go as Dan Northup was 001 and 89 on the 87 dial is now John Talmadge and Luke Bogacki. One of the previous million winners in his dragster is now lined up in the Vega, dialed in 654, and Luke is moving on to round number 2. John Talmadge, red by 0.05 of a second. So Talmadge 005 red goes 587 on the 589. Win light goes to Cool Hand as he's 17 green and 655 on a 654. Kelly Smith now and T.G. Pascal. Pascal in the copper-colored Chevy 2, that Kick Booty Motorsports entry. 560 is the dial for T.G. Kelly Smith is dialed in at 510 in the little Roadster.
Red light start. Red light start for Kelly Smith. Missed the tree by 12 thousandths of a second. Goes 5:10 on the 5:10. TG 001 and 1 above. So Pascal gets out of round number 1 unscathed. Jordan Wyke lines up the Nova, goes 004 red to Odell Davidson's 004 green. The Bean Station-based Monte Carlo 595.5 on a 596 for Odell Davison. Jordan was 004 red and goes 596 on the 598. And racers, buybacks today can get you back into the game for that big old pile of cash, that big old stack of money that's going to be headed out the door when everything is done. So Jordan Wyke, unfortunately, 004 red. He's going to have to make his way through the re-entry round. Again, the buyback today, as advertised on the flyer, $500 to get back in for the life-changing payday as George Hoff and Howard Westbury. George Hoff, 001 red. And then 714 on a 714 in round number 1 of the million, 001 red, dead on 8. Howard Westbury was 10 green, goes 569 on the 571, lighten up the scoreboard to move into round number 2. But oh boy, that one is certainly going to be, as Jed would always say, a puke bucket. Not going to work. So as we do bring up Mitchell McKinney and Joel Hubbard, I got to send a very special shout out to a very special couple of people. Carter and Alicia, I'm glad you guys are listening in. I hope you were having a good day back home in Vegas. We are having a whole lot of fun right here, getting ready to decide who gets to go home with the Spring Fling Million big payday. And Mitchell McKinney is going to need the buyback. He is 009 red. Dialed 672, run 674. Joel Hubbard, 25 green, 501 on the 502. But Carter, buddy, I love you. Can't wait to see you and Mama. We'll be home soon. Okay? All right. Here's Kevin Glenn. Dialed in with a 530, and Brian Martell. I believe that's the truck that Michelle is usually behind the wheel. But today, Brian's taking over the driving duties. That pickup truck is gorgeous. Nice little wheel stander. That thing leaves the line pretty as can be. Kevin Glenn over on the opposite side. Glenn in that 66 Chevy 2. That is a gorgeous piece of machinery as well. And no, the car is beautiful. The red light is horrible. 4th thou on the red side for Kevin Glenn. 531 on a 530 for Kevin. Brian Martell, 16 green, 3 above, 608 on the 605. And it looks like everybody is rolling into this round number 1 like set for kill. They know they're going to have to be, because the best of the best are out here racing, and if you don't get it right, you're going to have to fight for your life in the re-entry round. John Laster and Justin Logan. Here we go. Couple of green light starts, separated by 7 thousandths of a second. We get down to the stripe, and it is going to be Justin Logan. 637 on a 636 was 21 on the tree. John Laster had the 014 reaction time. Goes 95 on the 98, breaks it out, bows out, as now Mike Barber and Big Chief Jerry Lone. Barber in the Mustang. Dialed 614, Jerry Lone in the Firebird. Dialed in at 586. Head start to the Mustang on the left side as we get them staged up, ready to go again. Once again, door cars, both purple and yellow sticker for round number 1 of the main event. You have been called into the staging lanes. Door cars, yellow and purple sticker for the main event. You have been called into the staging lanes, please. Jerry Lone. Cut it too close, made the Christmas tree bleed. He was 7th thou red. Mike Barber, 16 green, and goes 612 on the 614. So Barber gets the win light. Jerry Lone
is going to find his way to the Diva desk to get into the re-entry round. Again, $500 is the buyback today if it is necessary. The option is out there should you need it. Jeff Krasinski and Ed Nemick. Nemick out of Illinois on a 529 dial. Jeff Krasinski on a 597 dial goes trip zip perfect at this end of the racetrack and 2 above down at the far end. 599 on a 597. Nemick was 12 thou red, breaks it out 3 thou after that, and will be finding his way to the re-entry round for a second shot. That is what is sure to be a gigantic amount of money. Scotty Richardson and Aaron Vail. Aaron and his familiar Firebird dialed 673 on the right side. Scotty Richardson in the early 60s model Nova. 601 the dial for Scotty. As Aaron and Scotty taking just a little extra second before they go ahead and get things set up there. We've got, of course, the Motor Mania live TV feed streaming across the world around the internet. We've had viewers from all over the world join us here as 4th thou separate Richardson and Vail. Advantage went to Scotty Richardson. He's going to get the win light as well. 602 on a 601 for Scotty. Get there second by 19 thousandths of a second. Aaron Vail was 19 green. Take 19 thou at the stripe to break out 10 thou. So Vail's going to have to buy back. Scotty gets into round number 2 free of charge as Dan Fletcher and Tracy Sons. Ooh. So Dan Fletcher in the wagon on the left side dialed 662. Tracy Sons on the right dialed 511. 8 thou the difference between the two in reaction time. Getting down to the stripe, and Dan Fletcher grabs the brakes, goes 664 on a 662. Cuts Tracy Sons loose. Sons gets to the stripe first, 41 thou, and breaks out 4 thou. Dan Fletcher takes the wagon into round number 2. As he was 664 and that 662, and again, racers, just like we're up in the game here on the $1 Million Friday. Scott Tate and Kurt Harrington are rolling up here to get staged up, but we are up in the game. It is now the FTI round number 1 as always. Again, best losing package going to get that torque converter from our good friends at FTI. Scott Tate's 004 on the tree. Take 33 thou at the stripe and breaks out 6 thou. Goes 541 on the 542. Win light goes to Harrington in the Chevette. 23 green, 618 on a 618. Harrington's 31 total. Has now Colby Fuller and Kevin Pollard. KP over on the left side. One of what we believe to be only 2 foot breakers on property. Kevin Pollard. Is Hastings foot breaking too? Yep. All right, then 3 foot breakers on property. You got like KP, Nasty Nick, and Justin Lamb. Colby Fuller is 001 red. KP, 22 green, goes 548 on the 549. Pollard takes the truck into round number 2. Colby Fuller was 001 red and 517 on the 516 as now Chris Martin and William Daniels back up in the burnout. Talking about it being FTI round number 1. Best losing package here in round number 1 is going to get that FTI converter, but we've also got on tap right now the first perfect reaction time here in the door cars. Going to get that ATI torque converter. Thanks to the folks at ATI. So an FTI torque converter, best losing package, ATI torque converter for that first perfect reaction time. As Chris Martin, 007 on the tree. William Daniels was 025, and the win light's going to belong to Martin. 580 on a 579. Martin, part of that team Bad Guys, is moving into the next go-round. William Daniels 700 on a 697. Now coming up is Brandon Jarrell and Richard Alford Jr. Jarrell dialed 685, Alford dialed 628. Alford was 002 on the tree, breaks out 627 on a 628. Brandon Jarrell 009 and then goes 686 on a 685. Quan Spain going to get the win light over Tim West. West was red by 24 thousandths of a second. Quan was 00 leaving his end of the racetrack, and Quan Spain going to join up in round number 2. Kind of seemed to be like the Chevette club that's out there. And again, we were talking about that ATI converter for the first perfect reaction time in this go-round. Krasinski, Jeff, a little while ago, was trip zip perfect on the tree. And that was the first one out there. So Jeff Krasinski, you are going to get that ATI torque converter thanks to our friends at ATI. So we're going to take a quick little look at the racetrack. After Quan Spain's run, we've got our next two, Joe Gary and Barry Tichy, lining up here. The Falcon versus the Camaro as door cars are underway. Again, round number 1 for the big day. As soon as we get kind of everybody through round number 1, know exactly how many cars went down in round number 1. At that point, we'll be able to determine exactly what the payout will be because, of course, this is one of those progressive style payouts. The more cars that get in, the bigger the payout gets. And that's where we're headed. So again, that'll be dependent upon how many cars make the call here in round number 1. We'll get that squared away. But for now, Barry Tichy and Joe Gary wait patiently while they take a little look down the racetrack again. It is the FTI round here on the Maytag Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday. A lot of folks have made a very, very long drive in order to be here. Hello, Miss Janine. Speaking of folks that kind of made a long trip to get out here, you got a lot of folks that came in from the West Coast. Got like folks like Molinari. You got the Lambs, the Thompsons, Hicks, all the folks that came in from Idaho, Wirtz. A lot of the folks from the opposite side of the country making that long haul, and of course, folks from all over this part of the world who are all very, very familiar with racing here at Bristol. A lot of folks who are just kind of figuring it out, but it's certainly cool to be here. And what a beautiful facility. You guys have got such an awesome place to race out here. It's gorgeous.
13 tickets left.
13 tickets left. Kyle Seipel just popped in over my shoulder. We have 13 tickets left in that Mosier Engineering. $10,000 to win Calcutta. So again, thanks to the folks at Mosier Engineering for pairing up with us here today. Again, $75 per ticket if you want to get into that Calcutta. They do a max of 5 tickets, but it is the last man standing. You go over there, you buy your ticket, and if the driver that you end up with is the last man standing, that will net you $10,000 for the cost of a $75 ticket. They said there's 13 left. If you were looking at trying to get into that, get over there, get your tickets bought, and be ready to go as Joe Geary and Barry Tichy are getting themselves ready to go. Barry, 621 is the dial on the right side of the racetrack for the fast Falcon. 551 the dial in for the Camaro. $15 red for Barry Tichy. And with the red light start, he's going to have to fight his way through the re-entry round. Joe Geary is 34 on the tree and dead on 5. 551 on the 551 for Joe Geary. Brent Nowitzki and Justin Mosier. Mosier over on the left side. Speaking of that Mosier Engineering Calcutta with just now like maybe a couple less than 13 spots left. Looks like we got some folks over there buying the tickets. Nowitzki dialed in at 578. Justin Mosier dialed in at 544. Tree drops, 13th thou between them as far as reaction time is concerned. And at the stripe, the win light's going to go to Mosier. 005, take 32 thou at the stripe. And ends up 26 thou above, 546 on the 544 for Justin. Brent Nowitzki was 18 green, goes 582 on a 578. Couldn't get there as Jason Rich and Barbara Markaglu. Biondo walks in, he goes, this right here is a perfect Beauty and the Beast matchup. That's 69 Camaro, Barbara Markaglu, 572 is the dial over on the right side. And Jason Rich, that very cool 39 Chevy Coupe. Rich went a bunch of rounds last night, made it to the latter rounds in that coupe. 569 is the dial for Rich, 572 is the dial for Barbara. Rich is in, staged and set. Barbara's there now. Oh no. Jason Rich pulls the front tires off the ground twice, and Barbara Markaglu is able to somehow sneak by him. Jason Rich was fighting that thing from start to finish. He was 003 on the tree. And that car just had a little too much power. Barbara Markaglu with a 240 reaction time ends up going 573 on a 572. And wow, the scoreboard lights up for Barbara. That was wild. Ray Holmes, 12th thou red. Gabe Taylor, 13th thou green. Taylor's moving on in the pickup truck. He goes 579 on the 581 dial. Ray Holmes, 578 on the 576, but Holmes was 12th thou red at this end of the racetrack. And that ended it before he had a chance to really give it a shot. Matt Cook and Mia Tedesco. Tedesco, 579 is the dial for Miss Mia. 609 is the dial in for Matt Cook in the 76 Vega wagon coming in out of Florida. Fourth thou separate them in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Miss Mia. 580 on a 579 for Mia Tedesco. Mia 008, 580. Taking 2 thou at the stripe, gets the win. Matt Cook was 004 green. And then goes 611 down the racetrack. As Mia will advance, Rob Mosier, Cody Witt Cody out of Virginia with a 584 dial, taking over the right side of the racetrack. Rob Mosier. That 66 Chevy 2 on the left side. Mosier's green, Cody's red. Oh, man. Cody, 584. Was the dial. He ends up going 18 thou on the wrong side of the tree and runs 583 down the racetrack. Rob Mosier, 25 green, and then goes 557 on the 559. So Mosier moving on is Chris Butcher and Danny Bastianelli. Holding up here just for a second. Going to take a look down the racetrack before we send our next two. Bastianelli in that Delaware Destroyer. Going to be getting after it. Chris Butcher, 638. Here's the dial in over the left side. Scooter's headed back this way. We should be good to go ahead and put him in the beams, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Owensville, Kentucky, home base for that 78 Malibu. Malibu wagons seem to be pretty popular out here amongst the tour cars. Got quite a few of them, all competing here in round number 1. And there's just a different feel in round number 1 on a $1 million day like this. I mean, anytime you're rolling up in round number 1, it's exciting, it's exhilarating, it's plenty of fun. But you roll up on a day like this, you know what's on the line, and everybody's setting it up to do like this. 3 thou was the difference between the two in reaction time, and oh man. Danny Bastianelli, 005 dead on 3, puts up 8 total. Chris Butcher, 002 dead 7, puts up 9 total. And by 1 thou, Danny Bastianelli is moving on to round number 2. Chris Butcher, 002 dead 7, 9-pack. And will make an appearance in the rear entry round. 9-pack not good enough on that pair. Noah Carpenter and Jeremy York. Wow. Wow. Noah Carpenter's dialed in at 590. Jeremy York's dialed in at 540. Jeremy York and a house mouse lights up his side of the scoreboard. 023 on the tree, 543 on a 540. He's 23 and 3 above to get the win light. Noah Carpenter was 28 green and 5 above. Now it's going to be Nick Folk and Rob Leipzinger. .543 was the dial for Leipzinger. Nick Folk dialed in at 574. Folk was perfect at this end of the racetrack. Gets their first 3 thou. Trip, zip. Take 3 thou at the stripe. Ends up 11 thou above the dial to get the win light. Rob Leipzinger, 10 on the tree, dead on 4. So 14 total. And we'll be headed back to the Diva desk. Nick Folk, trip, zip. And 575 on the 574 will advance to round number 2. It's crazy. Still just a couple of tickets left from what I can tell. I have seen several folks headed over there to the red tent where you can get your Spring Fling apparel, by the way. It's right next to the concession stand if you'd like to swing over there and grab something to eat. It is pretty much lunchtime. All right, it's way past. It's lunchtime on the West Coast. But if you are feeling a little
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
maybe a couple of opportunities to grab one of those tickets for that Mosier Engineering $10,000 to win Calcutta.
So, we did end up going to have a quick rerun. Because when Steve Cisco and Buddy Ballou lined up in the second pair of the morning, we had a little issue with the line where something seemed to have gone through the beams and ended up affecting the system. So Steve Cisco and Buddy Ballou ended up having to be a rerun. Buddy's down 556. Steve Cisco's dialed in at 638. Cisco over on the left side. Ballou on the right side. With that rerun, got to put it back in the same lanes. Make sure that everything is there. And after that, we'll head right back into the continuation of round number 1. The FTIperformance.com round. So Ballou has found the pre-stage bulb. Steve Cisco takes the Vega, drops it right up in there. Appreciate that, Gator. Thank you very much. As we're now set. Between Steve Cisco and Buddy Ballou, Cisco has got the advantage. Buddy Ballou is going to light up the score. 009 track. First by 16 thousandths of a second. Dead on the dial. Dead at the win light. Cisco better at this end. Ballou at that end, and Ballou on the Christmas tree. He was 14 thousandths of a second too quick at this end. Chuck Sanders, 35 green. So now Ron Horwath will make his way through the reentry round. Is now Randall, Reed, and Wes Weaver. Weaver, 546 the dial over on the left side. Randall, Reed, 599 is the number. Over on the right side. Got it, PJ. Good to see from you again. What's up, Youth Rock? So with Reed on a 599 dial, Wes with a 546. Here we go. 10th thou between them in reaction time. Advantage on the line went to Wes Weaver. He's going to light up that Fitzgerald side of the scoreboard. 009, 546 on a 546. He's dead for to be 13 total. Randall Reed was 19 green and had nowhere to go. And guys, we will get that mic deal figured out, straightened out. Luckily enough, we got a little backup here. We switched to make that the main one. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Matt Daddis and Garrett Griffith. Gaddis on the right side, the Starfire. Dialed in at 643, and Garrett Griffith, he's got a 617 over on the right side. Little S10 versus the Starfire. Gaddis taking just a little extra time before he goes ahead and pre-stages that car. The Starfire is now found that first set of bulbs out there. Garrett Griffith is in. He blinks the stage bulbs, and down comes the tree. We stay green. 15 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Data's trying to survive it, but will not. Garrett Griffith, 5 total. 002, dead on 3. Garrett Griffith takes 36 thou at the stripe and lights up the scoreboard. Matt Daddis, 17 green, and goes 645 on the 643 dial. Wow. Garrett Griffith getting it done with a 5-pack. He knew he was got Daddis. He knew he had to make things right. He knew he had to make the great lap, and that's exactly what he did. 5 total to drop Daddis here in the first round. Mark Kidd and Kenny Underwood. Underwood of Delaware, Ohio, 611 is the dial for Kenny. Mark Kidd, he's got a 605 showing up on his side of the scoreboard, and oh man. 8 thou separate them in reaction time. Advantage went to Kenny Underwood. Win light to Kenny Underwood. We just saw a 5-pack go up on the scoreboard. This time it's a 3-pack. Kenny Underwood, trip, zip, dead on 3.
getting the win light in that 92 Firebird. Mark Kidd was 008 on the tree, takes 16 thou at the stripe, and goes 602 on a 605. So now Joe Goldie and Tucker Creech. Creech in the Nova, Joe Goldie in the Malibu on the left side. 712 to down for Goldie, 586 to down for Tucker, 17 thou between them in reaction time. Tucker Creech closing in fast on Joe Goldie's Malibu, and at the finish line it's going to be Tucker. 586 on a 586, 20 total, 19 green, dead on one. Tucker Creech gets there behind 25 thousandths of a second. Joe Goldie was 002 on the tree and breaks out 7 thousandths of a second. So Goldie will make his way through the re-entry round if he wants another shot at that main event payday. Is now Tim Johnson and Gage Birch. Birch, who took care of business when he had to take on Peter Biondo in that death match in the Young Guns versus the Has-Beens. Tim Johnson over on the left side falls to the same fate. Gage Birch, 13 green and 641 on a 638. Gage gets to the stripe first by 33 thou. Tim Johnson was 078. Had given up over 600ths of a second advantage to Gage Birch, and Birch is not going to let that one slip through his fingers at all. And I'm going to agree. Radial Tire, shout out to Umbrella Man. We've been here in Bristol for how many years? Very first year I got out here, I think that umbrella was parked right there from the start, stayed there the whole time, and since then Umbrella Man has become just like a legend at the fling races. Umbrella Man is the man. So Umbrella Man, you're out there, the chat bleachers send you a little shout out. Austin Olinger and John Siegel. Siegel in the wheelie wagon, airing it out big time. 624 was the down for John on the right side, 673 the down for Austin on the left side, in a double breakout scenario. Is going to lock this one down. John Siegel 11 on the tree, get there second, breaks out by less. He's under 6 thou. Austin Olinger is under 14 thou. He goes 671 on a 673, was 15 on the tree. Olinger took 4 thou at the stripe. John Siegel wheelies his way into round number 2. As now Thomas Bell and Dustin Long. Long's got the 526. Thomas on the left side in the S10's got the 588 thou. 2 thou the difference. Whoa, Dustin Long heads straight towards the center line and has to hang it out. Wow. Thomas Bell, 004, take 1 thou at the stripe, goes 586 on the 588, and Dustin Long, let me see here. I don't know if he was drag racing or bull riding, but that dude took the car to the center line, took it back to the wall, took it into the, he said, well, I finished in the middle of the lane, I'm good. On the double breakout, Dustin Long went from the left side to the right side, back to the middle, and wins it. 624 on a 626. He was all over the place. But the time ticket says win on it. And he gets to come back and try it again. Travis Harvey and Wayne DeSantis. DeSantis in the Daytona. 590 is the dial. Travis Harvey dialed in at 537. They both leave green. 4 thou separate them at this end of the racetrack. DeSantis trying to hold on and will. 008 dead one gets their first 7 thou for DeSantis. Travis Harvey was 004. And then goes 538 on the 537. And I'm still trying to digest that Dustin Long run. I think it was crazy. J.R. Houston and Sean Carpenter. Carpenter Camaro right side down 598 and a red light by 13 thousandths of a second hands the orange Camaro of J.R. Houston a win light. Houston was 047 on the tree, goes 567 on the 569. Wow. Wow. Carpenter bows out. Houston's going to move on as Michael Needham and Rocky Van Note. Van Note 593 dial in the Vega.
on the right side, and Michael Needham goes with the ever-popular favorite dial of Peter Biondo. He loves that. Loves it. 666. All right, absolutely not. He hates it. So the 666 dial on the left side versus the 593 dial on the right side. Let's try it. I'm going to have to go check and see if we are out of Calcutta entries. I think we may be pretty close. If not, we may be just out. We're out. All right, we're out. The Calcutta is full. Full up. 34th thou between him in reaction time. Michael Needham getting a little advantage on the tree and goes 668 after he was 004 on the tree to get their first 51 thousandths of a second. Rocky Van Note, 596 on the 593, was 038 on the tree. So had given up. 34th thou at this end of the racetrack, runs 3 above, bows out. We'll have to come back through the re-entry round. Again, racers, the buybacks are available behind the tower at the Diva Desk. If you need to, let's say, buy a little forgiveness, if you need to purchase a little repentance from your performance in round number 1, you can do that. $500 is the buyback. Come on up here and we'll get you back into the re-entry round. Randy Biddle and Michael Pennington. Pennington, the Texas player, dialed in at 5 flat. Randy Biddle dialed in at 609. Red light start for Randy Biddle. By 6 thousandths of a second, he is going to check out, run 607. Ooh! Michael Pennington, 009 and 5000 on the 500 dial. Pennington 9 total. To move into round number 2 is Marco Abruzzi and Clifford Davidson. When Abruzzi came up here to make his run in the Brodix run for the 50K, they actually ended up having to pick up some parts off the racetrack after it was all said and done. 10 thou between them in reaction time. Advantage to Clifford Davidson. Win light's going to go that way as well on a double breakout. Davidson dialed 537, runs 6 thou under, was 14 green. Marco Abruzzi dialed 639, runs 10 thou under, was 24 green. So win light's going to belong to Davidson as Andy Dolan and Howie Adams are up now. Adams in the Grand Prix, 531 the dial over on the right side, and Andy Dolan. Hadn't seen him all week. Must have had something he had to get taken care of at home, but he was a big winner down there in Galat last week when he picked up a nice little payday. I believe he was Thursday night's winner in that all-door car final. So Dolan's dialed in at 604. Howie Adams dialed in 531, and there is nothing between them at this end of the racetrack. Both drivers 004, and Dolan is going to go on to round number 2. 605 on a 604. Dolan 004, 11th thou above, 15 total. Howie Adams was 004, take 18th thou at the stripe, and breaks out 7th thou. So now Billy Lieber and Jason Lynch, Cedar Hill, Tennessee. Kind of the base of operations for that beautiful 63 Chevy with the Mosier Engineering and Joe's Transmission Cooling stickers on the side of it. Oh, by 1,000th of a second, Jason Lynch is eliminated here in this first round. Jason ends up running 537 on a 539, but it was 001 red and done. Billy Lieber is 19th thou on the bulbs, goes 625 on a 627. And let's see. We got Rusty Blackford and Benny Ulmer. Blackford in the 86 Charger dialed in at 607. Benny Ulmer in the wagon, and nasty. Both drivers are 001 at this end of the racetrack. Crazy. Benny Erlmer takes 6th thou at the stripe, breaks out 12th thou. Rusty Blackford gets there second, breaks out 6th thou, and gets the win light. So Blackford on a 6:07 dial, Ulmer on a 5:87. Both drivers 001 in reaction time. And the double breakout decides it. Blackford was 6th thou under, better than Ulmer's 12th thou under. Blackford moves to round number 2. Ulmer's going to have to buy back in the wagon as John Corbin and Chris Lindsay. Again, big thanks to the folks at Lindsay Racing Products for all their support and all that they do. Appreciate Lindsay being out here racing along with us. 6:06 is the dial on that Fitzgerald side of the racetrack. John Corbin dialed in at 5:94. As 4th thou separate him at this end of the racetrack. Winner's going to be John Corbin. Another double breakout. Something to think about. Jared was talking about it up there earlier. You start seeing all these double breakouts, double breakouts, double breakouts. I know everybody's set up tight. Everybody's set up the way that they think it should be, but it might be just a little bit faster out there than folks are expecting. Still a little bit of a headwind.
Just end the line. For the heads, the $2,000 cash and the 2021 million entry.
All right. So that's cool. Peeps, Pennington, Glenn Smith, and Kyle just rolled in here and said, hey, we just did the drawing live because we did end up with a 3-way tie.
Witherrow took us for $50,000. So
Yep.
left the heads to the 3 gentlemen that had the 003 package.
All right. So it was Peeps and Glenn Smith. Witherrow took the 50 grand. The other 3 had to draw it off to see who was going to get those Brodix SR20 heads, who was going to get the $2,000, and who was going to get the 2021 million entry. Isaac Harris got the heads. All right. That would leave Jeff Verdi getting the million entry. And everybody else goes, oh boy, great, Jeff Verdi's in the million. 20 on the tree and breaks out. Glenn Smith, 003, dead on 5, puts up the stripe. Pennington, last year's winner in the million, is going to have to come through the re-entry round if he wants to get this done. So congratulations, Isaac Hayes. Terrell Sinkler getting the $2,000, and Jeff Verdi getting the million. John LaBouse and Glenn Lakins. John, 514 on the 512 after he was 005 at this end of the racetrack.
We'll take Yellow Dragon.
601 on the 598 for Glenn. And hey, racers, your attention in the pits, please. Your attention in the pits. All right, so as John LaBouse gets the win light there, we'll take yellow sticker dragsters. Yellow sticker dragsters for round number 1. Come on down. Oh, West Coast matchup here in the million in Bristol. Chris Northup and Justin Lamb did not do the best of jobs pulling into the staging lanes. Chris Northup dialed in at 662. Justin Lamb dialed in at 559. Down goes the tree, and down goes Northup. By 1,000th of a second, Chris Northup lights the bulb the wrong color. Justin Lamb is 003, talking about, right? Me too, RTC. I'm thinking, you know, it was Isaac Harris. I said Isaac Hayes because that's what I was thinking. Shaft. Justin, 560 on the 559 and one of those foot breakers. 003 on the tree. Joey Harrison, Tommy Plott, this one is done. Harrison goes red by 13 thousandths of a second. Tommy Plott, 551 on the 549. Gets the win light of the black Mustang.
continues to roll on through. As we'll bring up Dave Casper and Ricky Pennington. Once again, if you got a door car and have not made your appearance for round number 1, it's time. Last absolute final call. We have already called yellow sticker dragsters. Yellow sticker dragsters. I did. It's like Isaac Harris. I thought Isaac Hayes, and man, it was on. It was like 70s movie time. Ricky Pennington, 673. Casper's down 646. 10,000 separate them at this end of the racetrack. Winner at that end is going to be Ricky Pennington, 675. That's JJ's cuz. He's my cousin. 675 on a 673. He was 23 on the tree. Takes 7,000 at the stripe. David Casper was 13 green and goes 650 on a 646 as Dan Northrup and Mick Rice. Nick's down 504. Dan's down 573. 3,000 separate him at this end of the racetrack, and the win light's going to go to Dan Northrup. 004. 574 and a 573. Mick Rice got to the stripe first, took 27,000, and breaks out 502 on the 504. Dang. We in a tight spot. So Mick will have to come through the re-entry round. Dan Northrup, 574 on the 573 to finish it up. Quick little bit of work there on the starting line before Nasty Nick and Kelly Smith. Kelly in the pickup truck with a 674 down. Nick Hastings, he's in the T1000. He's got the 611 dial. So head start to Kelly Smith. Nasty Nick going to be doing the chasing there. Hastings out of Ohio. And we'll see if he can get her done. Nasty Nick is going to be mad. 001 red for Nick Hastings. He ends up going 610 on the 611. Kelly Smith, 13 green, 673 on a 674. He gets the win light. There's now Logan Diggs and Greg Walker. Walker already picking up a little nice prize here today. Again, had one of those first perfect reaction time bonuses. Thanks to our friends at Impact. Put up that gift certificate for one of their helmets. That was super cool. So it's good to have Impact on board here as well. Greg Walker is dialed 552. Logan Diggs dialed 624. 10,000 is the difference between the two in reaction time. Greg Walker's got a little bit of work to do. Logan Diggs lights up the board and gets the win light. Oh, Logan Diggs, 11 green, dead 5. Take 9,000 at the stripe, gets the win light. Greg was 21 green, dead 4. Greg Walker is going to have to come through the re-entry round. Logan Diggs is going to get the win light as Travis Colangelo and Brad Pierce. Brad goes red by 11 thousandths of a second. Travis Colangelo, 562 on the 561. He is exactly one above the dial. Was 036 on the tree. Travis Pierce was 11 red.
And then goes 6:15 on the 6:14 is Brian Martell and Loose Change. Oh, it's going to be a fun matchup. Loose Change dialed in at 669. Martell dialed in at 591. A little Virginia. Interstate battle is going to ensue. Away goes Change, and here comes Martell. They were identical as they left the starting line. Both drivers were 16 green. Loose Change ends up well above the dial. Certainly not where he wanted to be. 677 on that 679. Looks like he may have grabbed a little bit of the binders. Brian Martell's 592 on the 591. Takes 65 thou at the stripe. May have got fed a little bit of that. But it's going to be Martell who gets the win line. As now Edmund Richardson and Jared Pennington. Big Jed right side, 589 the dial for the Red Nova. And Big Jed's moving on to round number 2. Edmund Richardson, 594 was the dial. He's 001 red and then goes 594 on a 594. Ouch. Ouch. Jared, 588 on a 589. 009 on the tree, getting it done. He's set up. Edmund Richardson was also set up. Runs dead on, but 001 red, and not going to happen for Edmund. He's going to have to buy back. Here's Scott Richardson and Glenn Dilday. Dilday, 554 the dial. Richardson, 603 the dial. And again, yellow sticker dragsters. Yellow sticker dragsters. We should have you back in the staging lanes, please. Yellow sticker dragsters. We should have you back in the staging lanes, please. Win light goes to Richardson. 21 green and 605 on the 603 for Scotty. Glenn was 33 green and 1 above. 555 on the 554. So again, last chance door cars, yellow sticker dragsters. Need you headed in this way, please, as Kendall Little and Josh Harper. Harper's 523 to dial in the Camaro. Kendall Little, 637 the dial. In the pickup truck. We'll keep an eye on Kendall's pickup truck. Ooh, 34 thou, the difference in reaction time. Advantage goes to Kendall Little, and he gets the win light. 001. Take 4 thou at the stripe. And goes 639 on the 637. He's 2 above. Josh Harper had given up that 34 thou at this end of the racetrack. Goes 522 on the 523. Oh, that's good, RTC. That's good. I would agree. I think they need more than 5 hours energy. They're going to need like 10, so take them 2. Seth Street, 576. Carolyn McCarty dialed in at 614. Wednesday night's winner here, airing it out in the Rambler wagon, trying to get around Seth Street. Street was 15 on the tree and goes 580 on the 576. Street, 15 green, take 3 thou at the stripe, gets the win light. Carolyn McCarty was 36 green and then goes 616 on the 614. As Matt Daddis and Jeff Verdi. Couple of fling winners here head to head. We're talking like big time. Verdi with a 595 dial. Daddis with a 662 dial. Remember, Jeff Verdi in those time runs brought up both cars and was 13 total in both, combined. He's already lit up the scoreboard with the GTO, first pair out. This time he's going to be red by 0.03 of a second. 003 red for Verdi. Matt Daddis, 002 green. 660 on a 662. Jeff Verdi was 596 on the 595 after the 003 red light. But that's going to bring up Gage Birch. Really? And Howard Westbury. So Gage finding himself a second ride here, 664 in the pickup truck. And Howard Westbury dialed in at 533. Man. You got a lot of the heavy hitters kind of hanging in the back here. Both drivers leave red, and it's going to be a true start affair. Gage Birch leaving first was 002 red. Howard Westbury leaving second was 021 red. Win light turns on for Gage Birch. Westbury ends up running 532 on the 533. Birch goes 663 on a 664. But true start in effect. And Gage Birch gets the win light for missing the tree by less as Scotty Johnson and Aaron Vail. Aaron, 674 the dial in the Pontiac. Scotty's 69 Opal. That's the fast one. It's the GT version. Dialed in at 627. Aaron Vail turned it red 0.03 of a second. Scotty Johnson, 16 green. Dead one is 17 total. Johnson advancing into round number 2. And you're wondering out there on the chat bleachers, why is it spring fling when we're into the fall? Well, normally, we would be back here for the fall fling, but 2020, because 2020. It's just like that. Kevin Pollard dialed in at 560. Seth Street dialed in at 522, and Pollard turns it red 9 thou. Kenneth Street, 007 green, 521 on the 522. Pollard ended up going 558 on the 560. He was under 15 thou, but Street was green, Pollard was red. As Steve Cisco and Brian Folk. So Cisco, second pair out, had the issue there with the beams. Had to come back, do the rerun. Ended up bowing out in the Vega, trying to avoid having to buy back twice. Brian Folk on the other side, he's dialed 507. Cisco dialed in at 636. And to finish the answer there for you, man, it is because originally our Spring Fling Million was going to be in Vegas in April. That had to get rescheduled. We had to find a new home for it. And rather than pulling it all the way in here and renaming it, hey, we just kept the name. It just relocated, and it was a couple of days late. 2 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time, and Cisco lights up the scoreboard. 11 green, 636 on a 636. He is dead on 2. Moving on, Brian Folk was 009, takes 14 thou at the stripe to break out 10 thou. Sprawl fling. I like that radial tire. That's funny. Roman Cosner and Jeff Serra. Cosner, the 70-bodied Camaro. Cool car. Cool car, dialed in at 568. Jeff Serra, the cool truck out of Summer Duck. The truck from Summer Duck, dialed in at 534. Final 2 door cars in round number 1 of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. $19 thou, the difference between the two in reaction time, and the winner is going to be Roman Cosner. Cosner, the winner is going to be Jeff Serra. Jeff Serra, 006, 535 on the 534. He takes 17 thou at the stripe and gets the win light, so Serra advances. Roman Cosner was 25 green, goes 569 on a 568, bows out. Here's Mikey Bloomfield Jr. and Lane Dickin as we swap from dragster or from door cars to dragsters. It's time. 5 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. Lane Dickin was 14 green, 437 on a 436, and by 4/10,000ths of a second, Lane Dickin's car crossed the stripe first. Mike Bloomfield Jr. was 009, ends up 4/10 behind at the finish line, and it's going to be Mr. Lane coming back for round number 2. Here's Eddie Sirik and Gary Williams. Williams dialed in at 437. Sirik dialed in at 517. Winner's going to be Sirik. He was 24th thou in reaction time. Get there first by 0.003 of a second. And goes 517 on a 517. He was dead on 1. As now Shane Thompson and Cortland Carter. Thompson with a 463 dial. Cortland with a 494. Carter over on the left side out of Texas. Shane Thompson is the man behind that Maytag Silver State Refrigeration name. Coming in out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Dialed in 463 right side. Actually made it down to what? The round of 4 last night in the dragster shootout. Going to end up having a buyback here in round number 1 if he's going to move on. Cortland Carter, 15 green. And dead on 7. Take 4th thou at the stripe. So Cortland, 15, dead 7, gets him their first 4th thou. Shane Thompson was 32 thou as he left the starting line. And then goes 462 on the 463. As we now got Gary Dunn and Marco Paravalaris. Paravalaris, 454 is the dial here on the right side. Gary Dunn on the left side, dialed in at 474. 4th thou between them in reaction time. And the winner is going to be Gary Dunn. 20. Second. It's now going to bring up Aaron Johnson and Tyler Bohannon. Tyler out of Kentucky dialed in at 475. Aaron Johnson dialed in at 486. As we've got many cars that have all decided that this opportunity at the big money available here at the Fling is certainly worth the drive, worth the investment, worth the time. And we'll see who gets to go with it. 10 thou between Aaron Johnson and Tyler Bohannon at this end of the racetrack. Bohannon 476 on the 475. Gets the win light. He was 14 green. Aaron Johnson was 10 thou behind with an 024 reaction time. Goes 488 on the 486 and ends up 12 thou behind at the stripe. As now Bailey Ferraro and Bobby Hamilton are going to be our next two. Bailey with a 470 reaction, with a 470 dial in. Bobby Hamilton's got the 481, and these two are separated by a lot. Bailey Ferraro was in deep trouble at the hit. Robbie Hamilton, 002, take 9th thou at the stripe. Bailey's reaction time was 0:55. Had given up a little over 0.05 of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack, and Robbie Hamilton made him pay for it dearly and sent him into the re-entry round. So Robbie moves on. Bailey Ferraro will fight his way back in as Vinny Domino and Gabe Taylor. Are going to be coming up next. Gabe dialed in 447. Vinny Domino. Got pretty warm down there in Galat. Didn't get hot, but got pretty warm. Turned on a few wind lights. 10 green this time for Vinny Domino. 467 on a 465. No good. Gabe Taylor 002 on the tree. And 449 on the 447. The Elizabethton, North Carolina-based car gets the win light as Tracy Sons and the man who is now $50,000 richer because of one perfect run lines up over on the right side of the racetrack. Steve Witherow dialed in at 468. You heard him talking about that he was kind of debating, did he dial 66, did he dial 67, what should he do, and said he drug the brake a little bit down there to go dead on zero and earn $50,000. He's now got Tracy Sons over on the left side, and Steve Witherow keeps the momentum rolling. 12 green, takes 7th thou at the stripe, goes 469 on the 468. Tracy Sons was 14 green, and then goes 467 on a 466. So Witherow, by 0.07 of a second, is going on to round number 2 as Hunter Patton and Shane Carr. Wasn't quite the matchup we saw in the Young Guns versus the Has-Beens, but both of them were representing their team. Shane Carr over on the right side. 438 is the dial in Shane Thompson's car. Hunter Patton over on the left side. He's got that 450 number. Ooh, 12 thou the difference between the two. Shane Carr gets the advantage, and he will move on. 440 on the 438 for Shane Carr. Hunter Patton goes 453 on a 450. Was 19 green, and by 25 thousandths of a second, Shane Carr advances to round number 2. We now got Felix Hutchinson and Gary Ingold. Ingold, coming in out of Raleigh, was there with us at Galat, just 7 days ago? 480 is the dial for Gary, 520 is the dial for Felix Hutchinson. Gary Ingold red by 0.04 of a second. Felix Hutchinson 002 green and 523 on a 520. Gary Ingold, after going 004 red, finishes off the run with a 483. And we bring out the C-Man, Corey Manuel, and Brian Canaday. I'm wondering, Joanne, I have to help keep me informed. I'm trying to see. I do not get the count for some reason of how many folks we have watching online. I know that's throughout the day. I mean, I know it'll vary throughout the day, but as folks start to... I know you said that, Joanne. I turned up the radio. But
45 right now.
Nice. He'll get more. Woo! Brian Kennedy's car was like 005, looked like it tried to twist itself sideways, and Corey Manuel is going to get the win. 10 on the tree, 479 on a 476. Brian Kennedy ends up 4 above the dial with a 466 on a 462, was 13th thou behind at the stripe, and Corey Manuel will get the win light as now Rob Domino and Randy Biddle. Biddle was up a little while ago in the door car. End up turning it red. Doesn't want to do that again.
But he's got Rob Domino on the left side, and Domino enjoyed himself a very nice Thursday when he picked up that American race car by winning the American race car shootout that was over on the left side. How about 15 thou red, unfortunately, for Domino, 19 green for Randy. 460 on a 459. What? 2,200 people? Bah. We'll get more. We'll get more. It'll be good. So now is Michael Johnson and Jake Levatino. I'm not really worried about stage fright. Not at all, Mr. Bracket Racing. I actually used to do the opening ceremonies for NASCAR in Vegas, so I can stand out there in front of 100,000 people. Do that. We'll be good. We'll be good. Let's get $4,000. Let's get 4,000 people on here. Let's get more. Get everybody in the world watching this. This is fun. Jake Levatino dialed in at 458. Michael Johnson dialed in at 485. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Mo! Hey, Mo! Did you get that motor finished up yet? Levatino 009 and 458 on a 458. 009 dead 6 gets him there first, 19 thousandths of a second to get the win. Michael Johnson was 21 green and goes 486 on a 485. So Levatino out of Laplace, Louisiana. Going to get the win light as Kevin Brannon now rolls up against Scott Gibson Jr. Gibson, 448 is the dial on that motor mile. Right side of the racetrack. Kevin Brannon, 440 over the left side. .004 green to a .004 red. Kevin Brannon gets the win light. How about .004? Dead on one to be 5 total. Scott Gibson was .004 red, goes 451 on a 458. And hey, racers, your attention, please. We got a racer in need. Loose Change needs an aerospace vacuum pump. He's got cash in hand. If you have got an aerospace vacuum pump, Loose Change, he's in the first spot by the gate, needs help. So if you've got an aerospace vacuum pump, Loose Change needs to see you. He's got cash in hand, first spot by the gate. Let's help him out. That's Timmy Markaglu and Corey Gulitti. Gulitti dialed 445. Markaglu dialed in at 450. Let's go, let's go. Aha! 3 thou separate him in reaction time. Corey Gulitti, 003, 446 on a 45. He's one above 003. Timmy Markaglu was perfect and one above by 1,000th of a second. Corey Gulitti gets by. He is 003. 15 thou above to be 18 total. Timmy Markaglu was trip zip perfect and 19 thou above. And how about it? Nice little drag race there. Loving it. Here's the Red Rocket, Tom Dauber. Dauber made it to the final on the first night that we are out here racing on Wednesday. And then he turned it red against Miss Carolyn as Jack Ostrowski lines up 441 over on the other side. Another trip zip perfect reaction time. That's now back to back on the left lane. Tom Dauber, 2 total. Trip zip dead on 2 for the Red Rocket. Jack Ostrowski was 007 and locked out with a 007 reaction time, had no chance as he goes 442 and a 441.
So Dauber to total. Wow. Brad Clark and Tom Clark. And a red light start for Tom Clark by 0.04 of a second. Tom Clark goes 451 on a 450, but was red at this end of the racetrack by 4 thou. Brad Clark, 17 green, goes 467 on the 467. And in the battle between Clark and Clark, Griswold would be proud. Possibly. Now Carson Brown, Justin Cooper. Cooper over on the right side. 487 is the dial. For Carson Brown, he's got a 443 on the board, and the Blumpville, Tennessee racer will give up the head start to Justin. Coming all the way in out of Medical Lake, Washington. We talked about, man, I've seen racers from Washington, Idaho, California, Arizona, Nevada. Haven't seen any Utah cars. What's that? Did you say Nevada? Well, I have certainly seen plenty of racers from Alabama. We're going to start saying Nevada. I'm just going to say Alabama. From Alabama, Tucky, what? Yes, we did end up changing cords. We changed mics. Apparently, when you picked up the mic last time, you broke it.
Whatever.
Carson Brown, red by a thou. Justin Cooper with 17 green goes dead on 6, 487 on the 487. But man, I don't even. I'll look it up, but that's a lot of hours on the road to get out here from California and Washington and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, say hypothetically you were driving in from Vegas, or you were coming in from Vegas. If there was a way for you to find some sucker to drive your stuff all the way over here while you jumped on a plane and flew in, I mean, that would be like the way to go. You know, if you just get some guy that would drive your stuff all, I mean, he spends the days on the road, and you just get on a plane and fly, I mean, that would be like the way. Race Kid and Jason Rich. Rich over on the left side, dialed 438. Race Kid, dialed 468. Race Kid is 13 on the tree, under a thou, and gets the win light on the double breakout. Got their first 5 thou. Jason Rich was 438 for a dial. 437 was the actual run, was 27 on the tree, and that is going to be the last pair that I pull off here. That's for a little while. You might be onto something there. That. You know, find somebody to drive that rig for you. But yeah, Big Jed, you lit up the scoreboard. Means that you don't have to worry about the re-entry round. You don't have all that work to do. Everybody else is going to have to fight their way through, and you're going to be on recess for a little while. So thanks for coming back up here.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little break from racing on the track. I took a long break yesterday, first round, about 24 hours or so. Today I'll get a little shorter break than that before I get to go back out. Here's the Fling Master, Tommy Cable. Left lane, 453 is the dial. T.G. Pascal in the right, dial 455. Red by 4 thou for Cable. Pascal 003 and 1 thou under. He was going to be a handful. Cable 004 and dead 6. Tough run there. Shane Maddox, left lane, dial 450. Jerry Hollingsworth in the right, dial 525. There's a Chet Dragon sighting under the tower. Five thou red for Maddox. Hollingsworth in the round number 2. 005 for Hollingsworth. 7 thou under. Shane's 005 red and 18 thou under. Buyback window is open. Go to the back of the tower to the Diva desk. Buy yourself back into this program and take a shot at life-changing money. I don't know how much there's going to be, but it's going to be a lot. It's going to exceed the $250,000 guarantee by a long way. Dale West in the left, 475. Jason Hill in the right, dial 503. Red in the left for West. That's an I hate you ticket. 48 and 9 above for Jason Hill. West goes 13 red. Dale West is not going to be happy. But somebody tell Dale everybody has that happen to him from time to time. Buy back in this race and make history today. Dustin Wirtz in the left, 465 is the dial from Idaho. Pennsylvania's Chet Dragon. Top 10 name everywhere he goes. 640 is the dial on the buggy.
I love Dustin Wirtz. He's a cool dude.
Wirtz turns it 3 thou red. Chet turns it 8 thou green. Then goes 31 thou over the dial. Wirtz not going to be happy there. Dead 4, but 3 thou too soon on the let go. There's Mark Kelly coming up in the left lane. Isaac Harris in the right. 8 thou separate them. 29, 15 thou above for Harris. Moving on, 14 thousandths going his way at the stripe. Kelly, 37 and 21 thousandths above. Isaac Harris into round number 2. Keep wanting to say Isaac Hayes. I think he was a defensive back for the Steelers or something. Thou separate Douglas Marsters and Slate Cummings. Slate out in front. Slate really nice there. 004 take 005 at the stripe to be 11 thou over. Slate 15 total. Marsters 16 on the tree. Dead 4 comes up 5 thou short. We're in FTI round number 1 of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by our great friends at Optima Batteries. Life-changing money on the line today. It is going to be an amazing day here at Bristol Dragway. We have Glenn Gordon in the left, dial 480, Chad Axford in the right, dial 449. Or was Isaac Hayes a singer? I don't know. Ooh, 22 thou separate them. The 22 is 22 behind. Ooh, Glenn Gordon. Tupac is back. Perfect dead 2 for Gordon. 22 and 15 thou above for Axford. It left him no chance on that one. Gordon lays down 2 total. There's Josh Ludke in the left lane. 453 is his dial out of Indiana. Pennsylvania's Jeff Krasinski. Dial 482 in the right. Welded together on the starting line. Krasinski 17, dead 3. 20 pack. Ludke 17, take 8 to be 5 thou under. Had to take 3 or less. Bryson Scruggs 478 down the left lane. Cody Witt in the right. Witt dial 488. One-tenth separate him on the dial. Witt leaving first. 8 thou separate them. Advantage goes to Scruggs. Bryson moving in around number 2 with a 12 and 18 thou above 30 thousandths package, taking 6 at the stripe. Rode Cody through really nice. 20 for Cody and 16 thou above 36 total. Comes up 6 thou short. So Tommy Jackson says Isaac Hayes was a singer from Senatobia, Mississippi. I knew he was a singer or a defensive back, one of the two. McKenna Brown, 465 in the left. Patrick Bowen in the right. My old buddy PB right there, dial 543. 5 thou separate them. PB took the long way around. He rode over there to the wall just checking it out. But he gets it done. Patrick Bowen, 28, 11 thou above, 39 thousandths package. 33 on the tree for McKenna and goes 37 thou over. There's Brandon James in the left, 478 is the dial. Travis Laster in the right. Dial 415. 415. The dial in board or the scoreboard is correct. I made a big deal out of that 415 somewhere. Shane Molinari's going, yeah, okay. Let me pull the plug wire. I'll go 415. 4 thou separate them. Ooh, Brandon James, 19 and 27 thou above, gets to the stripe, 5 thou. Laster was 15. Felt like he was going around, but didn't go around. 36 thou above, 418 at 155. He was down on mile per hour pretty good. James DiGiaco, he's backing up for a little while there. He's dialed 452 out of New York. Dakota Wells from Tennessee, from Sevierville. Beautiful area in the hills of northeast Tennessee, dialed 494. They're saying Isaac Hayes was definitely a singer. He sang shaft. I don't I don't think I know that song. 8 thou separate them. Wells out in front, and Wells gets a double breakout win. 16 and a thou under. Beats 24 and 11 thou under. Dakota Wells into round number 2. Buyback windows open, racers. See them at the Diva desk. Behind the tower in the booth. Pay your fee to get back in the show, and we'll call you for the re-entry round. And you'll have a shot at finishing the deal here at Bristol for life-changing money. Jesse York and Paul Campanella. Campanella leaving last, 444, chasing a 480. Paul left last by a long way. 009, 39 thou above for York. Campanella was late. And 21 thou over, 76 thou at the stripe. Going York's way. Rick Harbaugh next up in the left. Dial 477. Man, Dakota Wells got back quick. Like 2 pair later. So I don't know which one's Dakota and who's the imposter, but with a real Dakota Wells, please stand up. 459. What show was that where they ask you, with a real whomever, stand up? Y'all tell me what show that was. I remember watching it as a kid. I just don't remember the name of it. $200 separate them. Whether that's the real Dakota Wells or not. They got it done. 002. Take 8 to be 19 thou above. 22 dead 7 for Harbaugh. Left him 8 thou in the hole. Dalton Rolls next up in the left. Troy Williams Jr. in the right. 448 for Rolls, chasing Williams 477. 1 thou red for Dalton. Troy Williams Jr. in the round number 2, 10 and 23 thou under the dial. One thou red and 10 thou under for Dalton Rolls. Jeff Taylor next up. 468 dial on the left out of Apache Junction, Arizona. Littleton, Colorado's Chris Whitfield, dial 477. Couple of West Coasters. Traveling all the way out to Northeast Tennessee to battle it out. Nine thou red for Taylor Whitfield, 24 dead 4. Into round number 2. My old buddy Jimmy Bryant says To Tell the Truth was the name of the show. Somebody else says, where did I see that? Oh, John Z says, I've got a secret. I don't remember I've got a secret, but I remember To Tell the Truth. Spencer Massey, last night's $30,000 American Race Cars Thursday champion. Dial 476. Shannon Woodring in the right, dial 470. $16,000 separate them. Spencer's in trouble right here, and Shannon Woodring Moves into round number 2, 17, dead 1, 18 thousandths package, taking 19 at the stripe. Massey, 33, dead 4, 37 pack. Comes up a couple of Huns short. Had a starting line deficit that he couldn't make up. Dustin Shore next up, 454 in the left lane. Bailey Ferraro in the right. Dial 464, exactly 1/10 head start to be going to Bailey in the right lane. Advantage for Dustin Shore, and Dustin holds on 7, takes 6. Nice lap there for Dustin. Go 26 thou over. Bailey is 43 and 4 thou under. Just missed it up front. Left too much room in Dustin's lane, and Shore moves into round number 2. Here's Dominic Balducci in the left lane. 494 is the dial. Right lane is Anthony Bertozzi, dial 455. 2 thou red for Bertozzi. Balducci in the round number 2, 15 and 36 thou over. Bertozzi 002 red, 5 thou under. Anthony not going to like that ticket at all. Would probably make him feel a lot better if he fixed some of that ribeye that he normally fixes and cuts it up and brings it to the tower. I bet Anthony would feel a lot better if he does that. Just, I don't know if it'll make him feel better until he sees me smile, but I bet we can make him feel better. Wade White in the left. He's an oyster farmer. He doesn't raise them, he just catches them. 467 is the dial. Cortland Carter in the right. Dial 485. Now Cortland from Lubbock, Texas, or Hobbs, New Mexico. Left lane, Wade White gets by with one there. 36 dead 2. Cortland is 28 and 25 thou under. Got to the stripe 35. Had to take 10 or less. Wade dropped him off. Johnny Ezel on the left. Johnny Bracket Racer, dial 477. Richard Alford Jr. in the right, dial 480. 20 red for Alford, 006 for Ezel. Ezel goes 44 thou under. Alford dead 7. Johnny Ezel in the round number 2. Here's the king, Edmund Richardson, left lane, 471 is the dial. Out of Tennessee, Ashley Smith in the right from North Carolina, dial 440. 31 Hun, head start going at Richardson in the left lane. It's FTI, round number 1 of the K&N Spring Fling Million. Presented by Optima Batteries. Edmund Richardson in control here. 12 thou advantage up front. Rolls through for the win. 11. 19 thou above for a 30 thou package. Smith is 23 and 4 over. Edmund gets to the stripe 33 thou in front. Edmund Richardson to round number 2. Corey Mong next up, 427 in the left. Cody McDaniel in the right, dial 461. Yes, Michael Nuttall. People that cook for other people get a lot of joy out of watching them eat what they cooked. So I would figure if Bertozzi would fix me some steak and bring it over here and just watch me eat it, he'd feel a lot better right now. Little staging battle there, all over and done with. Okay. Double red, Mong gets by with it. 36 red for McDaniel, 2 thou red for Mong. Mong had the lesser of the 2 reds and moves into round number 2. He goes 3 thou under, McDaniel goes dead 4. Buyback window is open, racers. You know, only half of the people in round 1 are going to get a win light. So sometimes you fall in that half, sometimes you fall in the other half. But so many times a racer that bought back ends up holding the big check. So if things didn't go your way first round, get yourself back in the program and take a shot at life-changing money. It could be your day. Cameron Manuel in the left lane, 452. Tim Thomas in the right, dial 470. Three thou separate them. Advantage Thomas, win light Thomas. That was nice. That was a really good race. 009, take 002 for Thomas to be dead 8. That's 17 total. Manuel, C-Man, or that's Big Cram. Big Cram, excuse me, it was 12 dead 7. 19 pack. 19 pack is good, but it's too many when your opponent's 17 pack. Carl Jones in the left, 471 is the dial. Travis Laster in the right, dial 441. That's exactly 3/10. I'm not good at math, but I can figure that out. Head start for Carl Jones. Deuce is Wild, never been a used car salesman. There are some Penningtons here that sell used cars. They're from Texas, and they're skinny. Totally the opposite of me. David Hearn, you watch your mouth. I ate a carrot and a salad while I wait on my steak. Nasty right here. They're 4 total between them. 001 and 12 thou over for Laster. 13 pack. Carl Jones is 003, but goes 38 thou over to be 28 thou behind. Here's Lauren Freer in the left. 464 is her dial. She's got the guy they call Honey Wayne. Hunter Patton says he's from Crockett, Texas. I wonder when's the last time he saw Crockett, Texas. He's dial 464 as well. It's a heads-up race. Hippie Long online. That's how you get your name mentioned. You say stuff like that. It's good stuff. Thank you very much. Oh, this is nasty right here. They're 4 thou total between them as well. Oh, Hunter Patton. 4, dead 2, 6 pack. Taking 11 thou at the stripe. Lauren Freer, perfect on the tree. 17 thou above, comes up 11 short. 17 pack got you 11 change. That's tough right there. Matt Lee, you'll have to prove that, sir. There's only one way to prove it. Mike Bloomfield Jr., 459 dial on the left. Sean Sarah, 459 dial in the right. Another heads-up race. Somebody was ripping it up out there. I'd say that was little Bloomfield, and he was going to be mad as a Hornet. Sean Sarah 19. Well, both of them were. Oh my goodness, they were both cutting up. They were both partying, as my friend Loose Change would say. 19 dead 6 for Sarah, taking a thou. Bloomfield 007, 19 thou above, gets one little one behind. Bloomfield was 3 thou quicker to the 60, 15 thou quicker to the 330, and 13 thou slower at the stripe. So he took -1 there. Both of them were dropping. Jeremy Hancock in the left, 447 is the dial. Timothy Thomas, right lane, dial 485. $11 thou advantage for Thomas. Thomas moves on to round number 2. 12 dead 8 for a 20 pack. 9 thousandths going his way at the stripe. Hancock 23 dead 6.
No worries.
Had the car dialed, just
Commandeered.
a little tardy on the starting line.
We can do that or whatever you want us to do.
Not be a bad idea. I'd hate to not have my phone.
Mia Tedesco in the left, 478 is her dial. Josh McDaniel in the right, dial 458. Tedesco getting a 2/10 head start. 16 thou separate them. McDaniel had the advantage up front, but the win light goes to Mia. 38 sets it down to go 3 above. Josh McDaniel's 22 up front. Killed some himself, but not enough. Goes 3 thou under. Got there 49, had to take 46 or less. Thank you for that, Sarah. I only know one way to be, and that's me, unfortunately. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes, Some of these names. Appreciate the green mirror. Ooh, nasty here. Here's Houston and Galletti. 5 thou separate them. Galletti. Chris Galletti, that is. 002. 31 thou above. 33 pack. 7 on the tree for Houston. Goes 38 thou over to be 12 thou behind at the stripe. Here's Dylan Coggins in the left. 480 is the dial. Randall Reed, former Spring Fling $1 million winner at the Strip at Las Vegas. Right lane racer, dial 455. Buford, Georgia in the left, and Iowa Park, Texas in the right. Double reds right there, but True Star did not have to go to work. 11 red for Coggins. Reed 003 on the red side. That's the lesser of the two, and Randall Reed advances to round number 2. Get on with a 2 for Reed. And Coggins went 7 thousandths under the dial. Here's David Nicholson next up in the left. 468 is his dial. Rob Moser in the right. Part of that Moser Engineering Racing team. Dial 450 in the right. 7 thou separate them, and Rob Moser. How about 004 and 10 thou above for a 14,000th package? Nicely done there for Rob Moser. Nicholson is 11 and 15 thou under. Took 18 thou, had to take 3 or less. Rob Leipziger in the left, 462 is his dial out of Pennsylvania. Don Hanson in the right, dial 484 out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Purple run sticker dragster, we need you please. Purple run sticker dragster, we need you please. 9,000th advantage for Leipziger. And Robel moves on to round number 2. Nicely done there, sir. 004, take 003. 20 thou above, 24 pack. Hanson is 13 and 14 thou over to be 3 thou behind. Here's Chris Reynolds from Bear, Delaware in the left lane. 450 is the dial. Lester Adkins in the right. Lester from Corydon, Tennessee. Dial 467. Or excuse me, Corydon, Kentucky. Oh boy, that'll get you in trouble right there. Gotta get those states right. 7 thou separate them. And Adkins moving on to round number 2. 20 dead 6 for a 26 pack. Lester took 24 thousandths at the stripe. Reynolds is 27 and then 23 thou above. That's 50 total and 24 less than 26. Will Holloman in the left lane, 455 is his dial. It's out of Portland, Tennessee. Gary Ingold in the right, dial 451. Out in front here, 24 thousandths advantage. Now that's how you do it, Will. 006, take 0003 to be dead on with a 9. Ingo was 30 and 15 thou under, which was not even in the ball game of what Will was doing, but Will was just doing what Will does. 6, take nothing to be dead 9. Joe Gary in the left lane. JoJo dial 448. Ian Woods in the right, dial 478. That's 3/10 head start. Going Woods' way in the right lane. Ten thou separate them. 15, 23 thou above for JoJo. Rolled him through 7 thou at the stripe. Ian Woods, 25 and 20 thou above. Joe Gary into round number 2. Oh, it's a tough matchup here. Tough any round, much less first round. Left lane is Sherman Adcock Jr. I used to drive for Sherm, drove a super stocker. That was a good time. Some wild boys down there. Dial 463. Right lane is the Peep Show. Peeps Pennington, no relation. They're much skinnier than my family. It's dial 456. Nasty in both lanes, 5,000 separate them. And Peep Show. Ooh. 004 take 008 to be 13 thou above. Sherman, not a bad lap, 9 and 16 thou over. But it comes up 8 thou short of Peeps Pennington. Mike Nelson in the left. 482 is the dial. Mark Kelly in the right, dial 456. 2600's head start going Nelson's way. 2500's is half a bulb, so basically half of a bulb head start will go to Nelson. Neither of them eager to get off the starting line. And Kelly gets the win. 51 dead 9, 60 pack. Takes 20 at the stripe. Mike Nelson is 43 and 37 thou over. 80 pack. Comes up 200 short. Paul Rich next up in the left lane. 464 is the dial. Marlon Goetz in the right. Out of Troy, Texas, dial 480. $10,000 red for Rich, and he's going to hate that ticket. Marlon Goetz is 56 and 27 thou over. 83 total. Goetz was 25 thou above and 10 red. If he's 35 on the tree, he wins that one with ease. Not going to like that one. Kobe Fuller in the left, 465 is the dial. Bobby Inslee in the right, dial 471. Kobe Fuller, 465 in the left. Bobby Inslee, 471 in the right. 600 head start going Inslee's way. I might have already said that. I don't know, but I got some lemonade up here from the food trailer, and it's really good. Okay, so I kind of lost it there for a second. Fuller in control here. 6 take 12 to be 4 above. Dead 6 for Inslee, but he left 52 at the starting line, which was 46 thousandths in the hole. JJ talking to me wide open here while I'm doing my thing. Thomas Bale in the left, 448. Corey Gulitti in the right, dial 464. Shout out to my homegirl, KT Kate. I wish you and Paul could be here as well. Having a good time up here on the mountain. Beautiful weather. Thank y'all for tuning in. 12,000 separate them. Bale out in front, and Bale gets the win. 6, dead 4, 10 pack. Got to the stripe 1,000. Gulitti is 18 and 7 thou under and didn't get there. 10 total in the left, 18 tree in the right. Didn't really matter much what Corey was doing. Michael White, left lane, 474 is the dial. Ken Batchelor in the right, dial 442. $5 thou red for Batchelor. White 15 on the tree and 5 thou under. That will advance Michael White to round number 2. Stacy Hall next up in the left lane. Out of Chesney, South Carolina. Stacy's looking for a 452 on the board. Justin Moser in the right. Moser, part of that Moser Engineering race team. Out of Portland, Indiana. Dial 458. Thou separate them. Advantage went to Stacy Hall, and Stacy Hall moves on to round number 2. 17, 13 thou above. That's a 30 pack, taking 18 at the stripe. Anytime you're green, you go above the dial and you take the stripe, your electricity lights up on the top of the scoreboard. Then he didn't take the stripe. I said you got to take the stripe too, smarty pants. JJ want to tell me how this works. Tell you what, boy, you just sit back there and play your little game.
You like chocolate or vanilla?
Anyway, Hall goes to round number 2. Moser 31 and over the dial.
Did you pick the right one? I'm gonna bring this side out first. Hold on.
Taylor Holland next up in the left, 454 is the dial. Nick Folk in the right, dial 454 as well, 5,000s. Separate them at the hip. Folk had the advantage, but the win light goes to Holland. Folk 18 takes 6 to be 2 thou under. Holland 23 and 1 thou under. Nick had a 5 thou advantage up front, had to take 5 or less or get behind. Chris Stein in the left, 415 is his dial. Jay Ralston in the right, dial 460. 45 Hun head start, going to the right lane, and Ralston. Six thousandths advantage for Stein. He moves on. 22 dead 2, 24 pack. 28 and 18 thou under for Ralston. Got there 14, had to take 4 or less. Chris Stein moves into round number 2 at 24 pack. Jesse Biddle next up in the left lane, 460 is the dial. She'll be chasing Kenny Underwood. Underwood dial 484 in the right. Only 3,000 separate them. And Underwood, 9 take 14 to be dead 5. 14 pack. Jesse was 12 on the tree. Go 16 thou above to be 14 thou behind. She had to go dead 1 or dead 0 to guarantee the win. Chris McGuire next up in the left, 479 is his dial. Brandon Taylor in the right, from Roanoke, Alabama. Dial 468. Five thou separate them. Advantage going to Taylor. Oh, Taylor. Got turned loose. 007. Take 31 to be 8 thou under. Had to take 23 or less. McGuire is 12 and 18 thou above, moving into round number 2. All right, this just in from the Diva desk out back. The next 5 kids who come up to buy their parent back in gets a prize. We got footballs, we got remote control cars, basketballs, coloring books, and games. Got lots of prizes back there. The next 5 kids that come up and buy their parent back in the $1 million race will get a prize. That's at the Diva desk behind the tower. Timmy Miller, 481 in the left. Mark Kidd, 453 in the right. Miller was in trouble there. 005, take 49 for Kidd to be 27 thou above. Miller 11 thou over but missed the tree. 70 up front. Ivy Brandon in the left lane. She's dialed 458. Shane Thompson in the right. Also dialed 458. Thou separate them. One of them was 15 and 15 in the hole by Shane Thompson. Perfect take 2 to be dead 8. 8 pack for Shane Thompson. Ivy Brandon 15 and 5 thou under. No chance there as Thompson laid her down 8 total end to end. Saw somebody said they were watching from North Carolina. It just kind of was rolling out of the screen when I saw it. I apologize. I think they said, hey, Jed, watching from North Carolina. It was Northern California. Whoever that was, I apologize for missing you. Scott Lemon, DragRaceResults.com, entry left lane, 462 is the dial. Marco Paravalaris in the right all the way out from Northern California, dial 455. Marco is 2 red, Lemon is 1 green. Scott Lemon, 18 thou under, leaves 001 at the hit. Well done there by Lemon. Marco needs a puke bucket. 2 red, dead 1. Even though Lemon was going to be extremely hard to handle, Marco still won't like that. Bruce Holland, 442 dial on the left lane. Brian Folk, right lane, dial 459. $2,000's advantage for Folk, and he holds on for the win. 11 dead 3. 14 thou package for Folk. Takes 7 thou at the stripe. 13 dead 8 for Holland. Not a bad lap at all, but comes up 7 thou short. Yeah, I missed that one, Deuce is Wild. What's up, Joe Cox? Tuning in from all over the place. See New York, Arizona, Florida, New Mexico, New Hampshire, Austin, St. Denis, and Troy Williams. 4 thou separate them. Troy 25, take 19 to be 13 thou under. St. Denis 21 and 10 thou above, moving on. He goes into round number 2. Troy got a little too much at the stripe. Got dropped off pretty good there. Austin St. Denis moving into round number 2. Tyler Sizemore, 465 in the left. That's my dog in the right, John Siegel. My homie right there. Getting a 400 head start. My dog is in trouble. Sizemore, 13, 7 thou under. Taking 11 thou at the stripe. John dropped him off, just didn't drop him off enough. 26 and 9 thou under. 2 thou more breakout in Siegel's lane. Sends Tyler Sizemore into round number 2. One went 464 at 148. One went 468 at 132. There's Jen Bridge tuning in from Canada. Wish you guys could have made it. Oh, it's tough having those borders closed, keeping you from a lot of the races you guys like to go to. Corey Manuel, 457 in the left. There's my partner, Luke Bogacki, dial 473. 11 thou separate them. Luke's in control here. Bogat, 001, 13 thou above. Manual, 12, take 6 to be 4 thou under. Had to take 2 or less. Both of them set down. Manual just didn't kill quite enough. Bogacki left 001 on the let go. So had 11 thou up there, up front. Tommy Plott next up in the left, 475 is the dial. Jeff Serra in the right, dial 464. Leaves 10 thou too soon. Sarah, 14 on the tree. Sets it down to go a couple of tenths over. Plot 10 thou red and 7 thou under. Chris Beauchamp in the left. 454 is Chris's dial. TJ Harris, right lane, dial 5 flat. 2 thou separate them. Advantage Beauchamp, win light goes to Beauchamp. 14, dead 6 for a 20 thousandths package. 16, take 13 for Harris. Broke it out by 9 thou, had to take 4 or less. Chris Beauchamp moves into round number 2. There's Kevin Pruitt, Kick Booty Motorsports entry in the left, dial 487. Boo Washington. Wesley Washington Jr. in the right, dial 465. .2200's head start going Pruitt's way. Sun dipping behind the trees in the grandstands here at Bristol. 4 thousandths advantage for Pruitt and a win light for Kevin Pruitt. 26 dead 3 for Pruitt. 29 total. Wesley's 30 on the tree. Gets there 6, breaks out 7. He was mathematically ineligible. 29 total for Pruitt, 30 on the tree for Boo. Franklin DiBartolomeo in the left lane. 466 is his dial. Johnny Ezel in the right. Johnny Bracket Racer dial 479. Double O's in both lanes. Frankie D, 002, takes 17 to be dead 8. 10 thousandths package. 009 on the tree for Ezel. He bailed out to go 18 thou above and be behind 17. Franklin DiBartolomeo in the round number 2. Lane Dickin, 456 dial in the left lane, out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Severn Johnson, the legend, in the right lane, dial 473. Dickin, 11 and 10 thou under. Moving into round number 2. Severn Johnson leaves 004, but went 12 thou under. 2 thousandths more breakout for Severn. He's 4, take 9. Had to take 7 or less. There's Garrett Griffith next up in the left. 463 is his dial. Cody Johnson in the right. Dial 489. Griffith giving up 2600's head start. Trouble for Garrett Griffith right here. Oh, and he made it work somehow. Cody Johnson's 002 goes 23 thou under. Griffith is 29 and goes 8 thou under. Cody had to take 27 or less or get behind. He took 42 to break it out by 15 thou more than Garrett Griffith. Julio Meeks in the left lane. Hugh dial 466 in the Glenn Smith Chevrolet Racing entry. Jake Levatino in the right, dial 476. 1/10 exactly head start going to the right lane in Levatino. One red for Levatino, 11th thou over. Meeks is 007 on the tree and then goes 16th thou under the dial. Hugh had that one set up right where he wanted it. He moves into round number 2. Dan Fletcher next up in the left. Dial 482. He's out of New York, about to be out of North Carolina. Michael Shoup in the right. Dial 479 out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Fletcher got a whole lot of work to do right here and does exactly that. 40 dead 1 for Fletcher, 41 pack. Shoup is 15, gets there 35, breaks it out 9th thou, had to take 26 or less. Dan Fletcher dropped him off, fed him a little stripe, moves into round number 2. Jeff Taylor in the left lane out of Arizona, dial 483. Justin Kessler in the right, out of Ohio, dial 502. Kessler got some work to do right here. Taylor's in control. Jeff Taylor gets it done, 006 and 18th thou above. It's 24 pack, taking 42 at the stripe. Kessler, 45 and 21th thou over. No good there for Kessler as Jeff Taylor moves into round number 2. Buyback window is open. Head on back to the Diva desk, back behind the tower in the booth. Get yourself back in the program. Take a shot at life-changing money. A lot on the line here at the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. It is FTI, round number 1, where our great friends at FTI are going to put a torque converter, a racing torque converter in the hands of the best losing package. Thank you to all the hard-working associates at FTI and for your presence in the pits. We appreciate you guys very much. Darren Lott's left lane, 484 is the dial. Jamie Holston in the right. That's my boy. He's dial 451. Holston moves into round number 2. 10 and 4th thou under. Lots was 15 and 17th thou under. Lots took 8th thou. Had to be behind by 5 or more. The Fling Master, Tommy Cable in the left lane, 463 is the dial. Jake Woodring in the right. Woodring dial 466. $12 and 14th thou under for Cable. Woodring 003 and 10th thou under. 003 red, excuse me. Woodring got it too quick on the let go. Sends Tommy Cable into round number 2. Travis Colangelo, part of the American Race Cars racing team, dial 469. He's in the left lane. He's facing Tim Chapman in the right, dial 524. Nasty. Wow. Colangelo 004, 13 thou above, 17 total. Chapman leaves 002. Gets there 24, breaks it out 9 thou, had to take 15 or less. Tough racing right there. Turtle Brannon next up in the left, 449 is the dial. Shannon Roberts in the right, dial 448. Couple of 440 rides, duking it out. Roberts lights at 19 red. 008 on the tree for Turtle Brannon. Brannon goes dead 2. Nice 10-pack there for Turtle. Roberts was 19 red and 1 thou under. Josh Duggins next up in the left, 462 is the dial. J.R. Hodges gone deep in both of the 30 granders so far this week. Trying to do it one more again in the million, dial 471. $17,000 advantage going to Hodges. How about Hodges? 002, dead 4, 6-pack, takes 001. Got to the stripe, 1/10,000th in front. Josh Duggins, 19 on the tree, 13 thou under, no chance in the world. 6-pack for Hodges. Cliff Carr in the left, 503 is the dial. Brian Canday in the right, dial 459. Big advantage for Cliff Carr, and Cliff gets it done. Double breakout win. Canday followed him through. 007 for Cliff, 15 thou under. Got to the stripe 45. Had a 51 thou advantage up front, so had to take 51 or less or get behind. Nailed it, took 45 thou. 58 and 21 thou under for Canday. Leighton Sumter, 502 down the left. Aaron G, 471 in the right. Slightly better than 3/10 head start going to Sumter in the left lane. thou advantage for Aaron G. Win light goes to G. 007 take 30 to be 26 thou above. 33 pack for G. 10 on the tree, but 53 thou over for Layden Sumter. Left him a little short at the stripe. Here's the chicken. Brian Balducci. Left lane, dial 498. There's my boy, Don Butkowitz. Dial 478. Fourth out, separate them. Chicken with the advantage in a win light. 009, dead 7. Taking 1 thou at the stripe. Butkowitz is 13, dead 4. Not a bad lap at all for Donnie B. But it come up 1 thou short of Brian Balducci. Final call, dragsters for round number 1. Final call, dragsters, round number 1. All dragsters, you have been called for FTI round number 1. Daryl Wirtz in the left. 471 is the Dolphin. Schroeder in the right. Dial 450 even. Schroeder in trouble here is Wirtz. 11 dead 0. Taking 4 thou at the stripe. Nice 11 pack there for Daryl Wirtz. Schroeder is 23 on the tree and no chance. Goes 8 thou under trying to get there. Josh Owens 476 in the left. Chris Whitfield in the right. Dial 471. Whitfield all the way out from Littleton, Colorado. Owens, a Tennessee native, which that could still be a long way away. It's probably about 9 hours corner to corner in this state. Owens in trouble here. Whitfield 17, take 18 to be 15 thou above. Lots of teams. 50 dead 0 for Owens. Alan Elliott next up in the left. 449 is the dial. Scotty Albrecht in the right. Dial 457. $11 thousandths advantage for Elliott, and a win light goes to Alan Elliott. How about 2 dead 6 for you? 8 pack. Well done there by Alan Elliott. Scott Albrecht, 13 and 17 thou under. Got there 12 thou. Broke it out 17 thou. His opponent laid down 8 total. He was 13 on the tree, so dead 0 has him 5 thou in the hole. Alan Elliott moves into round number 2. Big Brew, Jerry Brewer in the left. 449 is the dial. Old Glory's blowing just a little bit harder out there. Scotty Bodmer in the right, dial 475. $8 thousandths, the difference at the starting line. Bodmer was in the hole at the starting line, but gets by for the win. Or didn't get by, but got the win. 18, 3 thou under for Bodmer. 10 and 7 thou under for Brewer. Brewer breaks it out 4 thousandths more than Bodmer. Jerry Brewer into round number 2. Final call, dragsters. If you have not reported for FTI round 1, we need you now, please. Dustin Wirtz, 449 in the left. Tyler Bohannon, 478 in the right. Thousandths advantage for Wirtz, but the win light goes to Tebow. Tyler Bohannon, 16, did 9. Set that one down nicely to lay down 25 total. Wirtz is 12 on the tree, had the advantage there. Gets there 25 thou, breaks it out 12 thou. Had to take 13 or less. Tyler Bohannon gets into round number 2. Buyback window's open. Go see the Divas at the Diva desk behind the tower. Plenty of time to get yourself back in the program and race for life-changing money. We'll know just how life-changing it is here at the end of round number 1. See where it fits on the scale. But it will be huge. Michael Carpenter, 491 in the left. Ken Nelson, 447 in the right. Foul the difference up front. Carpenter, 14 did 2, 16 pack. Carpenter moves into round number 2. Ken Nelson is 19 on the tree, no chance. Gets there 4 thou, breaks it out 7 thou. Dead 0 would have had him 3 in the hole. With 16 total in the left, 19 tree in the right. Michael Carpenter to round next. Racing Jason Lynch next up in the left, 440 is the dial. Dennis Long in the right, dial 477. 7 thou advantage for Lynch, and Lynch moves on in a double breakout. 006 and 6 thou under. Long is 13 and 14 thou under. Long took 1 thou, but had to be behind by 7 or more. Bradley Snowball next up. He's my dog. Dial 456. Jenny Mo's pointed out that I say that about everybody, but I don't say it about everybody, but a lot of them are my dogs. John Angel, not my dog. And I'm sure John's a fine fella. Dogs we are not. 17 Hun head start to Angel. 8 red for Angel, 11 on the tree for my dog. And Snowball moves into round 2, 25 thou under. Angel's 21 thou under. Shane Molinari in the left lane. JJ said he wanted to see it. Well, there it is, bud. He said, I want to see somebody dial 3 something. Well, there you have it. Shane Molinari's dialed 399. How about J.R. Barclay? Dialed 449 and getting a half a second head start. Half a second. His opponent is dialed close to my 330 time. Both of them really fast and hopped up. Got stuff hanging off their engine. Obnoxious burnouts. Both of them away clean and green. 7 thousandths the difference. Wow, Molinari 14 dead 2. 399.2 on that 399. One flat, exactly 60 foot. Goes 181.96 miles per hour. Barclay is 7, takes 17. To break it out by 8, thou had to take 9 or less. That's nasty. Eric Pavicic, left lane, dial 481. Slate Cummings, right lane, dial 465. Pavicic in control here. Kicked it one time, not enough. Cummings, 20 on the tree. 2 thou under. Pavicic, 7 on the tree. 9 thou under. Got there 20. Had to take 13 or less or just get behind. It was a double breakout. Slate Cummings gets it done there. Sets it down nicely to move into round number 2. Brandon Bachmeyer in the left, 487 is his dial. G-Dub, Gary Williams in the right, dial 486. Ripping it up down on the far end. Sure that was G-Dub. 004 takes 17 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 14 or less. As Bachmeyer is 006 and 12 thou above. G-Dub broke it out by 3 thou, putting a wind light in Bachmeyer's lane. Denver Maltbra, 461 dial on the left. Matt Lee in the right, dial 468. Matt was the one claiming to have those really good ribs down in the bottom pit area. Somebody got to prove it to me. Not going to be in the mood, I'm sure, after that. 23 red. Maltbra's 18 and 29 thou under. Denver Maltbra to round number 2. Matt Lee's 23 red and 5 thou under. Here's the shoe, Stephen Hughes, 482 dial on the left. Big Vin Domino in the right. His brother won a dragster last night. Vin's dial 466. He's part of the New Media Dragway racing team. The shoe is sponsored by the Pullout. That's all I got to say about that. Nobody needs to comment on that any further. That's just what it is. 8 thousandths advantage for the shoe. Wind light to Domino. Double breakout win, 16 and 10 thou under. As Hughes is 008 and 15 thou under. He took 13. He had to take 8 or less or get behind. Terrell Sinkler, 484 dial on the left. Out of Baltimore. Maine's Kyle Cotrera in the right lane, dial 463. Sinkle getting 2100 head start. Catrera moves into round number 2. As Sinkler lights at 6 thou red and 33 thou under. Catrera, how about a 2-pack? 002 dead 0. Nice lap for Kyle. 2 total. Jimmy Sweet, you are correct, sir. Well said. Dalton Rolls, 457 dial on the left. Sugar in the right, dial 449. Almost identical on the starting line. Shug, dead 0, 28 bulb, excuse me. 28 dead 0 for Sugar. Rolls 29, take 3 to be 4 thou under, no chance. 28 total in the right, 29 tree in the left. Carson Brown, 478 dial in the left lane. Greg Hicks in the right, dial 469. At this time, we need yellow and purple door car buybacks. Yellow and purple door car buybacks to the staging lanes, please. Yellow and purple run sticker door car buybacks to the staging lanes, please. $16 advantage for Hicks. Win light goes to Carson Brown. 22 and 13 thou under. Gets by 006 and 16 thou under. 3 thousandths more breakout for Hicks. Sends Carson Brown in the round number 2. Hicks took 19, had to take 16 or less or get behind. Here's Lauren Freer. She's dial 465 in the left. Brandon Taylor in the right, dial 489. 24 Hun head start going Brandon's way. B2 looking good right here. Brandon Taylor 007, take 18 to be 18 thou above. 35, dead 8 for Lauren. She just missed it on the tree a little. Left Brandon too much room, and BT rolls into round number 2. Christopher Tester in the left lane. 485 is his dial. Right lane is Will Holloman. Holloman dial 459, giving up 2600 head start. Basically a half a bulb. A bulb represents 0.50 and this is 0.26 head start going Tester's way. Tester's in trouble here. Holloman don't mess these up. 24, take 13 to be dead 3. 27 pack. Tester leaves 66 up front and then goes 26 thou under. Just missed it up front. Easy to do. Man, you all tensed up there trying to catch the bulb, hit it just right. Sometimes it comes on, you just wasn't ready. You're not as ready as you think you are sometimes. I get there a lot. Final pair. John LaBouche Jr. 473 dial in the left lane. Gary Dunn in the right, dial 447. Only the bicar remains behind them. That'll wrap up FTI round number 1, where the cool kids at FTI are going to give a racing torque converter the best losing package. 2 red for Caboose. Dunn 009, a thou under. Caboose 39 thou under, leaves 2 thou too soon. Gary Dunn moves into round number 2. Buyback windows open, racers. We have called yellow and purple run sticker door car for the re-entry round. But the buyback window's still open. Still got your chance to come back behind the tower to the Diva desk. Get yourself back in the program and race for life-changing money. Rick Harbaugh, take a single in the round number 2. He's dial 469. Out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. Sound like a really nice looking place. Gaithersburg sound like a really beautiful community. Ten red for Harbaugh. He stretches her out there 11 thou above. So that wraps up FTI round number 1. Thank you, FTI, for your support of round 1. Racing torque converter going into the hands of the best losing package of that round.
Jags.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
Nobody knows drag racing like Mickey Thompson Tires. The Pro Bracket Radial, low rolling resistance, makes them quicker and faster than their bias ply equivalents.
With the Pro Bracket Radials, we haven't had to change any suspension. We did 5 back-to-back runs, and we only saw 18 thousandths of a difference on the 60-foot. We've had tremendous success with the Pro Bracket Radials.
The Pro Bracket Radial. Be a part of the legend.
All right, the official K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Car count is in. 349 cars in round number 1, which is our highest car count for our main event $1 million race. Had 344 last year in Vegas. The Peep Show won that. It paid $375 to win, and it pays $375,000 to win again here today. Wow. What an amazing payday somebody's setting up for. $375K. It's our largest Spring Fling Million crowd, as it surpassed last year's 344 mark. So thank you, racers, so much. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, Bristol Dragway. What a great host you are. And we are setting up for an epic payday and race for the last racer standing. With 349 cars, racers. What a great crowd. We have called yellow and purple run sticker door car buybacks. Yellow and purple run sticker door car buybacks, you have been called to the lanes. Best losing package in round number 1, getting that FTI torque converter from the cool kids at FTI, will be Chris Butcher. Chris Butcher. We talked about it in the staging lanes. Tough break there to go 9 total. Come up short, but you do get a torque converter from the great folks at FTI. Thank you, Troy Williams, and all the great people at FTI for your support of round number 1. And congratulations, Chris Butcher. A nice big prize there for you for coming up short with a great run. Excellent run on your part. Tough break. So a $375,000 payday will await the winner. Don't forget, these fellas paid out $50,000 earlier for a perfect run. So Kyle and Peter and Emily doing their part, and certainly doing everything they say and then some. Can't ask for more than that. Here we go with door car re-entry. Jason Rich in the left, 576 is the dial. Noah Lewis in the right, dialed 606. 3 tenths head start going to Noah Lewis. Rich stood it up a little bit in round number 1, had to check it in the air, and that one cost him. Let's see what kind of adjustments he made. Try to get her down the racetrack. a lot better. Jason Rich, 002, take 007 to be 25 thou above. Lewis is 13 and 21 thou over. Oh, Nick, nothing to be sorry for. I just want to make sure everybody's taking everything into consideration. George Hoff, 714 dial in the left lane. He got the Peep Show. Peeps Pennington in the right dial, 471. Hoff out first, 10 thou separate them. Peep Show, 12, dead 7, 19 pack, got to the strap, 30 in front. Hoff is 22 and 27 thou above. George comes up a little short there, and Peep Show moves into round number 2. All right, gonna let JJ take care of a couple here. I'll be back on the mic in just a little bit. Scott Tate, right side, 539 is it out. Kelly Smith on the left, down 510. Oh, Smith 36 and 7 thou under picks up the win. Tate 32 and 16 thou under.
You ain't messing around.
Right hand side took a little bit too much. Kelly Smith back in the program. Glenn Lakins left side, 601 is the dial. Jeff the $1 Million Man Verdi won the first ever Spring Fling Million out in Vegas. He's down 595, giving up 600 head start. Thou separate them. Okay. Left hand side, Lakins 13, one above 3, 26 total. Verdi had no shot, 28 up front, goes dead 6, leaves him 8 behind. Left side, Glenn Lakins back in the program for $1 million. Chris Butcher, left hand side, dialed 638. John Talmadge, right hand side, dialed 585. Talmadge back in the program, 006 up front. Dead 4, how about a 10 pack to get back in the program? Butcher, 12 thou red and 2 thou under. He's not going to like that ticket, but Talmadge was going to be hard to handle, laying down 10 total. Joe Goldie left side, 711 is the dial. Christopher Northrup in the right. Funny Car Chris dialed 660. Seven thou separate them. Top end, Wenlight gonna go. Right side, a Funny Car Chris, 10 take 9 to be 2 above, 32 total. Left hand side, Goldie 003 and 3 over, leaves him 9 behind. Funny Car Chris back to round number 2. Mitchell McKinney left side, 672 is the dial. Barry Teachy the second, right side, dialed 620. Giving up 5,200 head start left side to McKinney. Oh, Teachy might have let go on nothing. He's 49 red, dead 0. Ouch. 49 red, dead 0 for Teachy. 007, 2 above 2, left side for McKinney. He's 29 total. Puts him back in round number 2 is Rob Leipziger left side. 541 is the dial. Ed Nemec in the right, down 527. $14,000 separate them. Went light gonna go. Left side Leipziger 11 and 2 above take 001. He's 32 total. Nemec 25, dead 8, 33 total, leaves him 1 thou behind. Jason Lynch left side racing Jason dialed 537. KP right side Kevin Pollard dialed 559. One thou separate them. Top end, one light gonna go. Left hand side, Jason Lynch 10 and 9 thou under. Pollard 11, take 21 to be 31 thou under. Might have picked up on him that time. Jason Lynch back to round 2. Colby Fuller right side. Fuller dialed 518. Jordan White left hand side. J-Dub dialed 596. $14,000 separate them. Fuller makes a little move to the right and doesn't get it done. J-Dub 24, dead 3, lays down 27 total. Right side Fuller 10, take 39 to be 22 thou under, had to take 17 or less. And Jordan White to round 2. Greg Walker left side, 552 is the dial. Right side Kevin Glenn dialed 531. $13,000 separate them. Greg Walker out front. Win light goes to Greg Walker. How about a 2-pack? 001, dead on 1, 2 total for Greg Walker. Glenn 14, take 8 to be 200 under. Had no shot. Walker lays down 2 total to move him into round number 2. Stace Schroeder left hand side and Glenn Dilday right side. Dilday down 554. Schroeder on a 509. $9,000 separate them. Schroeder running them down. When light goes, Stace Schroeder 19, dead 3, take 22 thou. 22 total. Dilday 28, 1 above 6, 44 total, leaves him 22 behind. Right side, Randy Biddle Jr., RBJ down 609. Left-hand side, Caroline McCarty, Wednesday night's 30 grand winner. The first winner of the weekend, down 615 in the Rambler. Biddle out of Christiansburg, Virginia. McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. Seven foul separate them. Wheels up launch for both drivers. Wind light goes. Right hand side, Biddle 10. And 2 above 6, 36 total. McCarty 17, take 26 to be 7 thou under. Had to take 19 or less. Randy Biddle Jr. to round 2. So I'm going to pass the mic off to my pops. I get Tim Johnson and Aaron Vale. Johnson dial 517, Vale on a 672. 9 thou separate them. Vale 12, take 3 to be 10 thou above, 22 total for Aaron Vale. The screen cleared on me, so I don't really know what Johnson was, so I apologize for that. Steve Cisco next up in the left. 635 is the dial. Tim West in the right, dial 492. Johnson was 2 above. Just watched it back on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed. Thank you, Jegs and Mickey Thompson. Saved me. I think he was 12 and 2 above. Cisco gonna get almost a full tree head start. One thou red for West. Steve Cisco moves into round number 2. 21 dead 7. He takes his beautiful Vega to round next. 1 red for West and 2 under the dial. Thomas Bale, 586 dial in the left lane. Brent Nowitzki in the right, dial 579. Nine thousandths, the difference at the starting line. Advantage going to Nowitzki and the win light to Nowitzki. 23, take a thou to be 2 hun above the dial. 43 total, 32. And 12 thou over for Bale, 44 total. Comes up 1 little one short. Man, that's always bad. You hate to lose by a thou, but you do it on this stage, it's even more painful. Roy Holmes, 577 dial in the left lane. Jerry Lone, the big chief, in the right, dial 586. Big Chief got some work to do right here. Holmes, 2 hun up front, advantage. He moves on to round number 2, 23, 18 thou above, taking 19 at the stripe. Big Chief was 44, dead 6, or excuse me, 16 thou above, my apologies. Comes up a couple of hundred short as Ray Holmes moves into round number 2. It's Chris Lindsay. What a great story behind this hot rod he's driving. 605 is the dial. It's former pro stock style hot rod there. Chris hasn't been in that car in 27 years. It's owned by Nick Hastings now, and Nick let him do the driving this weekend. John Laster in the right, dial 595. Lindsay moving on to round number 2. 24, dead 4. Getting to the stripe, 4.5 hundredths in front. Laster, 44 and 29 thou above. Edmund Richardson next up in the left lane, the King, dial 594. Mick Rice in the right, dial 502. Good morning, Shane Wynn. I guess it's morning time in Australia. Good to have you tuning in, sir. 6,000 separate them. Edmund Richardson, 009, 10 thou above. 19 pack. Rice is 15 on the tree, gets there 12, breaks it out 8 thou, had to take 4 or less. Edmund Richardson around number 2. Marco Abruzzi next up in the left, 638 is the dial. Matt Cook, right lane, dialed 610. Final call, door cars for the buyback round. Marco Abruzzi, 006, 26 thou above. It's 32 pack. Cook is 33 on the tree, left in no chance. He's 9 thou under. Got there 8 thou. Mathematically ineligible. Final call, door cars for the buyback round. If you bought back in door car and you have not come to the staging lanes, we need you now, please. Final call, door car buybacks. Travis Harvey, 536 dial on the left. Loose change in the right, dialed 669. $25,000 separate them. One of them's 25 and 25 behind. Oh no, loose change. Loose change needs a puke bucket. A big one. Change leaves perfect and goes 42,000 above to give it back 4,000. Harvey 25 and 13,000 above. Loose change leaves 000. Was 25 better up front and give it back 4,000. Joey Harrison left lane, 625 is the dial. Noah Carpenter in the right, dial 591. Yellow run sticker dragster. Staging lanes for the buyback round. Yellow run sticker dragster to the staging lanes for the buyback round. 200 separate Joey and Noah. And Noah gets the win, 008, 5,000 under. Double breakout. Harrison broke it out more. 28 and 9,000 under. 4,000's more breakout for Joey Harrison. Noah Carpenter to round number 2. Austin Olinger, 671 down on the left. Brad Pierce in the right. 58 Corvette dialed 615. Yellow run sticker dragster to the staging lanes for the buyback round. Yellow run sticker dragster buyback to the staging lanes for the buyback round, please. Advantage going to Olinger, and Olinger holds on for the win, 20 and 43,000 above. As Pierce is 38, gets around, gets to the stripe, 29 in front, broke it out 4,000. Had to take 25 or less. Appreciate that, Donald Young. Roman Cosmer in the left lane. Cosner dialed 568. Richard Alford Jr. in the right, dialed 624. 300th advantage for Alford, and Richard Alford Jr. moves into round number 2. 005, take 002 to be 33 thou above. It's 38 total. Cosner's 35 on the tree, goes dead 5 to be 2 thou behind. Richard pulled that one in pretty tight. Here's Mark Kidd. I really want that Chevy too. 604 is the dial in the left lane. Sean Carpenter in the right, dial 599. Double O's for both racers. Carpenter moves to round number 2. 006, dead 8, 14 pack. Kidd is 9, take 13 to be 8 thou under. He had to take 5 or less. That was tough racing right there. Yellow run sticker dragster to the staging lanes for the buyback round. If you bought back in dragster and you got a yellow run sticker, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Yellow run sticker dragster to the staging lanes for the buyback round. Brian Folk in the left lane. 504 is the dial. Randall Reed in the right, dial 597. Win light to Reed. 23, dead 2, taking 29 at the stripe. Folk is 38 and 16 thou above. 300's win light going to Randall Reed. Here's Aaron Vale next up in the left lane. 674 is the dial. William Daniels in the right. Daniels dial 697. Vale giving up 2300's head start. Vale leaves 008 red. Daniels to round number 2. 33 at the hit. 10 thou under. Vale 11 thou under, but 008 too soon on the let go. Sends William Daniels into round number 2. Howie Adams next up in the left lane. 530 is the dial. Right lane is Tracy Sons. Sons in the Roadster, dial 509. $25,000 separate them. Sons with the advantage in a win light. 007, 17 thou above, taking 20 thou at the stripe. Tracy Sons to round number 2. Howie Adams is 32 and 12 thou over. Ron Horwath, left lane, 599 is the dial. Rocky Van Note in the right, dial 598, almost a heads-up run. Big advantage for Horwath and a win light for Ron Horwath. 002, 23 thou above, 25 pack. Van Note's 31 on the tree, gets there 22, breaks it out 28. No chance there, mathematically ineligible as Rocky Van Note. Westbury and Josh Harper. Harper goes 001 red. Westbury goes 001 green. Westbury was going to be an absolute handful. 1 dead 3 4-pack for Howard Westbury. Harper's 001 red and 8 thou under, but he was going to have to outduel a 4-pack to get into round number 2. Howard Westbury to round 2. Benny Ulmer in the left, 586 is the dial. Matt Daddis in the right, dialed 643. Congratulations to Tim Markaglu. Tim had the first 000 light in dragster in round number 1. He won a set of Ivy Hutto golf cart wheels. Thank you, Ivy Hutto. We appreciate that very much. If you need golf carts or accessories, Ivy Hutto's where it's at. I love my Ivy Hutto golf cart. Tim Markaglu gets Ivy Hutto golf cart wheels for being the first dragster to go perfect on the tree in round number 1. Well done, sir. $9,000 separate them. And Matt Daddis gets it done. 14 and 2 above, 34 pack. Ulmer, 23. Take 19, really almost 20 to be 8 thou under. Had to take basically 12 or less. Mike Bloomfield Jr., 450 is the dial on the left. Nick Hastings in the right, dialed 609. Big advantage for Hastings there, and he holds on 008. 27 thou above, taking 14 at the stripe. Bloomfield is 21, goes 28 thou above to be 100th and a half behind. Robert Vance Houston, 461 down on the left. Cortland Carter, 483 in the right. 22 Hun, head start to Carter. 10 thou separate them at the hip. Advantage to the left lane, and Houston moves on 004. 2 Hun above. $14 and 2 thou under for Carter. Got there 12, had to take 10 or less. Houston moves into round number 2. Dustin Wirtz, 465 in the left. Tom Clark in the right, dial 450. How about 2 people picked the exact car count for the Spring Fling Million? 349 was the car count. 904 people participated. So out of those 904, 2 people picked it correct. That was Frank LeCates and Christine Johnson. So the winner will get a free 3-day entry to any fling race of their choice in 2021. I get this next pair right here. Win light to Clark, 007 at the hit. Red light for Wirtz. Clark moving on, 19 thou under. So Frank LeCates and Christine Johnson were the 2 that picked it absolutely correct, 349. So the tiebreaker, if there was a tie, and there he is, will be the winning driver's reaction time in the final of the million. So Frank LeCates picked that to be 009. Christine Johnson picked it to be 012. So if the winner in the final of tonight's million is 10 or better, Frank wins the entry. If the driver is 11 or worse, Christine wins the entry. So really cool there. What's up, Jim Gleason? Glad to have you tuning in. Really cool deal there. And Frank LeCates and Christine Johnson will wait till the final to see who wins that Spring Fling entry of choice for 2021. Dalton Rose and Marco Paravalaris wrap me up. Rose 004. 13 thou under for the win. Paravalaris is 21 and Marco goes 300 under the dial to break it out by 17 thou too much. Dalton rolls into round number 2, and that wraps it up for me. I'm going to hand it over to Nate. He's going to get the rest of the re-entry round, and I think Peter and JJ will get round number 2, so I'll be off for a little while. Hopefully can turn on a win light, Nate.
I'm hoping you do, because we've talked about this before, and I'm hoping you hang me out like all night long. I'm hoping you just stay so busy out there with a race car that there's like no opportunity for you to get up here and even touch the microphone again.
I'm with you. Both of us hope that.
That would be good. That would be good. So the first pair here for me going to be Mike Nelson and Cody Witt as we get into the dragsters on the re-entry round side of things for the big main event here. Again, it is a Maytag Silver State Refrigeration main event Friday here at Bristol Dragway. Cody Witt going to get the win there. 488 on the 488. Witt was 17 green. Mike Nelson was in trouble at the hit with an 038 reaction time. And then finishes off his lap here in the Million race with a 485 on a 486, 4th thou under. So Witt is back in playing for the big money as Lauren Freer and Bailey Ferraro. Ferraro on the right side, 463 the dial. Lauren Freer, 464. So the Will Hunt split between the two. As far as the dials are concerned, Bailey's going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs, and I do appreciate Jed and JJ and everybody kind of covering for a little while. We just got back from rolling around in the pits, and we got to talk to some pretty cool people on Motor Mania. So I know that Joanne and everybody's going to be working on putting those together, and hopefully we get an opportunity to see what those are all about. 6th thou was the split at this end of the racetrack. Bailey Ferraro 006. Lauren Freer was 12 on the tree, as Freer gets it done on the double breakout. Dialed 464, get there second, breakout 1 thou, 463 on the 464. Lauren gets the win light. Bailey Ferraro, 006 on the tree, take 10 thou at the stripe, and breaks it out 5 thou. Down at the far end with that 462 on the 463. Next two, the Seaman Cameron Manuel on the left side, racing out of North Carolina with a 451 dial and dialing in 1/10 of a second. Slower than that, going to be Shane Thompson. Thompson in that beautiful Race Tech dragster. I mean, that thing is clean. Coming all the way down to North Las Vegas. It is a Maytag Silver State Refrigeration Friday, and Shane's getting no respect here from Cameron Manuel. Manuel 002, take 4 thou. And goes 455 on the 451, lighting up that Fitzgerald scoreboard. Shane Thompson was late on the let go. He was 048 on the tree. Goes down to be dead on 1, but could not recover from the 46 thou advantage he handed over to Cameron Manuel on the starting line. Appreciate that there, Mr. Gleason. Good to see you checking in, as well as all of the Motor Maniacs that have been watching live on the feed. Again, thanks to Jegs, thanks to Mickey Thompson. Thanks to Motor Mania for being out here and making sure that all of this coverage happens of one of the biggest bracket races that the Fling has ever seen. Jack Ostrowski and Sherman Adcock both turned the lights red. And what is a true start affair by 1 thou, Sherman Adcock bows out. I mean, it's not a real true start. He was leaving first and went red by more, but still, both drivers leaving red. Jack Ostrowski, 441, 004 red, gets the win light. He runs 4406 to finish off the lap. As Sherman Adcock was 005 red and goes 462 on the 463. So now it's Honeywayne. Hunter Patton, 452 is the dial-in for the dragster over on the right side of the racetrack, and Corey Manuel, 455, the dial on the left side. So a couple of American cars going head-to-head. Speaking of American cars, we did get a chance to get out there and speak with the Colangelos. That was some fun. Spent a little time with them back there and seeing all the cool stuff that they got. Tree drops were green. Oh. Hunter Patton is in complete control. 001 to Corey Manuel's 60 light. 59 thou, the separation between the two at this end of the racetrack, and Hunter Patton locks it down, take 42 thou at the stripe, and goes 453 on the 452. He's one above the dial. Manuel was in deep trouble when they left the line. He ends up running 454 on the 455, but Hunter Patton 001 had 59 thou in the pocket as they left the line, and Hunter's not going to let that one slide away very easily. John LaBouse and Jason Rich. That's just John with a 469 dial. Jason Rich dialed in at 4.33 seconds. We got some fast dragsters out here on this racetrack, and Jason Rich gets out of the throttle about halfway through the run. John LaBouse, 11 on the tree, goes 485 on the 469 after he heard, and I know he heard Jason Rich's car go quiet. Rich ends up with a 572, but John LaBouse, knowing that he ain't coming, got off the throttle, 485 on the 469, gets the win light. And is back in. Brandon, that is kind of the plan. But it's kind of easy to see that right now we are in the re-entry round. It is currently 6:15 here at night, so we are certainly going to keep pushing all the way through as long as we can, as Chad Axford is dialed in at 450 on the right side, the runner out of now Kentucky. He was originally kind of one of those NorCal boys up in the Bay Area. Moved down to Vegas, spent a few years living there, and then moved out here to the Tennessee part of the world and made his home in Kentucky. 450 is again that dial. Doug Marsters dialed in 0.4 of a second slower than that. He has got a 490 dial showing up on the scoreboard. Again, we are working our way through the re-entry round. Round number 1 is in the books. And 4 thou separate Doug and Chad. Winner's going to be Chad Axford. 7 total. 005. Take 3 thou at the stripe and ends up dead on 2. Doug Marsters was 9 on the tree. And then goes 490 with a 1 to be 10 total. So a 10-pack in the re-entry round, not going to work out as Chad Axford throws 7 total up on the scoreboard, lights it up, and moves to round number 2 as Jake Levatino and Aaron Johnson. Johnson's got a 488 dial. Levatino's dialed in 1100 quicker than that with a 477. So we had nice prizes for the first perfect bulb in the door cars, first perfect bulb in the dragsters, and again it was Tim Markaglu who got himself that brand new set of the Ivy Huddle golf cart wheels. Got to be happy about that, as Ivy puts together some beautiful golf carts. I actually stole Jed's golf cart when rolling around in it. That thing is nice. Nice, nice, nice. 3 thou between them at this end of the racetrack. Aaron was 11 on the tree. Jake Levatino had a 008. Levatino take 10 thou at the stripe. Goes 475 on the 477. Breaks it out by 12 thou. Aaron Johnson, under just 5 thou, gets the win light on the double breakout math as Johnson out of Arkansas has secured himself another opportunity to try and race for that big $1 million payout. So with Gary Engel now, 481 the dial for the Raleigh, North Carolina-based car. We were just down in his backyard at Galat, and Carl Jones out of Mulvane, Kansas rolling in here. 474 is the dial for Carl on the left side. Gary getting a head start, Carl doing the chasing, and just 1/1000th of a second the difference in reaction time. It was 041 to an 042. Gary was better on the tree, but once again, the double breakout comes into play. It's getting cooler out there. Cars are running a little faster than they thought. Not by much, but still a little bit. Engel 479 on a 481. Got their first 2 thou. Carl Jones ends up running 472 on the 474. He was under 13 thou. Gary was under 14 thou, and it came down to a thou difference. Winner's going to be Jones. Is now Shane Maddox in the Maddox built car. and Scott Gibson. Gibson's got a 451 dial right side. Maddox has got a 450 dial on the left side. And speaking of like Maddox race cars, we also got out there and talked to Patrick Bowen. That was fun. Shane Maddox, 448 on a 450. We're into that double breakout thing again. We're going to have to start breaking into like the translators and all of that kind of stuff. Scott Gibson, 449 on a 451. Get their first 5 thou, breaking out by more. Shane Maddox, 13 green. Goes 448 on the 450 to be under 15 thou. Gibson under 16 thou. And again, the double breakout comes down to just a thou as McKenna Brown and Anthony Bertozzi. Bertozzi, who was one of the representatives in that has-been category. He's dialed in at 455. McKenna Brown dialed in at 468. McKenna's away, Bertozzi's there, and they are separated by just 2 thousandths of a second. Anthony, 456 on a 455. 13 green. Get their second 24th thou to light up the boards on that Motor Mile side of the racetrack. McKenna Brown was 15 green. Get their first 24th thou to break it out 15th thou. So Anthony's back in the game as Gary Williams and Timmy Miller. Really? Re-entry round matchup has got G-Dub and Timmy Million side by side. Timmy's dialed 481, Gary's dialed 436. One of the big hitters is going to be checking out like right now. Oh. Dang. Gary Williams was 009. Timmy Miller was 38 on the tree. And Gary Williams tightens up the stripe to a thou, goes 438 on the 436. 2 above the dial to get the win. Miller was 6 thou under. And there was nothing that he was going to be able to do about that. So Gary Williams back in. Now Troy Williams, the Williams bros, back to back. Jeff Taylor is dialed in at 466. Oh. Troy Williams, 1 thou red, and goes 483 on a 485. Win light goes to Jeff Taylor, the runner out of Apache Junction. Coming all the way in out of Arizona. 468 on a 466. He is back in. And Jamie Holston, you just made my day, man. He showed up with chocolate chip cookies.
Heather made them.
Heather made them. All right. You're just the delivery guy?
Delivery guy.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Give Heather a hug because these are awesome. These are awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, and they're still soft. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to talk like this for a minute because these cookies are really good. Oh, those are spectacular. Toll House got nothing on that. Jake Woodring's in control. Jesse Biddle's in trouble, and Jake Woodring, 467 on a 464, was 12 on the tree. Take 42 thou at the stripe to lock up the scoreboard for the win. Jesse Biddle, 80 on the tree. What a painful time to be 80 on the tree. He goes 462 on a 461. But Jake Woodring putting up a 12 thou reaction time. 39 thou above, gets it done by 42 thou at the stripe. Oh, those are good. Oh my goodness. Oh, those cookies are so good. I'm not eating with my mask on because I got to do some work. Vinny Domino down 465. Don Hansen down 485, and it's going to be Hansen. 008 dead one, throws 9 total at Vinny Domino. Domino was 13 green and goes 466 on the 465. So Hansen with a 9-pack Gets to the stripe first by 15 thousandths of a second is now Timmy Markaglu. Markaglu, who just got those Ivy Hutto golf cart wheels. Thank you very much, Mr. Hutto. Appreciate that awesome prize that Timmy Markaglu was able to get done with that perfect reaction time there in the dragsters. He's got a 450 dial against Brian Kennedy's 461, and Kennedy's car leaves just like wicked. I mean, I've seen like the chassis twisters in the door cars. They get up there, pick up one side of the car or whatever. Brian Kennedy's car, he tries to like twist the back half of that car off when he leaves the line. At least last time he did. Dude, that thing just kind of knocks itself over. He was 005 on the tree and behind 2 thou at the stripe as Timmy goes dead on 3. 14 on the tree. Put a 3 in the little number column, ends up 17 total, taking a 2 thou stripe. Brian was 005 and 14 thou above the dial. As now David Nicholson and Paul Campanella. Campanella had to make that trip to the buyback window and was talking about kind of that whole realization when you're sitting on the starting line and you start to let go and realize you shouldn't, and you try to stop and then let go again, and it usually ends up exactly the way it is. Oh, David Nicholson grabs himself 9 thou advantage in reaction time, but Campanella goes dead on 0 to salvage the run. 17 green, not bad. Not bad. Certainly not bad. But 445 on a 445. 17 get their first 9 thou, lights up the scoreboard with a donut. David Nicholson is 466 on the 465. No, you cannot have my cookie. Emily walked in here. She saw I had a cookie left. Is that what it was? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. $26 thou between them in reaction time. J.R. Barclay, 002, get their first 18 thou, goes 449 on the 448. Carson Brown was dead on 9, but was 28 at this end of the racetrack. And that does not compute to a win light as Michael Johnson and John Siegel coming up now. Johnson left side 485. Siegel right side, dialed 465. Michael Johnson, 485 was the dial. He was 78 on the tree to John Siegel's 039. As Siegel goes 467, he's 2 above on the dial, 200 ahead at the stripe, and gets the win light. To live to fight another day. All right, maybe just another round, but still. Now it's Rob Domino and Brandon Taylor. Domino, that's Rob, has already had a very good week here at the Fling. Was the last man standing last night in that American Race Cars. And Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. Ended up getting himself a brand new American Dragster, already painted up by Todd's Extreme. Is a gorgeous looking car. Something that I bet anybody on Bobby is like, sure, I'll take it. And Brandon Taylor over the right side, dialed 466. Taylor got 4 thou advantage in reaction time, take 19 thou at the stripe, and breaks out 8 thou. 465 on a 466 for Brandon Taylor. Robert Domino, 449 on the 449 for Domino. All right, Josh Ludke and Cody McDaniel. And I've got one more of these cookies to destroy. Look at that. I mean, it's just packed with chocolate chips. Wow. That was Heather that made those. I'm surprised Jamie's not the size of a bus. These things are good. So we got 1/10 between the two in the dial. We got 300ths between the two in reaction time. And it's going to be Josh Ludke who gets back in. 16 green, take 23 thou at the stripe and goes 451 on a 451. Cody McDaniel was 46 on the tree, dead on 1. Ludke dead 8. Cody McDaniel dead 1. McDaniel gave up 3 hun at this end of the racetrack, and Ludke capitalizes on that for the win, as now Dale West and Justin Mosier. Mosier, 458. Dale West, dialed 470. That's right. I remember you telling me that. JJ's got an uncle named 5 thou between the two, and the win light's going to come on for Justin Mosier. He was 25 as he left the starting line. Goes 459 on the 458. Dale West, unfortunately, more than a 10th off the dial and bows out, so Mosier gets back in. There's now Tracy Sons and Nick Folk. Fun matchup here. Folks dialed 452. Tracy's dialed 467. Between them at this end of the racetrack, Nick Folk 18 green and 452 on the 452 gets their second 10,000ths of a second. Tracy Sons was 21 green, goes 466 on the 467, took a 10 thou stripe and breaks out by 9 thou as Nick Folk gets to play in the game. Last night's winner finds his way in the re-entry round here after round number 1. Spencer Massey picked up that $30,000 worth of American Race Cars money. He's dialed in at 476, trying to get around to Bailey Ferraro. Wow. Bailey ended up having to buy back in both cars and try to fight his way back in. Bailey pops him with a 002 light and goes dead on 7 to be 9 total. Spencer Massey was 17 green and had no opportunity to turn that one around. So no respect for last night's winner. Spencer Massey gets bumped out of the game in a big money show. Bailey Ferraro moves back in as Chris Reynolds and Josh McDaniel. Chris Reynolds and Josh McDaniel. 500 difference in the dial. Josh McDaniel dialed in at 455. Reynolds dialed in at 450. McDaniel 004 get their first 32 thou and ends up 11 thou above for the win. 456 on the 455. Chris Reynolds was 046 on the tree, gets down there to be dead on one and to no avail. Josh McDaniel gets back into the game as now Rick Harbaugh and Corey Gallitti. Gallitti on the right side, down 462. Rick Harbaugh out of Maryland, dialed in at 477. As the pre-stage bulbs light up, again, we've got the re-entry round that is underway here for the dragsters. We've called dragsters yellow. We've called dragsters purple. Run sticker, please. So all dragsters, you have been called back for the re-entry round, please, as Corey Gallitti gets the win light, 008 green to Rick Harbaugh's 13 red. Harbaugh, heartbreak for Harbaugh. 13 red and goes dead on 0. Rick got rolled, but he was 13 red and Corey Gallitti 008, 461 on a 462. As Tommy Plott and Boo Washington. 466 to down for Wesley. Tommy Plott dialed in at 474. Tommy Plott advanced in his Mustang. Trying to get the dragster back into the game. Washington's 005. Tommy Plott was 004. And how about 004 with a thou difference at the stripe? 004 take one goes 473 on a 477. Or excuse me, 473 on a 474. Wesley Washington 465 on the 466. Washington under 3. Plott under 3. Difference in the reaction time was a thou, and that goes to Plott. He gets the win. There's now Paul Rich and Ian Woods.
Get it?
Woods down 479. Paul down 465. Hey. Hey, y'all.
Who are you talking to?
Myself. I'll be right along. 5,000 difference between the two at this end of the racetrack, and the win light's going to come on for Paul Rich. 23 green and goes 465 on the 465. He was dead on 6. Ian Woods had the 18 thou reaction time, take 13 thou at the stripe, and needed to take 11 or less as he breaks out 478 on that 479. Here is Darren Lotz and Richard Alford Jr. So again, dragsters yellow, dragsters purple. For the buyback, we have called you, please. 200 the difference between Darren and Richard. Richard down 480. Darren Lotz down 482. So Darren Lott's second one to get it fully staged up here is we're off and away. Another 5,000 split in reaction time. 007. Goes 483 and a 482 for Darren Lotz. He wins it by 24 thousandths of a second. Richard Alford, 12 thou on the tree and goes 483 on the 480. So Lotz was leaving first, got out of the gate first, got to the stripe first, and that puts him into round number 2 as Richard Alford. Unfortunately, the million comes to a close for him as James DeChaco and T.J. Harris. Harris lining up on the right side this time. 499 going to be the dial for T.J. and for James DeChaco. Out of New York. New York. He's got that 450. Showing up on the scoreboard, so just shy, half a second head start. to TJ. Oh, no. TJ missed the tree in what was certainly a very disappointing end to the million for TJ. He was 096 and goes 498 on a 499. James DeChaco, 18 green, and goes 452. On the 450 dial is now Mark Kelly and Jay Ralston. Ralston on the right, dialed in at 458. Mark Kelly on the left, dialed in at 485. Southampton, New Hampshire. Maybe it's Southampton? It's Southampton. Red light start for Mark Kelly. Missed it by 0.07 of a second. Jay Ralston, 17 green, and 457 on a 458. He is under 1/100th of a second.
It's not Southampton, it's Southampton.
Southampton?
Southampton. Because look, there's no two H's.
No. Here's the thing. Listen to me.
I don't want to get...
If you were in New Jersey, then it would sound like that. Southampton.
Southampton.
He would be in, I don't know if it would or not, but I'm just saying.
What?
Terrell Sinkler and John Ezel.
Still Southampton.
Ezel on the right side, dialed 480. Terrell. But he got down to 4 last night.
What?
Terrell Sinkler. Didn't he get into the 4? He got into the 8. He went deep last night.
No. That was Wednesday night.
Wednesday night?
He did good Wednesday.
Okay. Pretty sure. But yeah, he's had a couple of nice win lights under his belt. Dialed 483. Yeah, so the Wednesday night race, he was kind of getting after it. $8 the difference between the two. Advantage on the tree went to Johnny Zell, and he is going to go 480 on a 480. 11 dead on 8 is 19 total. Terrell was 19 in the reaction time. Terrell would have had to be dead on 0, but he was also dead on 8. So Ezel dead 8, Sinkler dead 8. Comes down to an 8-thou split, the same as the reaction time, and it's going to be Johnny Zell who is back into the game. As Josh Duggins and Scott Albrecht starting to kind of look around, seeing the sun start to dip behind the horizon. As the last little bits of sunlight start to, right up there on the hill, they're kind of the last little bit of sunshine. The rest of the property's all gone into shadow, and Scott Albrecht. 0.73 reaction time. That is bad, especially right now. Didn't work out for Scott. Josh Duggins, 18, and goes 463 on a 460. Get there first by about 3:10. So I'm talking about, as that sun starts to disappear, the temperature begins to drop, and it is getting cold out there.
Public service announcement?
Yes. But this one's not about your race car. This is the public service announcement about how to keep yourself warm. You already understand the deal because you are wearing the Fling sweatshirt. Well, it'll keep you warm all day, right? And especially as it gets chilly outside. So there are still some of those Spring Fling Million hoodies and zip-ups available over at the T-shirt booth if you need something to keep yourself warm tonight. Those would work perfectly, I promise. Identical 001 red light had to go down to the foul, and it's going to be Bruce Holland getting the win over Justin Kessler. Both drivers, 001 red. Justin Kessler ends up running 504 on a 504. Holland was a little under, but that 001 red light doesn't show it on the screen, but it calculates it out to the thou. And the decision has been made. Now, Tommy Cable and Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz all the way in out of Nampa, Idaho. 447 is the dial for Dustin. Tommy Cable's got the 15 thou reaction time, and Tommy Cable is done. Dustin Wirtz, 006, 447 on a 447. Take 9 thou at the stripe. Wirtz is back in. Tommy Cable checks out as now Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Don Butkowitz. Don's dialed 478. Bloomfield Jr. dialed 484. Talk about like gorgeous race cars. That car is to the max. I mean, he rolled up here this morning, still had the stickers on the tire. And it was just, I mean, that car's pretty as all get out. 6 down the difference between Don and Mike Bloomfield, and at the stripe it's going to be Don Butkowitz, 479 on a 478. He was 12 on the tree. Mike Bloomfield was 18 green. And that's going to bring up Dennis Long and Ivy Brannon. Brannon's 457 dialed. Dennis is dialed 474. And we got a little time here after they have completed the burnout. Again, the t-shirt booth has got those really nice hoodies and zip-ups. In case you are feeling a little chilly, you can swing over there and grab one. That'll help keep you warm. As the sun begins to set, the temperature starts to drop. It will get chillier out there, so you certainly want to make sure that you stay warm by grabbing one of those. The sun is a-setting. Wouldn't you guys say something about it's fixing to?
Fixing set.
Do you use that in your vocabulary, fixing? Yeah? Everybody from Alabama uses fixing.
Probably not even a full week.
I bet they can't go a full hour. Ivy Brandon, 001 red, goes 457 on a 457. Dennis Long, 006 green, dead 7, gets the win light.
You know, when I'm in class, I have to pronounce the G that's in it.
Oh.
I can't say fixing in class. I have to pronounce the G. I have to say fixing.
Okay. So you're saying your teacher wants to make sure that you don't kind of use the lazy pronunciation of it.
Not necessarily my teacher, it's that I don't want my teacher to think that I'm pronouncing the lazy.
Ah. Okay. You say I'm fixing to solve that problem. Ken Batchelor is fixing to get back into the race. 005, dead on 5. 10 total, take 34 thou at the stripe. Stephen Hughes, 27 thou at this end of the racetrack and goes 480 on a 479. So Batchelor, by kind of racing his way back in there, is fixing to get ready for round number 2. Would that be an appropriate usage? Yeah? Okay. It's finna? I'm finna
go do this.
That's awesome. I love that. Oh, that's great. Okay.
I'm finna go do something.
I'm finna go get me some lunch.
I'm finna go play dodgeball at the.
Fair enough. I love it. Gary Engel, 449. Lauren Freer dialed in at 464. 11th thou was the difference at this end of the racetrack. 14th thou was at that end. 449-0 for Gary Engel. Lauren Freer was 466 on a 464. Freer was a little bit better in reaction time with a 007. Gary Engel's 18. But Engel, dead on 0. And he's finna head back to the pits and get ready for round number 2. Chris Tester and Ken Nelson. Tester, who I think was the first, well, not the first, but he was one of the names drawn in the drawing. I'm trying to remember kind of like what order we had for those raffles. I don't think he was the first, but he was right up in there in the beginning. as Chris Tester, 482. Ken Nelson, 445. Nelson again rolling all the way out of Idaho. And what? What? Oh my goodness. I do not believe that I have ever seen that on a true start. You've seen that?
My dad.
All right, well, this is the first for me. I wasn't paying attention then, because this is a first for me. Chris Tester leaves the starting line, and again, with True Start, the way that it works is until the second car leaves, the bulb doesn't show its true color. Tester gets all the way to the stripe. Ken Nelson didn't really move. Tester crosses the stripe. Nelson finally moves, and Chris Tester was red by 16 thousandths of a second. Ken Nelson gets the win sitting on the starting line.
It was the first year in July.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. You are the Lewis Bloom of the Flings, which is awesome. Like totally. Jeremy Hancock and Severn Johnson. Severn Johnson gets the green light. He's 19 on the green side. Jeremy Hancock moved 1 thou too quick. 447 on a 447 after a 001 red light for Jeremy Hancock. Severn Johnson, 19 green, 472 on a 471. And Newman, I'm going to agree with you. I mean, I love it. Love being down here. It is just an absolute ball, and I like learning new things.
Like finna and fixing.
Like finna and fixing.
Well, not finna.
Like I said, I think one of the very first things that I learned, I married my wife from Texas. She told me about, at least from Texas. Down there, y'all is singular, all y'all is plural. So I learned that one, and then now learning the finna and the fixin' to. It's good. It's good. Greg Hicks and Leighton Sumter. Hicks over on the left side, dialed 507. Greg Hicks, otherwise known as Hollywood, trying to race his way back into the game here out of North Las Vegas, Nevada, which, by the way, is just north of Vegas. You're finna start saying fixin'? That's good. So Hicks, Sumter, pre-stage, now stage. Sumter gets the head start. Hicks is chasing. 4th thou the difference between the two in reaction time. Greg Hicks is back. Leighton Sumter was 009 and 2 above. As he goes 509 on a 507. Greg Hicks, 13 green, 469 on a 468. Shaggy, that would be kind of cool. We'll see. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Racers, door cars, yellow sticker for round number 2. Door cars, yellow sticker, round number 2. We're going to take you into the staging lanes, please. Round number 2. We are getting ready to go into the Biondo round. Here in a little while for the million. So door cars, yellow sticker, round number 2. Come on back, please. Door cars, round 2. Shannon Roberts, Dylan Coggins. Coggins on the left, dialed 478. Shannon Roberts on the right, 3/10 quicker with a 448 dial. 3 thou the difference between the two in reaction time, and it's going to be Shannon Roberts, 17 green, 448 on a 448. Got that final call going out there for the dragsters. If you are in the re-entry round, we do need you to be in the lanes, please. Final call for the dragsters on the re-entry side. First call, yellow sticker door cars, come on down. Dylan Coggins was 14 green. Take 20 thou at the stripe, goes 476 on a 478. Take 20, break it out. 13 thou. Bout to. Is that like bout to or bout to? Would you like looking at it that way there, Newman? Newman. Just curious. Cody Johnson and Eric Pavicic. Pavicic out of Polo, Illinois. He's dialed 479. Cody Johnson dialed 487 out of Springdale, Arkansas. Red light start for Pavicic. Cody, 11 green. And 488 on a 487. Pavicic, 5 thou too quick at this end of the racetrack. 9 thou too quick at that end of the racetrack. Cody Johnson, welcome back to the Million race. There's Josh Owens and Michael Shoop. Shoop, shoop-a-doop, shoop-a-doop, shoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Shoop's dialed 478. Josh Owens is dialed 475. I like it, Mo. She's running nice, too. Sounds good. Glad to see that that is all put together for you. Shoop, 16 green, 478 on a 478. He's dead 9 and gets the win light. Josh Owens was 27 on the tree at this end of the racetrack. Basically get there by nothing. 210 thou is all that he did, and he breaks out 474 on a 475. So get there 210 thou, break it out 2 thou. Shoop will advance and return. As now Dalton Rolls and Gary Williams. G-Dub, another one of those cars that had to buy back in both. Dalton's down 456, Gary's down 484. Both drivers are 001. And Dalton will, wow. Oh, take a picture of that. Hurry up. Don't change that screen yet. Gary Williams, 001 green. Dalton Rolls, 001 green. Gary dialed 484, goes 484.3. Dalton Rolls dialed 456, goes 456.3. By 1/10,000th of a second. Ends up being Dalton's race. It went out like deep into the digits. Oh. Identical 001s, both dead on 3, and Dalton Rolls gets around Gary Williams. That's going to be a tough one to swallow. But Dalton Rolls moves on. As now Jerry Brewer and Bobby Inslee. Bobby dialed 471. Jerry dialed 476. Salisbury, Maryland, where they make all the steak. Isn't that where they make all the steak in Salisbury, Maryland? Huh? 471 on a 471. Bobby Inslee was 21 on the tree. Takes 7th thou at the stripe, ends up dead on 1. Jerry Brewer was 009. Had a little in his pocket as he left this end of the racetrack. I agree with that, Mo. Need somebody to haul it to the fling. Jerry was 2 above the dial, bowing out. Jeez. There's John Angel and Tim Chapman. Chapman dialed 522. John dialed 471. Brutal. 4-pack beats a 4-pack. That's like 4-on-4 crime. Don't like it. Or love it, whatever way. Just tight drag racing. Flings are the best. So Tim Chapman sitting there at the pre-stage bulb. John Angel just kind of waiting it out a little bit. Chapman first one to light up that stage light, and here comes John. Down to the stripe this one goes. John Angel, 12 on the tree and 472 on a 471. He gets there first, 18 thousandths of a second. So the Bowbridge, Louisiana-based car will continue. Tim Chapman was 28 green to John's 12. And then goes 18 thou above on the loss. So John Angel continuing to roll through as Brian Canday and Vince Schroeder. That's the shank. Out of Pennsylvania. 448 to a 455. 455 belongs to Brian. 448 belongs to Vince. Yeah, maybe. You might talk to Greg about that, Mo, but I think he's already been recruited. Advantage on the tree goes to the shank. He was 17 green and 450 on the 448. Brian was 48 on the bold. And then 5 above the dial with a 4600 on a 455. We're down to our final pair. We'll finish things off here in the re-entry round with a solo shot. And we should have at this time all of our yellow sticker door cars should be back in the staging lanes. Yellow sticker door cars should be back in the lanes for round number 2. So if you are in round number 2, if you are in round number 2 and you have a door car with a yellow sticker on it, we need you into the staging lanes, please. And again, if you're feeling a little chilly, we've still got those sweatshirts and some of the zip-ups available over under the red tent. Swing by there and pick up your fling gear. Make sure you stay warm for the night. 8 thou is the difference at this end of the racetrack. Travis Laster, 009. And 413 on a 413. He is 10 total, taking 13 thou at the stripe as Marco Paravalaris ended up being the provisional buy here in the re-entry round and ends up getting it. I would agree, Jim. We saw one of those kind of runs back here at the King of the Flings last year, which was just like ridiculousness. But they're great to watch. So Marco on a 454 number. Going to be the last car down the racetrack in the re-entry round. Left about 4 thou too quick. And goes 455 down the racetrack. So as we wrap up the re-entry round, I do want to point out something here real quick. Hopefully, racers, you have been enjoying that.
Jags.
With Silver State Air Conditioning, they're all about being on time. That's why they're one of the few companies that offer an on-time guarantee. Unfortunately, problems don't just happen from 9 to 5. But it's important to Silver State to be there when it's convenient for the customer. I know I want a company that values my time. That's why I'll always choose Silver State Air Conditioning.
We'll be there whenever you need us, on time and at no extra charge. Guaranteed. Call us or visit us online. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go. Jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
That's a cool dude out there right now, man. Patrick has got a great story. Obviously, just a avid racer and race fan, and I love hearing his background and what he was all about. So, one of those cool things that, you know, kind of getting out there into the pits, putting a face behind the helmet, because a lot of times as we watch him go down the track, all we get to see is the car or the helmet. Don't necessarily get to find out that much about the racer behind the wheels. So it was certainly fun to do that. Thank you again to Mark and Joanne for giving us the opportunity to get out there and do some more of those pit interviews. They're going to be fun, and had a good time doing that. So for those of you that we did get a chance to get by and talk to, thank you for taking the time out of your racing day to sit down and talk with us. Certainly appreciate that. And yeah, it was really cool. Really cool. So we got yellow sticker door cars. Round number 2 should be in the staging lanes. The buyback is done, and now it is 2 go down and 1 come back, all deathmatch style. You know what I mean? Well, the re-entry round was kind of that, but the re-entry round was kind of like that, hey, you know, like we said, playing as kids in the street, do-over. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. But putting a little prep on the racetrack before we get into the Biondo round. And I am going to say this because I'm looking over through the window here. Kyle Luters is on property, taking footage like he always does for those fantastic recap videos, for the promotional videos, for all of the cool stuff that we get to see on social media. The man behind the camera. Kyle, you do a superb job with all of the footage that you put together. Certainly maintains that level of professionalism that Kyle and Peter put into all of their races and takes it to the next level. I mean, the way that you put together the soundtracks, the way that you edit the footage, the way that you just essentially capture the feeling, you capture the excitement, you capture the intensity with what you do. So thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Those are great. They are awesome. So again, racers, things like this don't happen without great sponsorship, and we want to thank all of our sponsors for being part of this show. We're going to take a quick little break up here in the tower while they get everything finished out there. We've got round number 2 in the staging lanes for our door cars. And again, 2 go down, 1 comes back. And we are going to race as long as we can tonight to get as close as we possibly can to crowning a winner here at the Million. But none of that happens without sponsors.
K&N has been a proud sponsor of the K&N Spring Fling since year 1. K&N Engineering is the world's leading manufacturer of washable performance air filters and revolutionary nut-driven oil filters. Whether you're looking for a filter for your daily driver or your hot rod, K&N has what you need. Keep it clean. Choose K&N. With a 40-year history of technological innovation and engineering, Optima products offer unstoppable power for extreme enthusiasts and others who require the ultimate power source. Optima batteries were the first high-performance AGM automotive batteries in existence and revolutionized the industry with the unique spiral cell technology. Look for the distinctive Optima 6-pack shape to get the ultimate power source every day, everywhere. In need of a new fire suit? You want to look good in the winner's circle? Sparco and Biondo Racing Products have joined forces to bring the quality and safety of Sparco racing suits to the drag racing community. Combining comfort, lightness, and breathability, Sparco offers the best in SFI-5 and SFI-15 suits and a full line of gloves, helmets, and shoes. Call the racers at Biondo Racing to get sized up for your new Sparco gear. Jegs has been a part of Kyle and Peter's Spring Fling events from the start because they know what racers are looking for in a big buck bracket race. Get the high performance you're looking for at a price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. Tire covers, logbooks, parts, and more parts. 100% guaranteed with free shipping. The place for performance? Jegs. Hoosier Racing Time.
All right. Well, it is the Biondo, round number 2, here at the Spring Fling Million. Every time I start saying that, I'm like, wait, it's fall. It's Spring Fling Million here at Bristol Dragway. And because it is the Biondo round, the tradition continues. Peter Biondo, the Terminator himself, the man behind the majority of this, and I say the majority because between him, Kyle, and Emily, this has just become one of the greatest sets of drag races on the planet. So thank you guys, but here's the deal. JJ and Pete going to sit down and take you through round number 2. This is going to be fun.
Thank you, Nate. All right, here we are. Biondo round number 2 here at the Spring Fling Million in the fall at Bristol instead of Vegas. This is my first ever Spring Fling Million event. I've never made it to Vegas, so here we are.
You say Spring Fling and you see people walking around with jackets and winter hats.
Toboggans.
It's 2020.
Anything's possible.
How about the first matchup? The Kamikaze Kid Dan Northrup and Peeps Pennington, and wonder who was in the staging lanes first, because the driver who pulled in second just pulled up right alongside a hitter. I like that. Take your lane, don't be scared. Peeps, the reigning Spring Fling Million champion. He won $375,000 last year. He's got to take out the Kamikaze Kid. Who do you like, JJ?
Well, both drivers really great racers. Peeps, obviously, like you said, defending champ. So he's got a chip on his shoulder. 4 thou separate them. And he's going to get it done. 12 take a thou. It'll be 19 thou over, 31 total. Northrup 008, 2 above 4, leaves him 1 thou behind. He might have given that one back. But either way, Peeps Pennington on to round 3.
And the hits keep on coming. Look at round 2 matchup.
Michael Pennington, right-hand side. Dialed in 499 in one of the Pennington Bros Roadsters. Left-hand side, Steve Cisco. Cisco, obviously everybody knows about the year he has had. Obviously doubling up in back-to-back days. Earlier this year, July 4th weekend, he's dialed 635 in the Vega.
Cisco's trying to pull a Verdi. He's going to try to be the second driver in history to win $2 million in 1 year.
One of them being guaranteed.
Yeah.
Verdi was not able. Verdi didn't do that. Well, they also didn't have guaranteed millions.
Correct.
When Verdi won 2 millions, but whether it's guaranteed or not, it's a great accomplishment.
It's a life changer.
It very well is. Cisco's off and away. Oh, Michael Pennington is late. Steve Cisco out front. Went light. Steve Cisco. 13, take 5, or dead 5, take 41. As Michael Pennington missed it, he was 40 up front, one above 9. 59 total leaves him 41 behind as Cisco. That might have very well been wide open.
Yeah, 635 at 108. He didn't kill much. Got there 41. Pennington missed it, and Cisco made him pay.
The more you take, the more you make. Ain't got a lift if you ain't going under.
JJ, at this point, it's all about the win light. Egos aside, and nothing else matters. It's all about the win light. Stay on 4 wheels and turn the win light on.
That is it right now. Kelly Smith, left side, 509. Funny call, Chris Northrup, right side, 660. And Northrup has a bunch to work with. 001, take 51 to be one above 4. 15 total. Kelly Smith is 54 up front, had no shot. Runs one above 2 to leave her or him 500 behind. Funny car Chris on to round 3. Brian Martell, left side. The S-Dime, dialed 606, the well-standing S-Dime. Odell Davidson on the right, dialed 594, giving up 1200 head start.
And I'm going to say, JJ, it's probably about 60 degrees out there right now, and that beautiful blue pickup truck's going to rock it back on the... he must have tightened it down a little bit.
Calmed it down just a little bit. 300 separate them, and Brian Martell, 22, take 33 to be 400 over. Right side, Davidson, 52 and 4 over, leave him 300 behind Brian Martell. On to round 3.
And again, it's not about the wheelies. It's not about anything else but the win light right now from this point forward.
All about the win light.
2 go down, 1 come back.
2 go down, 1 come back. Brendan Jarrell, left side. Another S-Dime. He's dialed in 684. And Matt Dattis, right side, in the Starfire. Dialed 644. How many Starfires do you see?
Well, I only know of 1 Starfire.
And it's on the starting line right now.
There could be 100 of them, but that one stands out to me because he's always in the late rounds.
I only know of 1, and it's on the starting line right now.
What's up, Jim Gleason? Tuning in on the, hey, Michael Beard.
Jim Gleason tuning in. I'll see him and Montgomery coming up, well, I guess later this month now, as today being October. 12 fouls separate them. Matt Dattis out front, and Dattis is going to get the win light. 6 take 8 to be 18 thou over, 24 total. Jarrell 18, 1 above 4, 32 total. Not a bad lap, but Matt Dattis laid down 1 better right next to him and sending himself on to round 3.
And that's what you got to love about big buck bracket racing, JJ. So you pull up next to a little Sunfire, a very, I mean, it's got a subtle look, a subtle stance with a $100,000 dragster, all painted up, all chromed up. And it's a 50-50. And if Matt Dattis is driving the Sunfire, your chances are probably not 50-50. Just saying.
Probably not. You probably right about that one, Pete. Mitchell McKinney, left side, 672 is dialed. Jeff Birdie, right side, dialed 616 at 200. The difference in reaction time on this pair. Win light will go left side. Mitchell McKinney, 9, dead 8. Lays down 17 total. Verdi, 29, dead 8. Lays down 37 total, and the first ever $1 million man is out, at least in the GTO. Might have 1 remaining in the Firebird, which is the car he wanted in, but I am not sure. But he's out in at least the GTO.
And the GTO with Jeff Birdie driving earlier today, JJ, put up a 3-pack in the Brodix run for the 50K, and pretty sure he picked up, I believe it was a 3-way tie.
It was.
And Birdie got the either $2,000 or the Spring Fling 2021 main event entry. But that was all in the back seat because
Steve Witherow laid down a perfect run for the 50 grand. Tracy Sons and JoJo Gary now. Sons right side, 509 is the dial. Gary, dial 550, and Sons doesn't get off the line, and JoJo Gary. Oh my, 005 and 1 above 1 lays down 16 total. Sons never got off the line and is just coasting on through. He's probably not happy, might have had a problem. Car just either messed something up, just didn't want to leave. Something might have gone wrong in the hot rod.
And he might have knew it, and he just sat there hoping Joe Gary would make a mistake, and he didn't. Turned to green, went over the dial. Again, all about the wind light.
It is all about the wind light. Jeremy York, left-hand side, no stranger to final rounds and winner circle interviews and photos here at the Flings, especially not here at Bristol. He's dialed in 5:39. He's given up 29 hun head start to junior Houston, right side. Houston dialed 5:68. The house mouse ride, left-hand side.
Yeah, that York family is tough. I met them about 12 years ago at Fuquay's race in India. I had no idea who he was. It's the first time we met, and I found out pretty quick how tough they are.
York is out in front by a bunch off the starting line. He made a little move to the left and is going to get it done. He almost gave that one up. He's 009 and 42 thou over, lays down 51 total. Right side, Houston 47, takes 7 to be 3 thou under, had to take 4 or less. Jeremy York to round 3.
Yeah, JJ, and I'm not too sure Jeremy York lifted off the throttle. I'm pretty sure he just stayed in it, took the long way down. That's what scrubbed off that ET right there.
Probably so. How about this matchup? Really good matchup between a couple drivers that normally don't get talked about a bunch, but normally win a good bit. Logan Diggs, right side, the Oldsmobile 442. 628 is the dial. He's getting 32 ton hit start from J-Dub. Jordan White in the Nova left side. Dial 596. Wind light goes Logan Diggs. 6 take 13 to be 2 hun over. 30 total. J-Dub 14 and 29 thou over. Not a bad lap. Left him 13 behind though, as Logan Diggs laid him down 30 total in the other lane. Rob Mosher left-hand side in the Cummins 66 Chevy twice. And Gage Birch, Team Young Guns right side, dialed 640.
Yeah, Gage Birch, if you you guys and gals on Motormania TV did not watch the Young Gun Has-Beens matchup yesterday, it was a great one. You definitely have to rewind, get back on Motormania. It ended up in a 4-4 tie. Gage and I ran it out. He got me by 1,000. It was awesome. Well, for him it was awesome. For me, I had fun up until that last 10 inches of the racetrack.
Had fun until the scoreboard came on?
Exactly.
7 thou separate him. Gage Birch has the advantage on the tree and has the wind light. 15 dead 5, takes 6 thou. 20 total. Mosier 22 dead 4, not a bad lap, but left him 6 behind as Birch on to round 3. Kevin Pollard left-hand side, the footbreaker. Oh, how about this matchup? Pollard dialed 549. Tommy Plott in the right. Plott dialed 550. Basically a heads-up race right here. One of them's off the bottom, one off the top.
One's got a knife and one has a gun. But that's a sharp knife over there on the left side.
It is. Oh, Pollard turns it 2 thou red. Plott is 24 up front. And 2 thou under Pollard. 2 thou red and 26 thou under. And that'll end Kevin Pollard's $1 million hopes as Tommy Plott advances to round 3. Left side, Wes Weaver dialed 544. Right side, Nick Folk. Folk dialed in 572.
And it's just matchup after matchup. And I'm just saying, if you're on the Motormania live feed right now, a couple of pairs back, just hold on. Wait till you see it. 2 of the best to ever put a helmet on. But right now it's Wes Weaver and Nick Folk. Nick Folk definitely made his mark in the bracket racing scene. Driving the ex-Superstocker 2008 Cobalt. He goes away green and Nick just flat missed it. Can he turn it around at the other end? He cannot. Wes Weaver's 023, 4 above. Nick, not sure what happened, missed it. He was 080, dropped to go 2 above. Ray Holmes and Brent Nowitzki. Brent Nowitzki and Ray Holmes, probably the first time these two ever matched up. Nowitzki, he's a local runner at New Media Dragway. Ray Holmes from Richmond, Virginia. Both of these drivers cannot be taken lightly. And what do you think about that matchup in the water box, JJ?
Couple of heavy hitters.
Do you know what a water box is? I know it's an old school term. You call it the puddle.
I know what the water box is. I call it the water box.
All right. We finally, old school and new, the old, what did we call it yesterday? The old generation of talking and explaining racing, and a new generation finally jive together right there. Right there is Ray Holmes, 026, 3 above. Brett Nowitzki was 006. Not sure what happened, went 7 over the dial. And how about this? Scotty Richardson and John LeBoost Jr. No buybacks here, round 2. And let me tell you something, both of these drivers are very hungry. I was talking to Scotty yesterday in a Has-Beens Young Gun shootout. It's about the hungriest I've ever seen him. Johnny LeBoost, what more can you say?
Tennessee versus Kentucky matchup. LeBoost, obviously one of the best to ever race at the Fling, and he is out by a foul. 001 red for LeBoost and 12 foul under. Scotty makes a time shot to be 21 total, 17 dead on 4 for Scotty Richardson. Sending him to round 3 as LeBoost is going to be kicking himself after that one.
Yeah, anytime. I mean, you have to go for it. When you're lined up against either Johnny LeBoost or Scotty Richardson, you don't change a game. You keep your mental state the same. You stay even keel, but you definitely don't want to let go 25 or worse, because it's not going to work out for you. That time, Johnny LeBoost took a shot, went 1 thou red. Ricky Pennington and Chris Lindsay. That's your uncle. Cousin.
5 fouls separate them. Mustang versus Chevelle, win light, Chris Lindsay. 29, dead 6, 35 total. Little Ricky, 34, had to go dead 0. Dead 1 would have given him a shot, but runs 3 above on the drop, getting behind by 33 foul. Chris Lindsay on to round 3. Buddy Ballou, right side. He was in the running for the top 3 earlier in the Brodix run for the 50K with a 7-pack. But then driver started laying down 3 total. And of course, Witherow's perfect run. He's got Justin Mosier. Mosier dialed 543, Ballou dialed 555. 15 thou separate them. Buddy Ballou out in front. Win light goes Buddy Ballou. 4, take 4 for Ballou to be 2 above 630 total. Left side Mosier 19 and 2 above 5 leaves him 4 thou behind. And right side Buddy Ballou on to round 3. As that'll bring up Jason Rich, left hand down 571. Right side is the Kick Booty Motorsports Chevy 2 down 560. Oh, TG Pascal down 560, giving up 11 Hun head start.
That's Jason Rich in the 39 Chevy Coupe. We're calling him Incognito this weekend. First couple of times he came up, we weren't sure it was really Jason Rich, but it is. First round, Jason Rich. First round, Jason Rich ran up against Barbara Markoglu, and Jason Rich did a, let's just say he was hopping down the track. Scrubbed off some way too much ET. You can watch that on Motor Mania if you go back to the rewind. Car's pretty fast, left with the wheels in the air. See if he made any adjustments. Got a tough out here in TG Pascal. TG and Mike Pascal, they don't travel too far from North Carolina, but they mop it up at their home tracks. Rich puts 2 lights on. Here comes Pascal. Both drivers, not sure what happened there. Wow. both drivers staged very quickly, and then Pascal went to deck it. Trans brake didn't hold, just rolled through the lights. Jason Rich, 032, 571 on a 571, so 39 Chevy will move on.
Yeah, they did both come in really quick as we had an issue, I guess, with the auto start on the tree. Couldn't get it to come on, but figured that out rather quickly and got everybody rolling. And then Pascal, like you said, went to mash the gas after he let go of the button. Car just rolled right through the beams. Not exactly sure what happened. Trans brake just didn't hold.
Jason Lynch and Howard Westbury.
Westbury.
It sounds like a movie star or something, right? Howard Westbury.
Westbury in the Nova. Lynch in the Chevy 2 Nova.
Lynch, they call him Catfish. He's a bad dude.
One foul separate them. Anybody's drag race right here. When light goes, left side Lynch. 14, dead 7. Get there, 14 thou. Right hand side, Westbury 15, and 2 above 0. 35 total leaves him 14 behind Jason Lynch. On to the next round. Justin Logan left side and Aaron Vale right side. Vale dialed 672, Logan dialed 637. $17 thou separate them. Logan out front when light goes to Logan. 5 takes 7 to be 2 above 8 or 1 above 8. 23 total. Vale 22 dead 8. 30 total. He had to be dead 0 to give himself the win. Dead 1 giving him a shot, but he goes dead 8, leaves him 7 behind. John Corbin right side. 596 is the dial. Luke Bogacki left hand side, the second ever Spring Fling Million champion. Bogacki in the Vega dialed 655. Bogacki flickers the bulb on. Corbin in behind him. 1 foul separate them. Anybody's drag race. When light goes, right hand side, Corbin 27, dead 8. 35 total take 21 thou. Bogat 28 and 28 thou over 56 total leaves him 21 behind, and John Corbin on to round 3. Chuck Sanders left side, 629 is the dial. Clifford Davidson on the right. Davidson dialed 536, not quite a full second head start, 93 Hun to be exact. 35 thou separate them. Davidson in trouble. Sanders looking over the shoulder, gets the win. 14 and 36 thou over 50 total. Davidson 49, 1 above 6 leaves him 15 behind. Another race where the driver had to be dead 0 to give himself the win. Dead 1 giving him a shot, but does not do it. Leaves it 1 above 6 to be 1.5 behind. Ronnie Horwath Jr. left side, 6 flat is the dial. Joel Hubbard in the right dial, 5 flat, giving up exactly 1 second head start. $12 foul separate them. Horwath out front. Horwath 8 take 9 to be 1 above 7. 25 total. Hubbard 20, 1 above 4. 34 total leaves him 9 behind. Ronnie Horwath Jr. on to the next round. As that'll bring up Stace Schroeder, 507 is the dial left hand side, and Wayne DeSantis dial 588 in the right. 11 thou separate them. DeSantis out front, Winlight, DeSantis. 13 and 13 above, 26 total. Left-hand side, Schroeder, 24 dead 7, leaves him 5 thou behind, and Wayne DeSantis on to round 3. Kurt Harrington left side, Sherman Adcock Jr. right side. 7 Hun head start going to Adcock. 625 is the dial. Harrington on a 618. As Peter has joined me back in the booth after doing some promoter stuff.
Promoter stuff.
Promoter stuff.
Speaking of promoters, Big Red is under the arch.
He is.
Sherman Adcock, multi-time NHRA National Event Champion and past NHRA World Champion, gets beat here by Kurt Harrington. Kurt Harrington was 015. The little Chevette runs at 619 on a 618 dialing, and Adcock, after leaving the line 049, he was mathematically shut out. Travis Harvey and John Siegel as the hitches keep on coming. John in the wheelie wagon. If he has the shocks loose, you're in for a show. Because I think it's about 55 degrees out there right now, and these cars are making some power. Harvey from Burlington, North Carolina in the 69 Camaro. He's run everything from a street car down the track to a top sportsman car. There goes the wheelie wagon, and here comes Harvey. This one's anybody's race. Siegel's looking over his shoulder, moves a little bit closer to center line to size him up, but to no avail as Harvey is 018, goes a 537 on a 536 style. Siegel was 13 on a tree, decided to drop, went 3 above, no good. Here comes Big Jed. Jared Pennington, Fultondale, Alabama. One of the nicest Novas on a property. Dials 588. Going up against the 86 GMC of Michael Needham. 667 is Needham's dial. Jared, 588. Pretty sure nothing against Needham, but a lot of the chat board is rooting for Jared, I have a feeling. But that doesn't matter right now. It's man on man, hunting for that round 2 win line. Both drivers are green, and how about both drivers leave 00? Who has the car dialed in? Give it to Big Jed. Michael Needham's 006 gets there 22 to go, 3 thou under. Big Jed's 009 drops to go 1 above. One of the better races of the round right there is Garrett Griffith and Sean Carpenter.
I'm calm. What happened? I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it. JJ wasn't cheering. You know, you are, even though you're on the staff, you are allowed to cheer when it's your father. It's fine. I get it. I rooted, I was in the stands in the tower when my father raced for 30 years, and I didn't care who was there. When he won, I was happy. It's all good. Sean Carpenter, 598. Garrett Griffith, 616. Slight reaction time advantage going to Carpenter. And the win light by, how about 11 take 3 thou? 602 at 110, so he definitely scrubbed off a few mile per hour. We talked about that yesterday, JJ. You get back, how come when you get back with your time slip, if your margin of victory is 3 thou, you say I took 3 thou. But when when you're the guy in the other lane, you say I gave it up by 3 thou. Why is that? That seems to happen more often than not.
Normally, to give it back, you have to be in front, right, and have it at first. So, like right here, the guy didn't have the advantage on the tree, so he couldn't have given it back. He didn't have it to start with. Carpenter, I guess he would say he took it because he come around him, I guess, maybe ripping the gas or something, just got out in front of him and was wheeling him through. And then you could say, I guess, he took 3 thou.
Yep. I couldn't agree more. So when you can't, if you're running wide open, you say you took 3 thou. Your car took 3 thou.
Right.
I mean, if you're scrubbed off 3 or 5 or 20 mile per hour, that's when you took 3 thou.
Or even you got there 3 thou.
There you go.
Cases.
There you go.
17 thou separate them. Jeff Serra, 003, take 009 to be 3 hun over 34 total. Rob Leipziger, 20 and 23 thou over 43 total, leaves him 9 thou behind. And Jeff Serra into round number 3 in the truck, the Pro Stock truck. Marco Abruzzi left side, 639 is the dial. Tucker Creech in the right dial, 587. $5,200 head start, going to go left side to Abruzzi. 8 thou separate him. Tucker Creech running him down. Windlight going to go to the left-hand side. Abruzzi 22 dead 9, lays down 31 total. Tucker Creech 30, take 18 to be 17 thou under. Creech had to go dead zero, as has been the case more often than not this round. Had to go dead zero to give him the win. Dead on one would have given him a shot. But either way, takes 18 to be 17 under. Dan Fletcher, team has-beens left side, and Gabe Taylor right side, and Fletch is in trouble. Fletcher dropped him off, but to no avail. 53 and 2 over for Fletch. Right-hand side, Taylor 21 and 3 over. Gets the win light as Fletch missed it. Edmund Richardson left-hand side. 595 is the dial for the King. Kenneth Street in the right dial, 521.
So the King was part of the team has-beens. The King gave us a point. He turned on the win light. Who did he run again?
Oh.
Was it?
I do not remember.
It'll come to us. But right now he's got a tough out in Kent Street. So the King dials a 595. Kenneth Street 521. There goes the Camaro. Here comes the GTO. The King's looking over his shoulder. Should have it. Does have it. How about Edmund Richardson turning on the round 2 win light? So both Richardsons move on. That time Edmund was 023, 2 above the dial. Kenneth Street was 041 and broke out, didn't matter. Quan Spain and Nick Hastings. Nasty Nick, that is one bad man. Don't let that little 81 T1000 fool you, kind of like Matt Daddis. You pull up next to him, your $100,000 dragster, all chromed out, all decked out. Can't take him lightly. You think you got it, and he throws you a sucker punch.
Edmund ran Corey Galitti in the Young Guns vs. Has-Beens.
Yeah,
oh, wow. Chevette versus T1000. One of the most unlikely matchups you'll ever see. Hastings taking the T1000 around 3, 008 and 2 above, 31 total. Left side, Spain, 11 and 2 over to be 8 thou behind. Austin Olinger, left-hand side, 671 is the dial. Randall Reed in the right dial, 598. Reed, the 3rd ever Spring Fling Million winner in the dragster, not the door car. He's going around 3, 14 up front. Olinger turns it a foul red. And then runs 2 over Reed, 14 and 3 above. Austin Olinger is not going to like that ticket at all, but Randall Reed, nevertheless, on to round number 3.
Randall Reed, 2018 Spring Fling Million main event winner.
That he was. Jeff Krasinski, left-hand side, dialed in at a 599. Randy Biddle Jr., right side. RBJ dialed 610.
Final call door cars, round 2. Final call door cars, round 2. Dragsters, yellow sticker. We will now take you to the stage lanes for round 2. Dragsters, yellow sticker. Bring them up.
11 Hun head start to Biddle. Oh, RBJ missed it. 15 thou separate them. Top end, the win light. Oh, RBJ sneaks by. 43 up front, 1 above 7. 60 total getting there, 4 thou. Krasinski, 28. Might have been passing him, might not have. Might have just given that one up. Might not have gotten in front. but just
Yeah.
gave it up. Thought he was
Krasinski-
getting there by too much, just gave it up.
Krasinski's going to be kicking himself. He scrubbed off a little bit of mile per hour right there to get 3 thou behind after a 2 reaction time advantage. How about Mike Barber and Dustin Long? Now, Mike Barber, he's one of those guys who kind of subtle, doesn't talk much, does all of his talking on the racetrack.
2 fouls separate them. Barber looking over the shoulder. Oh, Barber. Long, 21 and 1 above. Lays him down 32 total, getting there 7 thou. Barber, 19, might have given that one back to be 2 above. Not exactly sure what happened. He was looking over the shoulder, might have dropped too soon, might have killed too much. But either way, Dustin Long is on to round 3. Is that a bring up? Oh, wow. How about this matchup? Steve Cisco, right side, 630 is the dial, and Miss Mia Tedesco. Left-hand side, Miss Mia on a 577. Cisco, this is where he won the 1.1 million with. Anthony Bertozzi's beautiful, beautiful blue Chevy 2 Nova. Tedesco has won multiple different events in her beautiful Camaro left side. 1 foul separate them, just as advertised. Tedesco, 21 and 24 thou above, takes 16 thou at the finish line. Cisco, 22 and 3 over, leaves him 16 behind Miss. I believe Cisco is done, unless he won in the Vega, and I do not remember if he did or not. Glenn Smith, left side, 597 is the dial. Scotty Johnson on the right dial, 625.
How about the matchup under the arch right here? Bonham Bulba versus 2019 Fall Fling 500 MVP. Glenn Smith, Scotty Johnson. This time, Scotty Johnson has 200 in his pocket, turns it into a win light. Yeah, he might have stayed. He really wanted that win light. We heard his car I think he stayed into it past 1,000 foot. Nevertheless, 023, 1 above was good enough. Glenn Smith was 042, got there 14 thou to go 14 thou under. Needed to make it a dead heat and hope for the best.
He had to go dead on 0 and then hope that his win light came on. Seth Street, left-hand side out of Virginia, dial 577. Skinny Kenny Underwood in the right, dial 612 out of Ohio. Firebird versus Camaro matchup. Underwood, obviously very accomplished. He won 2 millions, or has won 2 millions. Not the Fling, though.
He did go deep last year, got down to 16 cars in the very much spoken about no split Kenny Underwood situation. I was there. Listen, everybody's entitled to, absolutely, everybody's entitled to voice their opinion when you're part of 16 car field. 15 of them wanted to split. Kenny said no, and Peeps took him out that round.
Underwood has won 1 million and a door car and a dragster. He's 4 thou behind here, but makes it up. 15, get in front, 6 thou to be 1 above. 27 total, not a bad lap. Left-hand side Street is 11, feeds him 6 to be 2 over. Skinny Kenny on to round 3 in the door car. He'll be up later in the dragster.
How about Justin Lamb? Sorry, JJ. Justin Lamb off the bottom. That car has won multiple NHRA World Championships in Superstock. He comes over here all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada to run with the big boys off the top. Brian Martell, 2019 Fall Fling MVP.
Don't let Nate hear you say Nevada. He says it's Nevada.
Nate's not here right now, right? We're clear?
As long as he's not in the sound of our voice, we're okay.
We might not be okay. Nate hears everything. So Justin Lamb's going to have to wait 0.3 of a second. Wow, look at the wheels up start for Lamb. Brian Martell is 009. Justin Lamb is 031, and win light, give it to the Fall Fling 2019 MVP, Brian Martell, 009, 2 above the dial on a drop. Justin Lamb, Did a good job at the stripe, but left a little bit too much down here. 031, 4th thou under.
He was the MVP for a reason. Lamb took 4th out to be 4th out under. Second run in a row that's happened, where he had to take 000 at the finish line. Greg Walker left side, that beautiful Camaro, dialed 550. Danny Bastianelli, the Delaware Destroyer, right side, dialed 553. 3 Hun head start to Bastianelli. And Danny Bastianelli is way out front. Anna Winlight, 4, take 35 for Bastianelli to be 18 thou over, 22 total. Walker missed it, was 63 and 6 thou under. And the Delaware Destroyer to round 3 in the million.
And the Delaware Destroyer is very popular dude in general, but I'm pretty sure you'll see that posted on Facebook. He pretty much keeps everybody updated round by round with his racing. Pretty cool stuff. How about Mr. American Race Cars himself, Travis Colangelo and William Daniels. Pretty big handicap here, JJ.
Not quite a second and a half head start going to Daniels' right side. Daniels has got 4th out in his pocket off the starting line. Colangelo trying to run him down. William Daniels, 16, take 27 to be 1 above 4. 40 total. 30 total. Left-hand side, Colangelo was 20. Sets it down to be 3 over, leaves him 27 behind.
And we talked about that earlier, JJ. A 77 Ventura could take on, I mean, he can win the whole thing.
Doesn't matter how much the car costs, it only matters how much it wins.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing I love about bracket racing or drag racing in general. A 20-year-old versus an 80-year-old doesn't matter. A little Sunfire versus a $150,000 dragster doesn't matter. Bring your A game, let go on time, drive the top end, turn the wind light on.
Noah Carpenter won the Drive It Like You Stole It award last weekend in Galat. 589 is the dial on the Roadster. That's my player over there, my homeboy, Chris Martin. Out of Mount Olive, Alabama, dial 581 in the Monza. Team Bad Guys. 1 thou separate them, wheels up, launch for Martin. And Chris Martin, 17, take 18 thou to be 2 above 8. 35 total, or 45 total. Right-hand side, Carpenter is 18, and 4 over leaves him 18 thou behind Chris Martin to round 3. Dan Northrup left side, 574 is the dial. Billy Lieber in the right dial, 624. Exactly 5/10 head start to Lieber in the right.
Great matchup right here. 2 aggressive drivers. That Vega has won many a race. Billy Lieber, he's not afraid of anybody. Right now, the little Chevy 2 is down track. Northrup trying to make up some ground. And how about Danny Northrup, the Kamikaze Kid, throws up a 009, taking 007 down there to go 2 above. Billy Lieber was 10 on a tree, 3 over on a drop. Check this out. All right. John Talmadge on the right side. I'm not sure I have enough time to read all of this right here about this guy, but it's a really cool story. He was in a plane crash 3 years ago. He has a long recovery time. He broke both arms. One's completely metal. Let's let him turn the wind light on. That'll be a great ending to the story after I finish the rest of this. This is pretty cool. No disrespect, Kendall Little, but I'm rooting for John Talmadge. 004 to 005, give the wind light. Wow, that was a good drag race. 8 thou margin of victory going to Kendall Little. Talmadge 005, 2 over, no good. So he's in a bad plane crash. He broke both his arms. Now one of his arms are metal after the operation. He won't find out. This is a note handed from his wife. He won't find out if he's going to be able to save his arm. And it's not stopping him from drag racing. He also rolled his Vega. That's where he gets his name from, Vega John, 6 times in a crash. I mean, nothing can keep this guy down.
That's a great story right there. Barbara Markaglu, right side. Snuck by with 1 first round. I'm allowed to say it. I saw it. 572 is the dial. Left-hand side, Matt Dattis dialed 662.
Yeah, Barbara Monkaloo, good friend of mine. That's a really nice 69 Camaro. I've driven it a few times. And Matt Daddis. There goes Matt Daddis. Here comes Barbara. Monkaloo breaks out by 17th out. She actually got that first by 15th out. Matt Daddis, 020, dead on 9 was good enough, that pair. So Daddis moves on to round 3, and I'll bring up Kelly Smith and Howard Westbury. What a story about John Thomas.
What a story.
I mean, everybody's got a story, right?
Everybody.
The older you get, the more you realize that everyone you talk to has a story. Everybody's been through a lot, especially in 2020, and that is one heck of a story.
Kelly Smith left side, 674 is it down. Howard Westbury in the right, down 532. 10 thou separate them. And Westbury, 15 dead 4, get there 7 thou, 19 total. Smith 005 and 21 thou over, 26 total, left him 7 behind. Howard Westbury on to round number 3.
And JJ, I do not want to make you nervous, but we're approaching 3,000 people watching right now.
Oh goodness.
I don't think you're nervous. You're way more nervous when Big Red goes down the track.
Oh, well, that's obvious. That's easy.
All right, here's a deal. All 2,800 people watching right now, text 3 friends.
Now, I'd say I'm more nervous when I'm going down the racetrack more than anything. I sneak by with a win here and there.
All right, text 2 friends. We'll bring it up to 5,600.
Oh, goodness.
Gage Birch and Andy Dolan. Andy Dolan was the Fall Fling Galat winner on Thursday down there, and Gage Birch, the kid. How about both drivers 00? Dolan's 006, Gage Birch is 002. Let's take this one to the top end. Win light. Andy Dolan, the Malibu moves on. Gage Birch actually had the reaction time advantage by a little bit. Might have been in front. Went 668 on a 665 at only 100 mile per hour.
Andy Dolan had a great case for Fall Fling MVP if it weren't for AJ Ash showing up late in the rounds every day. I was watching back at home. So,
yeah, AJ was killing it. He really was driving both ends of the racetrack, and his car was running great. How about Scotty Richardson and Rusty Blackford? Scotty advanced against Johnny LaBouche Jr. in his first entry. He's going to try to do it again here.
How about the wheel stand?
I tell you, Scotty hiked him up on a back bumper, turns on the win light. Scotty doing what Scotty does. He was 011 to 8 thou to be 4 above. Rusty Blackford, 033, 3 above. You cannot leave Scotty Richardson 600s to work with. It's not going to work out too well for you.
It is not.
You can't throw a 600s pack against Scotty Richardson.
No, sir, you cannot. Sal Biondo, listening in back home in New York. Thanks, Sal. I appreciate it. Look forward to if I can ever get my dad to agree on the trip to New York. I have to stop by and see you. There's 2,000 separate them and left side. Glenn Lakins, 13, 1 above 4. Jack Ostrowski, 15, take 13 to be 1 thou under, sending Lakins on to round number 3.
What do you mean if you visit New York, you might come by and see us? That's a flat-out insult where I come from.
I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking about Sal.
Oh, you might come. Well, he only lives a half a mile from me.
Okay, perfect.
So now you're insulting Sal.
Well, I didn't know how far he lived from me. I ain't been there.
This isn't Alabama, like there's farms in between our houses, man. We're all connected.
We don't have farms in between our houses.
I want to give
not my houses, anyways.
Hey, we're going to both do a special shout-out. So they're going to hear it Alabama style with an Alabama accent and with my accent next. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet. Lane Dickin and Corbin Carter. Carter made it to the final of the American race car shootout last night. Bails out here in round 2 because Lane Dickin, the hitter, is 011 dead 6. That's a 17 pack, and that's a round 2 win light. Gary Dunn and Hunter Patton. Hunter was the captain of the Young Guns. Honey Wayne, I was eyeball to eyeball. We were dialed almost heads up on that matchup. I came out on top, put us in the tie. Both teams picked somebody to represent the team for the tiebreaker. My team picked me. Young Guns picked Gage Birch, and 1 thou margin of victory. Gage Birch took me out. Young Guns took us out. See what Hunter does here. 449 is his dial. Gary Dunn, 473. Hunter is in control. You should see a little bit of scoop rocking right about now. Win light, Hunter Patton. 014, one above. Again, you cannot give a guy like Hunter Patton 3.5 hundreds to work with on the starting line. He'll make you pay every single time. Very special shout out. First New York style. Severio and Olivia Biondo. Severio, I miss you, buddy. Thanks for being good for Nana. Can't wait to see you when we get home. It's going to be, forget about it, Tickle Fest for at least a half hour straight. After that, we might even hit Chuck E. Cheese. Olivia, you're the best, honey. I love you. I'm going to tickle you as well. We're going to flip you around. We're going to have some fun when I get home. I can't wait to see you. I love you and I miss you. That was a mouthful right there. I was trying to get it in before the light turned green. Corey Gallitti, Young Gun, turned it on the win light. Not sure what happened to Robbie Hamilton. So Severio and Olivia, Mommy and Daddy love you. We'll be home soon. And yeah, Emily, you try.
Hi, babies. I miss you. Be good for Gigi now.
Your turn, JJ.
All right. Shout out to Severio and Olivia Biondo watching back home in New York. Again, if I can get my dad to agree on the trip to New York, come hang out for a while. Come there too. We'll do all the things.
Severio and Olivia, JJ wants to come to Chuck E. Cheese with us. So now Jared has to come.
Has
visit
to.
us.
We can't make Severio feel bad.
We love you guys. We miss you. We'll be home soon. We're working hard at the Flings, but we can't wait to see you in a couple of days. Aaron Johnson and Tyler Bohannon, the kid from Louisville, Kentucky. He's the promoter.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to.
You're reneging?
It's not really Louisville. It's Louisville.
Oh, Louisville.
No, Louisville.
Did I say Louisville? How did I say
You said Louisville. It's Louisville.
Gotcha.
Louisville. We don't normally pronounce the E.
Gotcha.
Louisville. Oh, well.
Learn something new every day.
Bohannon turns it red by 4 thou and breaks out by 13 thou. Aaron Johnson 35 and 14 thou under. Moving on to round 3 via the red light from Bohannon.
And one more thing. Severio, good luck in your baseball game tomorrow, buddy. I hope you hit a home run. I hear Uncle Sal's going to take you to your first baseball game of the year. Just remember what Derek Jeter does. You focus on the ball, knock it out of the park. Shane Carr and Shane Maddox, a pair of bad dudes right here. Both named Shane. This is anybody's race. Shane Maddox style 447. Shane Carr 437. Pair of fast dragsters here. Going at it on a cool / turning into a cold fall night here at Bristol Dragway.
Shane Carr, the runner-up in last year's Spring Fling Million to Peeps Pennington. He's looking for revenge this year, but he turns it 10 thou red. Left-hand side, Maddox, 11 and 2 hun under. Sugar Shane, 10 thou red and 18 thou under. Shane Maddox on to round 3.
Eddie Sirik and T.G. Pascal. Sirik from Claysville, PA, dials in a 515. Now that's I'm not going to call it slow, but for a dragster, you typically see him dialed in the 470, 480 range, going against T.G. Pascal. So T.G. 453. Little over 1 volt handicap going to Sirik, and a red light by 3 thou will end Sirik's night. T.G. Pascal, no 15, 5 thou under. Good spot to be. Turns on the round 2 win light. So now you have another reason to come to visit us in New York. My friend Billy Dews, he said if the Alabama crew comes to visit us in New York, he could come take a tour of his dealership that I think he's the manager there. It's a, but you can't turn this down. Porsche, Lamborghinis, Bentleys, Bugattis, Rolls Royce, Lotus. Not sure what a Glick and, I don't know, I think he might have switched languages on me mid-text. I'm not sure. Might have been the autocorrect. Might have been the autocorrect. Billy, we would love to come visit your dealership. Gary Williams and Dalton Rolls. G-Dub drops it 2,000 red in the multi-time $1 million race winner. Bows out here in round 2. Dalton Rolls was 017. Had it dialed tight, 2,000 under. So G-Dub drops a 2,000 red. Let's see what Big Bro T-Dub can do. Right behind him in the right lane, 476. The local hitter, Robert Vance Houston. He runs Big Buck Bracket Racing. He runs NHRA Top Dragster. Dials 459.
T-Rock, or, sorry, hold on, breaking news. Hold on, breaking news.
Breaking news, T-Rock missed it.
He's in trouble, but breaking news, T-Drop strikes again.
That's why, you know, that's what separates the men from the boys right there. If you could win with an 010 light, hats off to you. But if you could turn on a win light with an 062 light, because of your top end driving.
Anybody can win being 10 or 00 or 000, but it takes a real man to win being 62.
476 on a 476 at 132. We might
T-Drop.
nickname him T-Drop.
After the one in Galat and now that one, it's T-Drop.
I kind of feel bad for Vance Houston. He took 39 and he was fed 45.
yeah. He got fed 45 of the 39,000 stripe he took. Austin St. Dennis left-hand side, 472 is the dial. Steve Witherow collected the 50 grand this morning. Dial 468. Witherow, 19, dead 2. Lays down 21 total. Dennis, 25 and 3,000 under. Had no shot, left him 1,000 behind. And Steve Witherow to round 3.
And Witherow right now, this could get dangerous. He's playing with house money. Anytime you go to a poker table playing and you have most of the chips and you play like you have nothing to lose, that could be trouble for everybody else. Steve Witherow on a time run today at the Brodix run for the 50K, put up a perfect package, and we handed him over $50,000. He could basically not turn on any more win lights this weekend, drive to California and back 3 times and still be ahead of the game.
You're right.
Probably buy a Fiat on the way.
You're right. Kyle did hand him $50,000. Oh, wow. Wade White lays down a 4-pack. 003 dead 1, and he had the worst reaction time of the 2. Chad Axford, perfect on the react, takes 9,000. That is a great lap. Perfect take 9. Gets a lot of win lights, but not when your guy is 4 total. Perfect take 9 to be 5,000 under. Had to take 4 or less. Whew. It is tough racing out here for the million.
Wade White bringing it. 4-pack on a little drop. 465 at 145, probably goes about 147, 148. How about Axford? 000 takes 9 and was fed about 5 or 6 of it. I mean, how much better can you drive to not have a win light turn on?
There's not much better you can drive to not turn on a win light in that situation. Perfect take 9, like I said, gets a lot of win lights, but not when the other driver's 4 total. It's rough out here. Only at the Fling.
It's just getting started, too. 2 go down, 1 come back. We are in round 2. Biondo Racing Products, round 2 of the Spring Fling Million main event. It's going to be $375,000 to 1 winner, assuming you don't split. If there's, well, I know there's about 7 guys here that won't split. That's about all I can count on off the cuff. Cody Witt and Dom Balducci. anybody's race, win light. Cody Witt. 24 on a tree, got there 9 thou. Balducci's 22 on a tree. Goes 4 above the dial. That's too much room to leave a good driver like Cody Witt. Carl Jones and Paul Campanella. Campy won a raffle for his $2,000 tech card. For I'm not sure if it was a $50 raffle or a $100 raffle, but either way, he got in cheap. $445 for Paul Campanella. Carl Jones, $472. Glad to see everybody tuned in on the Jegs Mickey Thompson live feed. This time Campy has 200 to work with. Can he turn it into a win light? Yes, he does. Campy's 14. So had him covered 23 thou on a tree. And JJ, anytime you have a guy covered 23 thou on a tree and you take less than that to stripe, it's a guaranteed win light every time. That's the way bracket racing works. Campy did just that.
He did do just that. Josh Lutke was your 50K combo winner at the Spring Fling Gallot earlier in the year in June. Dialed 450. Justin Cooper dialed 485 right side. So Lutke has won. Well, you gave him 2 big checks for the price of 1.
Yeah, won the combo.
The combo 50K winner.
He's a tough dude and a nice guy as well. Lutke, 009, Cooper's 010 win light. Give to Josh Lutke on a double breakout. 009, 5 thou under to turn on the win light. Cooper was 10 on a tree, got there 3 thou, and went 9 thou under, losing the double breakout to the hitter Lukey. Lukey's one of those drivers kind of like Jamie Holston. They get hot, they can make it a long night for anybody here. 2 young guys, 2 really good drivers. You do not want to match up against them in the early rounds. Will Holloman and Jake Levitino.
Holloman out of Portland, Tennessee, normally drives for Scott Lemon in the DRR Series dragsters. Tonight, or this weekend, driving, I don't know whose dragster that is. It's a nice one because it's red. 452 is the dial. Levitino 456 out of Louisiana, getting 4 Hun head start. 13 thou separate him. Holloman in trouble. Doesn't get it done. Levitino 14, dead 6. Take 21 thou, 20 total. Holloman 27. Drops him off to be 1 above 4, 51 or 41 total. Was no good. Levitino to round 3.
Is that Joe Sanford? Joe Sanford on a live feed? JJ's looking at me like, who the heck is Joe Sanford? Joe Sanford is about 7. Let me explain. Good friend of my brother's and good friend of mine. He's about 7 foot 2 inches tall, or 7 feet 2 inches tall. How do you say that?
I don't know. I say 7'2".
7'2". Great guy. Jerry Hollingsworth and Brad Clark. Hollingsworth is in control. If he gets there first and doesn't break out, he's probably going to win. He did just that. 005, dead 6. How about 11 total for Jerry Hollingsworth? Brad Clark missed it. 40 on a tree. 2 thou under. No good. Brad Clark called his dragster an 18 buggy. Might be a new chassis builder in the game, buddy.
Jason Lynch left side, Catfish 439 is the dial. Gary Ingold on the right dial 448. Getting 900th head start from Lynch. The Nelson versus Race Tech chassis dragsters, Shorty versus regular, you name it. The crowd favorite in the water box in the right lane.
Wow, that's a new media Dragway matchup. And last night's winner, whoa.
16 thou separate them. Top end, the win light goes right side Ingold. 004 take 13 thou to be one above, 17 total. Lynch was 20 up front, was mathematically ineligible. Goes one above, 30 total, leaving 13 thou behind.
This could happen any Saturday night at Numidia Dragway, but right now we're in the Spring Fling Million main event round 2, and it's Robert Domino Jr. and Chet the Dragon. Wow. Robert dials it down to a 447, realizes that he has about a 70 mile per hour top end charge on Chet Dragon. That's quite the moving target. Probably has it stuck hard over there with the 447. Chet Dragon started the day 639, then he followed it up with a 643. Dials it down to a 640.
Split the difference, kinda.
Pretty much.
Not completely, but kinda.
So Chet will be about 200 feet out before Robert takes off. I think Chet missed it a little bit. Well, 20 to a 30. Give the win to Domino Jr. 20 on a tree, dead 8. Chet the Dragon. Split the difference just a little bit too much, needs to go on the faster side. He went 8 thou under, but got there 5 thou, so Robert Domino Jr. has won 7 rounds in a row now and a $40,000 dragster. Walked away. How about last night? Motor Mania, everybody listening at home, Robert Domino Jr. was in the final last night. No split. It was really a winner-take-all moment.
The dragster stayed whole. They didn't split it.
Yeah.
They didn't cut it in half. The dragster stayed whole.
But in all seriousness...
But if they would have split, Domino definitely would have taken the back half for the tires.
Probably.
I would have.
But I mean, it's one of those deals when the Drex is worth 40 grand and the runner-up spot was worth a $2,000 entry fee for 2021 Spring Fling Million. Usually there's like a, all right, whoever wins, throw something back to the other guy. Those drivers, I mean, wasn't like they were hating on each other. They just hopped in their car, strapped the helmet on and raced. I want to know the last time somebody ran for $40,000 in pretty much an all-or-nothing final. I don't think it's happened in the last decade. Dustin Shore and Dakota Wells.
Dakota Wells, 17, 2 above, 0, 37 total. Shore is 36 thou red and 11 thou under. Might have tagged it right there.
All right, attention to pits, attention in the lanes. There's a dragster in lane 10. We need you to report to your car. You're holding it up. There's a lot of room in front of you. We need you to move up forward there. And in pole 3, up by pole 3, there's a blue Ranger truck and a black Mustang parked over there near Nick Hastings' pit space, right at the light pole 3. So if you own a black Mustang or a blue Ranger truck and you're parked in the pit area of some of the racers down there, I need you to move it, please. These guys are racing for some big money. We don't want anything to get in their way.
375 G's. Oh my goodness, Dakota Wells has made the fastest turnaround ever. Back-to-back pairs, Dakota Wells down 458 right side. Left-hand side, Turtle Brandon, former $50,000 winner in Galat, dialed 448. What a turnaround by Dakota Wells.
That's how life and at its best. We'll get it fixed in the computer. It's probably a driver swap at the...
Will the real Dakota Wells please stand up? Will the real Dakota Wells please stand up? Well, whoever was in the right lane, 7 dead 7, 14 total. Take 19 thou. Brandon, 36 and 3 thou under, just missed it a touch off the tree. Right side moves on to round 3. Brandon Jones, or James works, yeah, I guess. I could read the screen first.
Listen, if you're going to come to New York City, you better start learning how to pronounce them, because James is an easy last name. when you come to New York City, we're going to go to some Italian restaurants. You're going to have to read the menu that has a lot of vowels and consonants all jumbled up together. So you're going to have to start fitting in. I don't want everybody looking at us funny. Tom Clark and Brandon James.
I'm trying to figure out something I can pronounce in a New York accent.
Good luck.
Jets.
How about a 006 take 008? Brandon James getting it done at both ends of the racetrack.
The New York Jets.
There you go. Tom Clark was 12-1 above. That would have turned on a decent amount of win lights this round, but not this time, not against Brandon James. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a New York Jets fan. Long-time suffering New York Jets fan. But
I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan. Same thing.
Mr. Kansas City Chiefs. Okay. Shout out to Kyle Lewis and the Chiefs. My man.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Forget about the Eagles. Forget about the Jets. Our media guy, he's flying a drone all over the place. He does all of our videos. Great dude. And his team, the Kansas City Chiefs. Rob Moser and Glenn Jordan.
His consolation prize for working at the Flings is the Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, like we had something to do with that.
Yeah.
I'll say we did.
Glenn Gordon, 008 red and 13 thou under. Mosier, 15 dead 4, 19 total.
Know what's cool right now, JJ? If you look over in the staging lanes, there's a packed house of Drexes, right? And everybody standing outside their Drex is looking over at the Jumbo Vision, or the Jumbotron, or the big screen, whatever you want to call it. Look at that. Now you can come to New York. See the way we're thinking alike now?
Great minds think alike, and so do ours. Thomas Bell left side, 446 is the dial. Brian Folk dialed 457 in the right.
Good matchup here. Thomas Bell, Brian Folk.
15 thou separate them. Thomas Bell has the advantage up front, but doesn't get the win light. Folk 31, 15 thou over, 46 total. Thomas Bell 16, take 35 to be 5 thou under, had to take 30 or less. Brian Folk to round 3. Paul Rich, left-hand side. Rich dialed 464. Slate Cummings in the right. They're promoting the Great American Guaranteed Million next weekend in Memphis, Tennessee, dialed 457.
Just a few days from now.
Just a few days from now.
Man, and a lot of people came from Galat, came to Bristol, and are going to the Great American Million. Talk about the 3-week stretch of some big money bracket racing.
We will be there just for the million.
Big Jet doesn't want to roll the big red out for the little ones, just the big one?
Just the big 12 thou separate them.
Now Slate is behind. He usually can make that up at the other end, but not this time. Slate Cummings was 020, got there 5 thou to break out 7 thou. Paul Rich has shut him out. He was 008 again. That's one of those cases where the math just did not work out for Slate Cummings. Paul Rich, 18 pack. Slate Cummings, 020 on a tree, no good. Wow, Tommy Cable and Race Kid.
What a matchup in round 2. Race Kid, 468 is the dial. Part of Team Young Guns out of Boise, Idaho. Tommy Cable, I mean, he could have probably been in the age group for Team Has Been, but he's more as a still is.
Oh, he definitely is still his.
461 is the dial.
Between Tommy Cable and Johnny LaBouche, they have won about 10%.
856,000 fling races.
There you go. I was going to say 10% of all the flings.
That's just between the two of them. That's not everybody else in the fling. That's just the two of them. 14 thou separate them. Cable is in trouble and doesn't get it done. 16 dead 5. Normally gets a good bit of win lights. 21 total, but Race Kid lays down 6 total. 002 dead 4 for Race Kid, the young gun. The youngin', as Big Jed called him. Takes 15 after he was 002, and he's going to round 3 in the million.
And Race Kid ran Shane Carr, was it, yesterday?
It was, I do believe.
And I think Race Kid took him out there. Is that right?
Shane was red.
Shane was red.
Shannon Woodring right side, 469 is the dial. Tom Dauber on the left, out of New Jersey. down 469. Also, heads up bracket race here.
The Red Rocket.
Dauber was Wednesday night's 30K runner-up to Caroline McCarty. Dauber looking to win the million as a consolation prize for his runner-up.
I tell you what, you look on the live feed, JJ, there's a lot of fun facts. These guys know the temperature out here to the 100th of a degree, the wind, the elevation.
Is one of those fun facts that my voice has changed drastically from last year? I feel like that should be on the list. Tom Dauber, 16, one above 2, 28 total, takes 7 thou. Shannon Woodring, 24, one above 1, 35 total, leaves him 7 thou behind. I feel like that should be on the list.
JJ, all I'm going to say is, when you make it big, and I know you will, I'm gonna be able to say to everybody that I worked alongside the best when he was 12 years old. Is that when we first started doing this round 2? 12 or 13?
Let's see. I was 10.
10 years old.
10.
Wow.
Because my first fling was 16 here, when it was still the Spring Fling, was my first ever fling here in Bristol.
So JJ has been calling the shots since he was 10 in the Big Bunny bracket racing. Sorry about the pause. I was watching Bailey Ferraro do a little flicker down there. Jimmy DeChacco, Bailey Ferraro, win line. Give it to Ferraro. Flicker up here, 029 and dead 6. Taking out Jimmy DeChacco, who was 036. One above on a drop. 450 on a 449 at 150. Bryson Scruggs and John Siegel. This is a great matchup. John lost in the wheelie wagon. He's got one more chance to get it done for $375,000.
Now, you say I've been announcing since I was 10 on the big money bracket racing scene, but...
With me.
With you,
right.
Yes. Since I was about 9 is when I really started to get the hang of actually announcing, of course, at the WFC here in Bristol, or if I got to go to the Holly Springs race that we had. But apparently, from what I've heard, I picked up a microphone for the first time when I was about 3 or 4 years old at the World Foot Brake Challenge.
I hope we could archive that. Dig into it. I'd love to hear that.
Bryson Scruggs lays down 8 total, 003, dead 5. B. Scruggs taking a foul, moving on. Siegel 14 and 5 thou under, as that'll end his day here at the Spring Fling Million. He'll have to come back tomorrow for 30 grand on Saturday.
Scruggs knew he had to bring it and did just that. 8 thou pack.
Lauren Freer, left-hand side, 465 is the dial. And the gentleman with a great story, right-hand side, Patrick Bowen, dial 5-2.
Absolutely. He was the 2019 best engineered at the Fling. That won him an entry into this weekend's race.
Little flicker for Bowen. He's in and set. Freer's in and set. 1 thou separate them. Bowen gets the win. 18, one above, 634 total for Patrick Bowen. He's on to round 3.
And Lauren Patrick Bowen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just have to say something here, JJ. I want to forget about the numbers just for a second, because Patrick Bowen is handicapped.
He is.
He has hand controls.
He's still out here cracking, trying to win this million, or trying to win the $375,000.
Unbelievable. That's what I love. I mean, Sunfire going against dragsters, 20-year-olds going against 70-year-olds. Doesn't matter. Bring your A game. Let's roll.
Anybody can win on any given day. KB, left side, Rabbit, dialed 434. And how about this? He's getting chased. But not only is he getting chased, he's getting chased by 2 tenths.
The Rabbit wasn't prepped for this.
So he's dialed 430s and he's getting chased. That's something in itself. By 2 tenths is another something in itself. In Bristol is even more absurd.
On the mountain.
On the mountain, 412 for Laster is the dial. And he's got the win light 20, take 12 to be 26 over, 46 total. Kevin Brannon, 20 up front as well, runs 3 above 8, leaves him 12 behind.
Got almost 3,000 listen to us. What's up, chat room? Gene Brufflet. What's up, guys? Good to see everybody tuned in on a Friday night watching the Spring Fling Million. This event, I know you say, why? How can it be the Spring Fling Million? Why is it calling it the Spring? Why are you guys calling it the Spring Fling? Well, this event was supposed to happen in Las Vegas in April, but 2020 hit and the pandemic hit, and the whole world changed.
I've come up with our new name for this race this weekend. The Spring/Fall Fling Million/375,000.
Yeah, there you go. But right there, Anthony Bertozzi overcomes a 13 thou reaction time deficit.
Team has been.
Making it work at the other end. 18 takes 7 thou to go dead four. Scott Lemon had the reaction time 005 when 461 scrubbing off 4 or 5 mile per hour. Made the wrong move. Anthony coming back.
Antoine to round 3. Cameron Manuel left side. He's dialed in 450. Right hand side, Josh McDaniel dialed 455.
Great matchup here.
Now, Pete, I don't think you've noticed, and I only thought I should bring this up because of the name or the chassis of Josh McDaniel's car. It's an M&M. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's no bag of M&Ms.
Oh, you're teasing me now.
On the table. That's because there are no more left.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. Now I'm like craving M&Ms. Where'd that jumbo pack of peanut M&Ms go?
Whatever you do, it's not in the trash can, so don't look over there.
Yeah, that's like an ex-girlfriend who's hot walking by.
It's definitely not in the trash can behind me, so don't look in that direction, because it's definitely not back there. Like, you can look if you want, but I'm telling you, it's definitely not back there.
How about I'm going to focus on the 2018 American instead? Just because I don't want to...
America. Look, there's the American flag, American dragster, American race cars.
Josh McDaniel. 16 on a tree. Manuel 26. Win light. Double breakout going by 1 thou under. Cameron Manuel.
Oh, wow. Heavy hitters on the starting line. Colby Fuller left side, 464 is the dial. And the Peep Show right side, Peeps Pennington dial 455. Last year's Spring Fling Million champion in the Roadster. Already got through this round in the Roadster. Now he's up in the Dragster. Gonna see if he can carry 2 entries to round 3.
Yeah, do yourselves a favor out there. Don't let Peeps get hot. If he gets hot, it could